Welcome, my friends. I hope you're all doing well. Today, guys, we are here with the March 2020 Faction War. So we are going to be skipping the musical intro because last time I ran a music intro with my Doom soundtrack, it was like 2 or 3 days ago. There's some sort of a bug going around YouTube where I don't know what happened, but basically it shut down my stream. It said there was some sort of an issue with copyright stuff. So I was like, and it was copyright free music too. So I'm not even going to play that game, but we're going to go straight into the Faction War. We're doing it. Now let's take a look at the tail of the tape for the day. So as far as our players go, we have Zyphos representing the High Elves, Peabutter Special as the Beastmen, Aristodamos II, as the Wood Elves replacing Lotus Moon here at the last second, because Lotus Moon had to drop. Zardar Chodawar will be on Norska, Hialinale on Lizards, and of course we saw Hialinale do very well with Lizards across the board in the most recent Ever Chosen Invitational. From there, we have Aerocrastic on the Warriors of Chaos. Dov plays is coming in hot with the Vampire Count, so very unusual play from Dov. Granted, we know Dov is kind of known for his dreaded Corpse Cart play, so perhaps we could see the Penta or Hexa or whatever he wants to do in terms of the Corpse Cart action. We have Shetland Apache, of course, one of the godfathers of Total War multiplayer, doing the Dawi today. King of the Dead shall be representing the Tomb Kings. Oh yeah, it's time. We do also have Random Nyx as well on the Vampire Coast. El Halcón, I believe is how you would say that, on the Bretonnians. Talaxlan Soothsayer on the Empire once again, so he has returned. It is time. So Talaxlan Soothsayer, of course, won the first faction war and is now back to defend his strap here in the third one. Felcon will be on the Dark Elves this time. Felcon did win the last faction war with the Lizards, and now he's going to see if he can spread the love to one of his other best factions, the Dark Elves. After that, guys, we have Hadries on the Skaven, the dreaded Skaven legions. And now for our sub-factions, we are going to be having Grombrindle, aka the Undertaker, playing Clan Angren. So perhaps we could see some spooky Ghost Lords. Very excited for that. And then last but not least, we have my son, Herbert Walker. Yes, indeed, my son, playing the Greenskins. Yeah, it's going to be really fun, guys. Thank you so much for joining. And welcome. I know Dov is playing Undead. It is a little bit peculiar, but Dov does indeed play the Vampire Counts. I've seen him do it on numerous occasions. I think he's more opposed to the Tomb Kings as well and the Vampire Coast. Yeah, it's a really fun format. We got a lot of great players, and again, I want to thank all of them for putting aside their days to play in this tournament. As far as the brackets go, let's go ahead and take a look here. So we're going to jump on over to the Faction War bracket. You can see here at the top, the first match of the day is going to be Felcon versus Aerocrastic. So we're opening it up here with Chaos versus Dark Elves in our first match. Going to be very, very good. And today's Faction War is sponsored by our very own Magic D here in chat. He's putting up 250 euros as the prize pool. For the players, 150 will go to first, 75 to second, and then 25 will go to the Hero of the People vote. So at the end of the stream, we'll all take a vote on who you guys think is the hero of the Faction Wars. And that can't be the two winners. It's anyone else that you thought was very inspiring, very fun, brought cool builds. You guys basically just vote on that and we go from there. So yeah, that's going to be it, guys. First match, Felcon versus Arrow. Then we'll be going Grombrindle versus Hialinale, Peabutter Special versus Hadries, Aristodamos versus Random Nyx, LL Cone versus my son Herbert Walker, Shetland Apache versus Zardar Chodawar. And we got Dov plays against Soothsayer and Zyphos versus King of the Dead to close out our first rounds. And did I mention that Zardar was on Norska? Was that? That was up here, right? Yes, it was. Okay, for some reason I thought I missed that. I was like, did I miss that? Feels like I didn't say that. But yes, my friends, we're going to be jumping in, and there is a dreaded screen blocker, so prepare yourselves. We're going to be going into the first match of the day here. So look at that lovely Skarsnik screen blocker. But since the players are hosting the lobbies today, I do need to run a screen blocker initially, but I'm going to be very, very on top of this. It's not going to happen again. It is not going to happen again. And start when ready. So here we have Aerocrastic on the Warriors of Chaos, and Felcon will be on the dreaded Dark Elves. So certainly going to be very scary. I've always felt like this is a matchup that's a little bit Dark Elf favored, but Chaos has some decent tools. And I've seen Aerocrastic do well in this matchup. I've seen many people do well on the Chaos side of things. One of the new kind of hip things to do is actually to use the Exalted Heroes with the Mark of Khorne. They can hit really hard and actually win Air Force fights and a number of engagements. So I certainly think there's some decent options for both players. But yes, it is going to be Aerocrastic versus Felcon here in the first match. Oh man, the army picks here are pretty cool, I must admit. Looks like Felcon is making some final tweaks to his build. And I will be very focused on the battle commentary, but in between games, of course, I'll be reading messages and responding to all sorts of notifications and things like that. So stay tuned for that, guys. All right, 1 second, my friends. Yep, looks like Aerocrastic's already. Pretty cool Lord pick for sure. Solid build. No complaints there. Yeah, oftentimes Dark Elves, you can see Maskite, you can see Scourge Runner Chariots, you can see Repeater Crossbows, Dark Riders, Harvesters, Cold One Knights, and honestly, the whole build can be built that way. And it's very, very tough to deal with. Granted, Chaos does have some decent tools in the form of Poison Hounds, Marauder Horsemen, or a very cheap, cost-effective option for shutting down Repeater Crossbows. So there are a couple ways Chaos can kind of play the game. But, you know, again, Dark Elves can kind of throw a wrench in things and mix it up and come in with like an infantry build and really catch you off guard if you're not, you know, careful. So things can get a little bit hog wild in that respect. The first map is going to be Angui here. So Angui is a classic multiplayer map. Relatively open field, but yeah, I guess the only faction that would care would be the Dark Elves, I suppose. They can sort of hide in the trees and do some stuff in there. I don't know, not really. I mean, I don't think it matters too much for either faction. And again, I guess Chaos could hide from some of the missiles in the tree lines and whatnot. So yeah, players getting ready, set, go here. We'll be loading into the first match in just a moment. Just want to thank you guys for joining. Very excited for today. And let's go ahead and pull up chat on my phone here while we wait. You guys, I'm sure, are very excited for the dreaded screen blocker, but I'm going to be paying very close attention today. It is not happening again. Never again. Not today. Not today, says Turin. Not today. And here's the faction war. Very good. Very good. Yes. The dreaded Skarsnik screen blocker is back. Tremble and despair, chat. You guys are going to get to watch a full battle between these two high-level players with a screen blocker. It just makes things more challenging for you guys. It's like a brain exercise. Isn't that right? Oh yeah, I did watch some of the Warhammer community stuff. I'm pretty excited that the Death Guard are coming up in the Psychic Awakening. Samuel Christensen, thank you so much. Arrow using Chaos Dwarves meta, no doubt. Yeah. And Samuel, thank you for kicking off the stream. And yes, perhaps there will be some Chaos Dwarves. You never know. You guys saw how truly effective the Chaos Dwarves were in my game against Hadries a couple days ago. So yeah. It could happen. We could see the Chill of Sontar, and honestly, I don't, as much as people make fun of Chill of Sontar, I actually think it's not terrible. It can be okay in some matchups, including Chaos. You know, obviously the Frostbite is a really strong mechanic. Having a monster that's pretty good against infantry, like that can hold back Mirror Guard and terror out Marauders, certainly isn't bad. Plus, it also regenerates, so even if it gets caught in a bad situation by a bunch of horsemen or something, that thing will be able to heal up potentially, which I think is pretty strong. Ego, the hair is doing well. It's doing well. Yeah, it's growing long. It's grown into the mullet. I mean, it basically is mullet length now. I just need a situation to cut it. I was waiting for the Everchosen, whenever that'll be, but I have a feeling it's going to be delayed for quite some time simply because of the whole world situation that everyone's enduring right now. Double Hydra honestly could catch Arrow off guard, but you have to remember that a lot of times, you know, Chaos players actually nowadays do bring Archaon. Archaon can get the fire damage and the Slayer of Kings and really take down Hydras very quickly if he's able to isolate them. So there is a kind of an X factor there. Dragon Ogre Shaggoths also trade very cost effectively there. So that is something else you have to kind of be aware of. King Adjazal, thank you so much for the $2 donation. My goodness, this is a high level match to start. It is. We're kicking off with a bang here. It looks like Falcon really digging deeply into the build here. Yeah. Turn, if you would forget to remove the army blocker, do I have permission to call you on Discord to warn you? Yes, you do. We'll have a lovely conversation about the screen blocker. No problem. There's no mullet to show yet. It's just like super long. It's like Bible hair, you know? Like when you think of the Old Testament and how those guys look, this is the hair right now. Yeah, I'm growing a beard too. So I have like a beard and a mustache and everything. Yeah, I think I had a stream like a week ago where I kind of showed the progress. Yeah, it's going to be good. I think Falcon really making sure to get his Hydra picks ready. Aerocrastic was readied, but now I think he's checking in on his opponent here. Let me go ahead and minimize, make sure there's no issues. Looks like we are all good. We are all good in the hood. Yeah, the Faction War is hands down one of my favorite formats. It's an incredibly good time. So just pulling up some user interface stuff here real quick, guys. And there we go. And looks good to me so far. Very good. We had another donation from Garland Green coming in for $10 just to get things started. Thank you so much, man. And from Fox Scotland, turn screen blocker, -16 leadership and rampages. The chat rampages. And Scotland, thank you so much for the donation. I do appreciate that. And yeah, they should be ready here in a second. Going full Moses skink. Yeah, turning into a dwarf. More like a man of the Empire if you were really to talk about my appearance, but yeah, everything's good. You know, the delay here is okay because it allows more people to gather and not miss the first match, which I'm more than happy to do. Okay, Falcon is ready. Start when ready. And now we're loading into our first match of the day. It is going to be Aerocrastic's Chaos versus Falcon's Dark Elves. in our first Faction War Showdown. Remember the format for the Faction War, every match is a best of one because we have 16 players. So obviously if we had best of threes, this would probably be an 8-hour stream. So in this case, we have best of ones to basically just make it a single elimination tournament, with the grand finals being a best of three between two factions. So the only time you're going to see more than one game here between two players is in the grand finals. And again, the prize pool today is sponsored by Magic D, a true hero of the people, coming in with 250 euros sponsoring the tournament. So the winner will get 150, second place 75, and the remaining funds will go to the hero of the people, which you guys vote on. King Agizal, thank you again for the donation. You should rock the Joe Dirt facial hair with a mullet. Yeah, it'll happen. I could do the Joe Dirt facial hair for sure. I could. And now, my friends, we're going to minimize and get rid of the screen blocker. Glorious victory has been achieved. The screen blocker has been defeated. The first foe of the stream has fallen. And now we go. It is a great screen blocker indeed. It is a good one, but it is now gone. Lost forever to the sands of time. Now you can't focus on the game, just fantasizing about the perspective mullet. Yeah, it's happening 100%. I promised you guys, and I'm a man of my word. It's coming. And this is like, what better time to just sit and grow a horrible mullet, right? This is it. I know, I got the screen blocker. It was only up for like 5 seconds. Come on, guys. Give me a break here. Double explosion. There's a pretty big delay. So yeah, obviously it may look like I've forgotten, but we're good. Which faction produces the best meme army? Oh man, I don't know. That's a tough one. Maybe, who can get the best memes? Empire has a lot, actually. Yeah. Anyways, guys, for the build of Arrow Krasnik, the Arrow Chosen. He's coming in hot with Archaon Never Chosen, just like we kind of predicted. Of course, Archaon is no Flaming Sword, so no fire damage from him, just Burning Head and Cascading Fire Cloak, so going for the old classics there. On top of that, Marauder Horseman and Mirror Guard, so not going for much troop quality, which is probably good. Dark Elves are really good at kiting troops and winning the battle that way. So he went for a pretty poor troop quality. Granted, to deal with heavy infantry, he does have a Gorby's Chariot. Gorby's Chariots have great AP and hit very, very hard. Exalted Hero on foot, and Dragon Ogre Shaggoth for his anti-monster department. Now for the rest of his army, it's very much anti-kite. You can see here Chaos Warhounds into the Sunset, 4 of those. 3 groups of Marauder Horsemen to keep the Air Force honest, and also try to deal with the Scourge Hunters and some of the other mobile assets like Repeater Crossbows. So we'll see. We'll see what Falcon brings in that respect. Brad, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate it, man. Hopefully you're ready for this party we got here. So yeah, very much like an anti-kite build. He's got a ton of Hound pressure. Marauder Horseman, he's got Archaon, and Infantry Corps is pretty weak as far as Chaos goes, but in this matchup, it's very risky to bring Elite Infantry. Granted, against Falcon, Falcon typically plays very unorthodox playstyles for sure, and really likes his rushes, even with kite factions. Now, as far as Falcon's build goes, he's got Dread Spears in the front, 2 groups of the Black Guard, which is interesting. So some nice heavy infantry here, plus the Blades of the Blood Queen. So really no Scourge Runners, no heavy kite. This is pretty wild for sure. So Blades of the Blood Queen here in the back, a Sorceress, a Beast to summon some Manticores. Oh, and Lokir Fellheart, the Dread himself, coming in here on Tempest. Now, he does have Regeneration and the Master Duelist. Of course, Lokir is one of the weaker lords for the Dark Elves. Malekith and Wrathier, much, much better, but Lokir Fellheart certainly still has some teeth. And over here we do have Dark Riders with Repeater Crossbows. Those are pretty much a staple. You have to bring those. Now, as far as Falcon's army goes, it's going to be really tough for him to protect these Dark Riders, like really tough, with 4 Hounds chasing them, and of course Arrow's Micro if he's on point right now. It's going to be really, really hard to protect those. He does also have Slaanesha's Harvesters, which will be one of the better tools for protecting them against Hounds, but man, 4 groups of these Chaos Warhounds. That is going to be a lot to deal with. Now, where Falcon does have the advantage, of course, is in the fighting department with the infantry. He's got 2 Black Guard, which also will be able to deal with these infantry pretty well. And of course, he does have the Blades of the Blood Queen. Yeah, Lokir's, Falcon has a couple meme characters that he really, really likes, and Lokir is one of them. Now, as far as like meme characters goes, Lokir isn't like objectively terrible if you compare him to like lords from other factions, like Boris Todbringer, for example. He basically is just like a Boris Todbringer, right, on a dragon. But as far as like comparing him to other Dark Elf lords, Malekith is very, very powerful, because with Malekith, you get a caster and a lord in one package, and you don't have to like spend the extra money on a caster. Now, the Gorby's Chariot's coming in very aggressively here, charging into the front line and taking a bit of damage here from the counter charge. But Archaon's coming in for the charge. Is he going to get some impact here on Lokir? Does not look like it. Oh no, this is not good for Falcon. This Burning Head going right down the ranks. What is it going to hit? Okay, it hit the Harvesters, which was pretty good, but man, Falcon's micro is so good. He's able to juke away from that for the most part, but oh no, it comes into his elite troops here at the end. The Black Guard taking so much damage. Archaon, the Ever Chosen, coming out with a serious punch. That Burning Head did some really, really good damage. So now in the front here, we have the Chaos Marauders engaging. That Burning Head was a beautiful way to start this battle. Let's see if they're saying anything. He says, here we go then. All right, he's ready. Now the Chaos Hounds look to be charging onto the Dread Spears, just trying to kind of lock down this Dark Elf force, which seems very, very disconjointed right now. It seems like Aerocrastic has gotten the initial jump, but we'll see if Falcon can come back and scrap his way after that really, really nasty Burning Head. So the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth and the Chariots coming in. These Hounds, I would imagine, from Arrow are going to pull back, go up and around, and then go after the Dark Riders and try and shut them down. Oh, but we have a duel between Lokir, Felhar, and Archaon the Ever-Chosen, but Archaon does have a big old Shaggoth near him. A little bit scary for Lokir. He's buffed up by the Dreaded Duelist and a couple other buffs, which is quite nice, but the whole Dark Elf flank collapses. Dread Spears are collapsing, and the Hounds of Aerocrastic have been released, and they're coming in and pincering in on these Dark Riders, and Falcon needs to screen them. You can see here he's pulling back these Black Guard, and he's trying to get the Dark Riders in the center pocket here to get some good firepower, and it looks like that was pretty good for Falcon. He was able to get some good damage on Archaon, pull back, and of course Lokir Felhar does regenerate, which is very, very powerful here. In the meantime, Marauder Horsemen just throwing their spears into the Black Guard here, and Lokir coming in once again, going after the Gorebeast Chariot, which is certainly a solid play, and man, Falcon's micro is so on point here. He's still somehow able to protect these Dark Riders. And you can see the Hounds are going to be pushing through these elite troops here, and it looks like the Dark Riders are going in for a countercharge, trying to pin the Hounds into the elite Blades of the Blood Queen back here and some of the other spears. Falcon really needs to clean them up. Another Burning Head coming in, the Burning Head coming in once again, and it does roast through the Slaanesha's Harvesters as well as the Black Guard right there. Beautiful cast. Archaon the Ever-Chosen really collapsing this whole position. The Black Guard are in pretty beat up shape here, and you can see the Exalted Hero in this position is doing a masterful job of helping the Mirror Guard actually defeat the Black Guard in combat. Now, as far as what Falcon's army has going for it, it looks like he was able to secure the Dark Riders. It looks like two of the groups are in decent shape. One of them did get munched on by the Hounds, and he still has the Blades of the Blood Queen, plus he does also have the Dread Spears. And the Manticore Summon will be disappearing here in a moment. Oh, nice gooning here by Falcon. This is a great play. The Exalted Hero is very isolated. And yes, he's relatively tanky against things like Manticores with his armor, but in this case, Lokir Felhar is the dreaded duelist and is most certainly going to be able to take him out with a little bit of focus. And I don't know if Arrow has anything nearby that can really help. Archaon doesn't have the best mass, so it's a little bit tricky for him to get where he needs to be. The Exalted Hero is going to get broken. Shaken, terrified actually, so he's not truly broken. He might be able to fight back and do some damage. We'll see if he turns around. The Dreaded Duelist is no joke though. His melee attack right now, 81 and 74 for his respective combat stats. Archaon the Ever-Chosen coming in here to try and save his Exalted Hero certainly would be a very big power play. And now Falcon somehow, some way has rallied his Dark Riders. Now does Aerocrastic have any Hounds that he can bring back? Doesn't look like it. He does have some Marauder Horsemen who of course are more than capable of dealing with the Dark Riders. And it looks like Archaon the Ever-Chosen is going to be going for blood here. Is Lokir going to get back up in the sky? It looks like he is. The Blades of the Blood Queen providing Guardian and also screening out these characters here. Now this is where it gets a little bit scary for Arrow. When the Dark Riders get back online, are able to start shooting at the Shaggoth quite happily, it's going to get a little bit messy for sure. But Arrow coming in for a big pincer here. You can see the Marauder Horsemen are running in and at the very least are keeping the Dark Riders from shooting, because Dark Riders, they can run and shoot while they're going forward, but it's in a very kind of a set cone of fire here, so they're not going to be able to hit the targets they really want. Now, another Manticore Summon coming in. Man, Falcon really saving those in the back pocket here. Balance of Power currently is Dark Elf favored, but the only reason that's the case is because of the Manticore Summon. Without the Manticore, this would be like a dead even game. The Exalted Hero is back in business, but unfortunately for him, he is stuck fighting the Blades of the Blood Queen, one of the best great weapon units in the game. Archaon basically just looking for blood. Word of Pain is on him from the Slaanesha's Harvesters, and I would imagine that Arrow is trying to get his Marauder Horsemen, and the screening from Falcon has been phenomenal this game. Like, despite being totally outnumbered in the mobile game, he was able to just find these angles to get away with those units. Now, Archaon's coming in for Lokir. Lokir does take a bit of damage. Dragon Ogre Shaggoth going in as well, getting a nice hit there on Lokir in the back. And as far as the Manticore goes, it still has a lot of time before it desummons, which is a little bit tough. Archaon might be able to get the pick here, but Lokir comes around. 2v1 fight. Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is in some serious trouble here. Standard Die is activated. -2, -5 on the leadership, wavering, but Archaon with the Standard Die keeping him fighting. Marauder Horseman running in the back and trying to pin in Lokir, which, you know, isn't a terrible idea. The Dragon Ogre Shaggoth still going, but Archaon the Ever-Chosen needs to get some value here, but it looks like he's just stuck. The Blades of the Blood Queen really pinning him down, and the Marauder Horsemen, I think, getting outclassed there and just kind of pushed back. Dark Riders are even getting into combat. There are some Marauders to kind of help, though. It's not a completely one-sided affair, and Archaon might be able to carry this if the Manticore, of course, disappears in a timely fashion, and he's able to get some good engagements here versus Big Papa Lokir. But yeah, the Blades of the Blood Queen are really powerful here, giving Guardian. Granted, Archaon does do magic damage, so he doesn't care too much about the physical resist of the Pens, Pelts, or any of the other buffing abilities. And now for the first time in the game, the Bounce of Power is very, very Druchii favored. You can see here the Feral Manticore is disappearing, which pulls the Bounce of Power back towards the middle. And also on top of that, we do have the Marauder Horsemen screaming into the Dark Riders here. The Dark Riders are will lose that in combat. Marauder Horsemen are a little bit better. Oh, but a big Burning Head is coming in from Archaon. This could be very strong, going right through those forces. Now what needs to happen is Archaon needs to do some serious damage and just go full raid boss here. Otherwise, the game's pretty much over. That was a great Burning Head, though. It did a ton of damage against those elite troops. You can see that the Blades of the Blood Queen and those other units did take a pretty huge beating. But the Marauder Horsemen can only defeat so many of these Dark Riders. They're being very heavily outnumbered here, and some of them are coming back in to help, but it's looking like Archaon Never Chosen. He does have Slayer of Kings. Maybe he'll be able to put some hurting here on the Supreme Sorceress. Granted, there are no more Manticore summons. And now the Dark Riders are kind of running for the hills. Archaon might be able to do this if he gets really lucky on the RNGs with his attacks here against Lokir. Lokir does not have the dreaded Duelist. He does not have it. And Archaon is pretty outnumbered. Pretty good leadership on him, but Poison Hounds are coming back in as well. The Poison Hound rear charge could be very, very substantial. Doesn't seem like Archaon has been able to make the best contact here. He's trying, but Lokir, of course, has insane stats. 81 and 83. So his melee defense is actually higher than the melee attack of Archaon, even with the Slayer of Kings and all that good stuff. So Archaon charging in. He gets a nice blow there to send a final message. But the first victor of the day in that very close battle is going to be Falcon and his Dark Elves. So Falcon, of course, did win the last faction war, and Aerocrastic is going to be the first casualty, but man, he played a great game. Aero played super tight there. That Burning Head in the beginning was a thing of beauty. On top of that, he had such a nice pressure piece, like pressure core, but man, those Dark Riders just kept getting away, and the fact that they were able to come back in the late game was the deciding factor. Like, had the Dark Riders been pushed off by those Hounds, I think that would have been Aero's game 100%. Like, that repeater crossbow fire was able to do some really big damage and also provide bodies in the late game. GG indeed. What a game. Well played to Aerocrastic and Falcon. Now let us jump on over to the Faction War bracket, where we can update our first victor of the day. So Falcon will be moving on to face the winner of Grombrindle and Hyali Nale. GG indeed. So guys, thanks again for joining for our monthly Faction War. Well played to Aerocrastic, a true hero, picking Chaos, even though he knows they're not one of the stronger factions, and almost defeating one of the best factions and best players out there. So well played to Aerocrastic. Falcon, congrats, you've moved on to the next round. And now, my friends, we're going to be jumping on over to the next one. So next we have Hyali Nale versus the Undertaker. So let's pull this one up. It is going to be Lizards versus Dwarves, I believe. Let me go ahead and make sure they... Aha! They didn't listen to me and put the right password, but that's okay. That was a brilliant game. A brilliant game, yeah. So now, my friends, we have Hyali Nale coming in with the dinosaurs, facing off against the proud Dawi. So let's go back to the scorecards here. I don't know if I need to put the faction blocker up. Hey, start when ready. Yeah, I don't need to, I don't think. Because for some reason I can't see the army, which is good. Grombrindle's ready. Grombrindle, actually, it's not Dawi, it's Clan Angren. So Shetland Apache is our dwarf player for this tournament, and Hyali Nale is going to be our Lizardman player. So all right, there's like one or 2 seconds of it being active. Yes, I'm very excited for this, guys. Simon Benjamin, thank you so much for the tenor. Great game to kick off. It was indeed. So now we have our sub-faction pick, which is going to be Hyali Nale as the Lizards and Grombrindle as Clan Angren. So we'll see if Belagar Ironhammer, the true king of Carrick 8 Peaks, can win the faction war. Because I would imagine he'll be the pick pretty much every game. Granted, we might see Rune Lords here and there. Rune Lords, of course, are pretty good. And you still have access to Rune Lords with Clan Angren. So we'll see how it goes. We do have 2 dwarves in today's tournament. We have Clan Angren as well as the regular dwarves. Shetland Apache will be piloting the dwarves, I believe, against Norska later on. I can't quite remember. I think it's Norska. Shetland, are you playing Norska? This match is tough for Lizards, but they're very capable. I mean, Lizards can certainly win it. They have a ton of decent AP units. I mean, they have Red-Crested Skinks. They have a ton of AP Dinosaurs. They have some, decent skirmishing units, Razordons, Coldwind Riders. They have plenty of tools to win. And honestly, the most success I've had in this matchup is using like a Saurus line with a Gorok and just kind of going for a really grindy fight with like Manticore summons and things like that. It's pretty strong for sure, but Hyali's a really good Lizard player. There's like matchups I've seen where, the Lizards should be losing bad and he's able to win it pretty fluid. So we'll see how this goes. Why don't you play with an upper and lower bracket? Well, mainly it's because of time, because in Total War, there's many variables. Like, it takes a while to load. Oftentimes, it takes a long time for players to pick their armies. So if I were to do like a winners and losers bracket, The tournament would probably go like 5 to 8 hours, if not more. And the issue being is that on YouTube, if your stream does go over, I think it's usually like 5 hours, what happens is YouTube starts like cutting parts of your stream, and it takes like 2 or 3 days to render, and it's a really obnoxious process, to be honest. Shell and Apache is going to liberate the Pillar of Bone for the Dawi. Yes, we got to change the name tags. Thank you so much. All right, so here we go. I knew I was forgetting something. I was just so hyped about the game. Yale. And Dawi. I got it. Grombriddle's name is so powerful. Has 2 eyes, too. Extra eyes in that business. So in this match, guys, we have Grombrindle on the Dawi facing off against Hyale Nale and his mighty dinosaurs. And thank you so much for the donation, Sir Unkley Dunk. Do you think Dark Elves will ever not be a top tier? Probably not. They just have so many good units and tools. I think Dark Elves are really good. And guys, here we go for the Dwarves and Clan Angrind in the front line. It is going to be Iron Breakers. Looks like 2 Iron Breakers, including the Norgamlings Iron Breakers. The Warriors of Dragonfire pass as well. And we do also have Belegar Ironhammer and the Runesmith. So Runesmith, pretty good for slows. Belegar is just, a beast himself. Not terribly efficient against the Lizards, but still he's tanky and relatively cheap. 2 Thunders, 2 groups of the Trollhammer Torpedoes. In the back, we actually have Giant Slayers as well as regular Slayers, and more Longbeards in the back. So very much a Grombrindle style army. He really likes to use those Thunders and Iron Drakes with the Trollhammer Torpedoes. So very excited to see them in action. And now for Hyale Nale, let's go ahead and take a look here. He does indeed have a cohort of Skotek, I think. No, is that? Yeah, cohort of Skotek, Skink cohort, Saurus Warriors. He does have an Ancient Salamander. Very cool. A very powerful AP unit. If they can sit and shoot unimpeded, they can do a lot of damage. He's got Kroxigors, Saurus, and Skinks. And look at this tic-tac-toe. What planet are we on, guys? We have a wild tic-tac-toe appearance. It is happening. Oh my god, tic-tac-toe in a competitive game? What? We do also have a Skink Priest of Beast for Manticore Summon and Amber Spear, Saurus, Kroxigors, and yeah, pretty much the same thing on both sides. So yeah, mostly Kroxigors for AP, the Ancient Salamander as well. Saurus are pretty good in sustained combat. Granted, they will, of course, lose to the elite front line. Y'all gonna have to be really careful. Tic-tac-toe can take a huge beating. He's very squishy, so if he takes a lot of focus fire from Trollhammers or Thunders or anything like that, like all it takes is a single Wrath of Ruin. But the Salamander has a pretty good arc of fire here. Oh, nobody hits the rock! Oh, he hits the rock. Oh, the humanity. But the Salamander is going to pull back here. But the Salamanders are actually really good against Iron Breakers. Like, they're really just solid at wrecking infantry. Now, you have to be careful, a little bit squishy. But, of course, the Lizards are cunning, as is Hyale Nale. He's going to be able to get the Ancient Salamander up on the high ground, kind of line of sight the Thunders. He could even run over here and get some good shots. First volley coming in. Ooh, brutal damage against the Iron Breakers. Does at least 400 or 500 damage right there. Doesn't take out too many models, but it's only the first volley of many. Oh, no! Not this quickly! Looks like Tic-Tac-Toe does get hit. With a Rune of Wrath and Ruin, the Master of the Skies is popped to give him a speed buff, so he's a 111 speed right now. And he is able to pull back. Yes, a wild tic-tac-toe pick. It is here. And now the Ancient Salamander is going to be going downtown, shooting into the Iron Breakers, but some of the guns have lined up their sights here. I really like how Hyale's playing, getting this like big lizard surround and not really giving him a straight engagement. That's really how you want to deal with Dwarves. I mean, if he just marches straight into Iron Breakers, he's probably going to lose, for sure. But he has Kroxigor pressure. He's getting Skinks around the back, too, so he can pressure, and this is really smart. Slayers, of course, will defeat Skinks, but they'll take a lot of damage for the cost, because they're lightly armored. So here comes the Ancient Salamander, shooting in once again with the Scoot and Shoot. Iron Breakers down to half health, guys. Beautiful stuff. I know, perfect score on that shot from the Ancient Salamander. Glorious stuff. But so far, the Ancient Salamander is no joke. And if Gromby isn't paying attention, if he overextends these Thunders here into the Ancient Salamander, that could be quite scary. But the Ancient Sally, I mean, man, I'm like, look, seeing this guy play, I'm like, he should have brought 2 of these, man. It's doing so good. Iron Breaker's down to half. That's like what, like 500-600 gold worth of value he's gotten already? Another shot coming in. That one does miss. And now it looks like Hyale is going to be going for an engagement here. The Thunders are certainly going after those Kroxigors, so you could just send in the Saurus. And yeah, he's kind of doing a really good job of disconjointing the Dwarven army right now. He's like pulling them in a couple different directions, which is very smart for sure. The Dwarf army isn't like as centralized now, but it looks like Gromby knows this, and he is going to be pulling in his forces back together and trying to get his ranks reformed here. I think there's just 1 Salamander, guys. Yeah, on the far side we have Kroxigors. I think there's 3 Kroxigors in total. As far as like monsters go, it's just a Salamander right now, but doing really good. Man, look at the damage it did to the Thunderers there. That is brutal. 9 models with 1 volley and also a huge amount of damage because they're very bunched up. It looks like it was like right down the pipe too. So the Saurus are pushing in, the Kroxigors are pushing in as well, but the Kroxigor is certainly going to take a hammering here. Honestly, I would just keep playing the Salamander game until you run out of ammo. Look at that. Man, those Thunders really just getting pounded by that Salamander. As far as kills, he does have 27 right now. A little bit of lag here, but it's not too bad. And now in the back, though, this is another big problem for the Dawi. Cohort of Sotek has gotten around the back, and now Hyale is emerging from the forest over here. The big Alpha Strike is coming in. And we're going to see if Grombrindle has the ability to kind of keep up here. Oftentimes, this is why you see the dwarves bring like one cannon in this matchup to kind of prevent this from happening so they can sit still. But here, the Cohort of Sotek is refusing to die, and they're going to be getting on top of a very expensive unit here in the Iron Drakes with the Trollhammer Torpedoes. And they have AP, they have Poison, they have 42 melee attack, more than capable of cutting those guys down. And Skink Cohorts are coming, Saurus are coming in. It's going to be a very messy engagement for the dwarves. Now, I think what the dwarves will do here is kind of line up right here and get this bad boy going. So we will see how it goes. There is an Amber Spear as well. The Amber Spear is active, so we could get some juicy Amber Spears and Iron Breakers. It's a very solid counter. Thunder is shooting up the hill here, getting some decent shots into something in the tree line. It looks like I'm not even sure what they're shooting. Maybe they're trying to shoot the Saurus here. And yeah, now the Croc Scores are going to come in with their spanking paddles and just put a serious hurting. But man, look at that Salamander. Another brutal shot right there. And those Thunders are broken. And now the Croc Scores are going to be coming in with their spanking paddles. They're going to be giving the business here to these Iron Breakers. That is going to be a bad engagement with the Saurus tanking. Now, there are some Giant Slayers nearby, a little bit out of position. It seems like in many situations here, Hyale has gotten the better positions across the board. And now Tic-Tac-Toe's coming in. Iron Drakes with the Trollhammer Torpedoes are online here. Some of the blasting charges are doing good work here in the front line. But it looks like the Lizards really have a good surround. Now, Balance Powers, even if Dwarves are put in a bad situation, they're still very capable of enduring and sustaining because of how good their infantry are. Or how tanky, I should say. Especially the Mighty Oatstone. Their melee defense right now is like probably in the 80s, 74 here. These guys, I think these Iron Breakers, Longbeard 72, so they're very, very tanky right now. So we have more Red-Crested Skinks jumping on top of the Thunders right here. It looks like Tic-Tac-Toe with the Rock Drop. Oh, he does miss the Rock Drop. No. So anticlimactic, but he does come in for a bit of a pick. Rune of Wrath and Ruin is activated. That means Grombrindle probably is going to be trying to get his Trollhammer Torpedoes to shoot at Tic-Tac-Toe. He does have a couple shots. He's ripping a couple shots here, going after Tic-Tac with the Thunders as well. And it looks like Tic-Tac-Toe in a little bit of trouble, but he is able to get back up in the sky. Very, very good stuff indeed. So now, of course, the Ancient Salamander in the back is going to be continuing his reign here of shooting in as far as his ammunition. He's doing okay. He's got 5 volleys left. Up on the high ground, the Croc Scores were able to put some beating here on the Iron Breakers, but they pretty much had to run because some Dawi Thunders came back, and the Croc Scores going to be rotating around this way, trying to take a safer engagement. Yeah, the Croc Scores and the big monsters are being allowed, and not intentionally, of course, but they're able to fight pretty happily here. They haven't really been shot too much. The Trollhammer Torpedoes have been attacked by Skinks this entire battle, and a Manticore summon here by Hyale is also able to force back some of the Thunders over here. Here comes the second Manticore summon, it looks like, and now we do indeed have the Ancient Salamander shooting in once again, going after the Trollhammer Torpedoes. Definitely a little bit better to shoot it at bunched up units, but I think everything else is pretty much in combat, so he doesn't want to like friendly fire his own stuff. Manticore summon coming in here, trying to break this formation of Slayers, as well as Norgumling's Iron Breakers, and definitely going to need some good luck to do that. Those guys are very elite. Gromby still does have his Giant Slayers. Belagar in his pocket here are holding well. Cohort of Sotek Skinks, as well as these Red-Crested Skinks, are going down. So if the Dwarves have any areas that they're doing really well, it's definitely in this department. They have a fair amount of infantry left here. Their Slayers are in relatively good shape. And if the Manticore summons start to run out, obviously, which they will in a minute, it's really going to take a lot of pressure off the Dwarves, and they could certainly get back in this game. Up on the high ground, these elite Dwarves, these Iron Breakers, able to outlast the Saurus. And there's 2 groups of Dwarven guns coming back online here, which is really scary for Hyale. They're going to be able to get a high ground position, start shooting at the Croc Scores, and break those guys no problem. It also is a really powerful screen to keep the dreaded Tic-Tac-Toe away. Yeah, Tic-Tac-Toe comes back in. We'll see how that goes. I wonder why he brought Tic-Tac. I'm curious about the meta of that. Salamander shooting up on the high ground, going after the Thunders. And when the Salamander does run out of ammo, it has decent AP itself in combat. So you could send it up here to try and chase off these missile units. One of the Saurus units is able to chase down the Iron Drakes. Looks like those Iron Drakes will be taken out to the last man here. And for the first time in the game, guys, Hyale, Nale, and the Lizards do pull ahead. And you can see here the Runesmith and Belagar are going to be going for the Karate Chop. If they can get the Skink Priest here, that certainly would be a very nice pick. Belagar with the Karate Kick in the back. And you can see here the Skink Priest is pretty much healthy. I mean, 1900 HP. They're very, very squishy, but Belagar certainly can beat him down if he gets good attacks. Up in the sky, Rune of Wrath and Ruin activated once again. Guard mode enabled here to allow the Iron Drakes to shoot in combat a little bit more effectively. And now Tic-Tac-Toe is on the run. Is he going to be able to get away? We'll find out here in a second. Another volley being ripped here in a second. Is he going to juke it? His HP is 1200. It looks like Tic-Tac-Toe, the master of the skies, is able to juke that shot. So man, who would have thought we'd see a Tic-Tac-Toe pick here? Croc Scores are still somewhat healthy. I mean, we have 7 here, we have 10 here, and the Dwarf guns up on the high ground are actually all compromised, it looks like. It looks like the Saurus warriors that were able to push back the Iron Drakes are able to bleed past these Iron Breakers and are now pushing back. This is a huge play. Like, if these 23 Thunders and another 23 were able to shoot happily, they could finish off Croc Scores and really take some pressure off the Dwarven battle lines here on the bottom of this little gully. Tic-Tac-Toe is certainly Certainly no joke. Now the Kroxigors and Sars fighting here. We do have a fair amount of Slayers left, I think. Let's go and take a look. Now only 2 Slayers, actually. I was totally wrong about that. I think there's some Slayers over here. No, those are Longbeards. And yeah, the Slayers are pretty much all gone, it looks like. I think there's only a couple of them left. Dwarves still do, of course, have the Ironbreakers up at the high ground. Tic-Tac-Toe is taking a bit of fire. Down to 1,000 HP. A bit of a risky gambit as he does go over here. And the Dwarves, in their guard mode, are able to rip some shots into Tic-Tac-Toe. Oh man, he's close to the edge of the map too. If Tic-Tac-Toe were to break, that would be a disaster. If the Lizards lost their Lord, that would certainly help the Dwarves get back in this. So now what do we have for the Dao? We have Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, Rune of Oath and Steel going down, giving them like 1,000,000 armor. And the Iron Drakes are still here. We do have some elite troops and Longbeards. Longbeards should be considered elite. They're pretty good, but there's so many Kroxigors left, so many spanking paddles. I just think that it's going to be too much, especially with the Ancient Salamander still being alive. This guy can cycle charge and do some pretty good AP values against a number of the heroic Dwarven targets. So Tic-Tac-Toe is able to get away. It looks like he flies away quite happily as far as his HP. He's down to 900. Tic-Tac-Toe, like I said, not the squishiest of lads, or he is the squishiest of lads. And it looks like Cold Blood is going to keep him fighting, so well played to Hyale there. And down on the low ground, the Dinos are fighting the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass in a pretty hard fight, but man, these elite Dwarven infantry really paying their dues. Looks like here 128 kills on these bad boys, and the Mighty Oathstone, of course, making them even harder to kill. The bonus for infantry does help out quite a bit. Here, the Dwarven leadership is fighting hard. Revenge Incarnate is active, or it was active, but the Runesmith is about to break, which is basically going to lead to Bellegarde just being surrounded by red-coated skanks, which poison him, and from there, Kroxigors will just kind of club him with their paddles, and that is going to be all she wrote. Over here we do have an Amber Spear coming in, shooting into the back of the Ironbreakers, does some pretty good damage, and now the little skink priest himself is going to be going over here with his cudgel to help out, and you can see the Iron Drakes, the Thunders are all getting pushed off. And guys, it looks like that is going to be a victory for the child of the old ones. People in chat saying it is a hard one for the Lizards, but just like we predicted, Hyale and Ollie very savvy here, able to get some cunning Ancient Salamander tactics to pull apart the Dwarven army, and then from there, able to close in with the jaws here of these Kroxigors and seize victory from the hands of Clan Angrund. Our sub-faction is going to be eliminated, but well played to Grombrindle. He put up a great fight with Bellegarde Ironhammer and Clan Angrund, but the clan is going to be sent back to Carrickay Peaks to go back to the drawing board. So there you have it, guys. Hyale and Ollie is going to be our victor in our second match of the day. Well played to him. An absolute clinic of a showing with that Ancient Salamander. Beautiful stuff indeed. And there we go. So let's minimize here. We have a donation coming in from the KDog21. They will obey Emperor Soothsayer. Emperor's blessings, yes, yes. You know, Sooth's coming for blood. He is. He is indeed, my friends. All right, one sec, guys. Perfect. So now we're going to go back to the bracket, get everything updated here. So let us go to the Faction War bracket. And now we have Hyale and Ollie versus Falcon, Lizards versus Dark Elves, a classic matchup. And I believe they actually played in the finals of Everchosen last time. So that's going to be a fun rematch. And next, guys, we have P-Butter Special playing against Hadri. So we have Skaven versus Beastmen in our next match. Going to certainly be quite a bit of fun. So let us go ahead and load into that match and find the game if we can. There we go. Let's see if they set the right password. Damn it, nobody listened to me when I told them to put that as the password. It's fine, that'll do. All right. Wookiee's doing good. Yeah, we ordered a bunch of wet food for him online, so Wookiee's feasting like a heathen king for sure. All right, so we'll switch back to the lobby now. Faction battle scorecards. We'll get the screen blocker up. And we will get Hadri's here as well. So Hadri's is going to be the champion of the Horned Rat today. Of course, Hadri's typically plays Dark Elves, but a very good Skaven player as well. And Beastmen. I almost put Beastmen. We're just going to put P-Butter. P-Butter Special. I played against him in a tournament a couple weeks ago, and he did really, really well with the Beastmen, so I was quite impressed with that. So he's going to be here rocking it with the Beastmen. There we go. Hey. Start when ready. So welcome to the stream, guys. It's a pleasure to have you guys all here. Hopefully this will help you get through your Saturday. We're doing it. Who's going to win? I know every faction is represented. Of course, in Total War Warhammer, there are... it's going to be... I'm going to have to think of a different way to do the faction wars at some point to get every faction represented, because eventually there's going to be like 20 plus factions. So these guys are ready. Natty Boompo is P-Butter Special. And Hadri's will be on the Skaven. And here we go. Xander Rose, thank you so much for the fiber. Hadri's tail is very long. Kill, slay, no furs for the Great Horned One. Yes, yes. Well, we will see. Now, let's hear in chat. Are you a champion of the Horned Rat? Do you guys want the Skaven to win? You want the Beastmen to win? You want the Bray Herd? Now, the Bray Herd actually, in the first faction war, it was the Empire versus the Beastmen. 2 Game 1 factions, actually, in the Grand Finals in the first faction war. So we'll see how today goes. And now we're going to load in. I will get rid of this screen blocker. Don't you worry. There you go. We're doing it. No screen blocker today. And again, guys, thank you so much for joining. The blocker is here. Turin, what are your thoughts on Manticore summoning? It's really good. I mean, honestly, Beastmen, like, it's such a crutch for them. Like if Beastmen don't bring summons, they're just such a weaker faction. Yeah. It's kind of an interesting thing. I just think Beastmen need some, like, new stuff to, like, diversify their playstyle, because, like, summons are just too good for them. They can get 2 spawn, 2 Cygors, and 2 Manticores basically for free, and it's really hard to actually stop that. But the only reason why it's not, like, super overpowered is because Beastmen have a lot of other weaknesses aside from that. The Bray Herd. All right, we got some mixed opinions, but it seems like mostly Skaven. Poor Beastmen. Nobody likes the Beastmen. Even the Warriors of Chaos and Lore just give the Beastmen so much trouble. And now for the Lord of the Beasts, Natty Boompo, aka Peabutter Special. Let's take a look. Looks like he's going to be going for a Beast Lord, I think is what we saw. Let's find it. The Beast Lord is here on the far side. The Beast Lord does have the Horn of the First Beast, which certainly can make things pretty scary. He gives leadership and melee attack, and he does also have Apocalyptic Vision. So basically what's really strong about the Beast Lord and why he's better than Kazrak is because he can use both these abilities and just get plus 48 melee attack to nearby troops, which is pretty damn good. Wow, no summons here for Peabutter. Going for death. So he has Spirit Leech, Soul Blight, and Aspect of the Dread Knight. For his front line, it's going to be Gore Herds and Bestigors into the Sunset with Ungors. It looks like a couple Centaurs, and then also a Razor Gore Herd Rush. So no Minotaurs, no Mino Bust, a couple Spawn, of course. Spawn are always a good unbreakable unit to push in the front line with, but no summons. Man, this is very different, but nonetheless, Spirit Leech, of course, on Skaven Lords with the Beast Lord kind of trying to ride them over could be very strong. Now, for the forces of Hadri's, against Beastmen, you typically need to go very tanky and very anti-rush, and he does have Skaven Slaves, Council Guard, it looks like Clan Rats with Spears, a couple Slingers to counter some of the ranged tools, or at least Centaurs perhaps, Poison Wind Mortar, a Hellpit Abomination, Clan Rats with Spears, and a Plague Furnace as well is a really good choice, with Lord Skrolk being the pick. So Skrolk is certainly going to be one of the bully targets. The Beastmen are going to want to Spirit Leech him and use the Beast Lord to try and run him over. Ideally, if you can kill Skrolk before he gets his second Libra off, you're going to be getting some pretty good value. So a nice little army from Hadri's here. One thing I really like to see in this matchup is the Warp Grinders to try and lock down the rush a little bit, but in this case, I think his build's pretty good. And it looks like on the far side, there is a Doom Wheel as well. So having 2 big terror-causing units can be quite scary for the Beastmen. And it looks like more Clan Rats with Spears. Yeah, it's a good build, honestly. I like Hadri's build. I like both builds. I think they're both very capable. A lot of it is going to come down to micro. Yeah. Yes. All right, guys. We're having some fun here in the faction war. Moving along. Thank you all for joining. Game 3 is currently active. Skaven versus Beastmen. Hadri's versus Peabutter Special. And it looks like some sneaky tactics being employed by the Beastmen. Over here on the far side, you can see they're doing their thing. Got a couple Ungor Raiders. Ungor Raiders are going to be a nice inclusion here. They're really, really good answer against Hellpit Abominations and Ogres. Just like dirt cheap. They can sneak up on you and certainly can put some hurt on the light armor. I would imagine he might actually Spirit Leech to the Council Guard too. But I feel like Skrolk is the best target. He's not very tanky. Skrolk, as far as HP goes, is like 3.5. So yeah, like a couple Spirit Leeches really put him in the danger zone. And the Beast Lord, if he rides him over on the Chariot with that bonus for his infantry, that can really wreck Skrolk very, very quickly. On that same note, I think that Hadri's will probably just try and keep Skrolk in the Council Guard the entire game just to get the Guardian and also keep him from being rode over by other variables there. Both players are ready. The Mortars are also going to be quite good against some of the Raiders and things like that. But aside from that, I mean, there are Gores and Bestigors, yeah. Their Bestigors back here are a pretty choice target. And I think that Peabutter Special brought the Bestigor Herd to make sure that he could chew through Council Guard. So basically, the Bestigors will probably just be dedicated explicitly on the Council Guard this battle. Shell and Apache in chat saying he feels like a Giant could be good in this matchup. It actually could be, considering a lot of Skaven players don't go with gun lines against Beastmen because they're worried about being rushed. The Giant and the Hell Pit, I don't know how that would go. I think the Slingers would be very good against the Giant, these little like cheap Slingers. The Hell Pit Abomination could put up a good fight. With Regeneration, it might be able to outmaneuver and outclass the Giant, but yeah, Giants are cheaper too, I think. Actually, I think Hell Pits and Giants, Hell Pits are 1,800, I think, and I think Giants are 15, so there's a bit of a cost discrepancy there. So we do have the first Doom Wheel coming out. Oh no! Hadri's, be careful! The Beastmen ambush is here! And the Beastmen are trying to sneak around the back. Hadri's does see it coming, and he does have the Clan Rats, so this could be actually a huge disaster here for the Beastmen. If there's a big terror out here and all these guys run off the map, oh, that would be bad. But it looks like Peabutter is able to get away for the most part. He only loses, I think, a couple Centaurs, which isn't really a big deal. And the other Centaurs and Hounds are going to be positioning in the forest here, getting ready to charge down the exposed flank here of the Rats. Up on the high ground, a Rat Summon coming in from Hadrius is a very good play. Basically, he's just trying to force back the Beastmen while he gets his bearings here. Some of the mortar shots ripping here into the Beast Lord. Oh, the Beast Lord actually getting hit by the mortar. It's pretty unfortunate for the Beastmen. But nonetheless, a little bit of skirmishing on both sides. Well, like I said, the Clan Rats are giving some visibility here. And the mortars, I would imagine, are just going to be switching targets every chance they get. Here comes the volleys shooting in, and it looks like some contact is made. And all it takes is one poke, and that does some really big damage. You can see they're at 7,000 HP. And yeah, down to like probably like, man, that's like 400 damage each mortar tick, give or take. A little bit less, but or maybe more, I don't know. That's really, really good. I'm pretty sure it does it per model though, so it's not going to be like as effective against these type of units, but so far, you know, good damage from the Skaven. Looks like more summons might be coming down. They're summoning Clan Rats, trying to keep Peabutter Special at bay, because every summon is a buffer, right? It keeps the Beastmen back, it delays their engagement, and allows the mortars and the range pieces to get a little bit more value. So here, the Plague Priest is up in the front here. It looks like the Beast Lord is going to be coming in, trying to get some freebies. He does have good AP, 400 weapon strength with good AP values, and he does get a nice little charge into the back of the Plague Priest. Might be able to do a little bit more damage here. The Plague Priest is at 4,200. 4,100, a lot of damage going on that bad boy, but the Beast Lord needs to get away. If Peabutter leaves him in combat here and he gets taken out by the, or takes some hits from the Hellpit Abomination, that could be really, really messy. So now the Bray Herd has advanced on the flank here. Peabutter Special blitzes in with Warhounds and Centaurs, and more Centaurs collapsing this flank very heavily. Granted, it's only Skaven Slave Slingers. They only cost 200 gold. It's really not a big deal, but it's still not bad. Now this is where the main fighting's going, and it looks like it's going really well for Hadrius. Lieber on the Beast Lord. Doom Wheels over here causing terror routes, and the mortars are doing so much damage. Look at this whole Beastmen pocket. And that's the thing, Hadrius really wanted to blob them up and get the mortar fire, and it's doing so much damage. Very devastating here to the Beastmen. Now the Centaurs are pulling back here. Some of these Centaurs pulling back as well, and you can see here the Doom Wheel is now coming in to try and protect this flank. And the Skaven Slave Slingers are throwing into the Chaos Spawn as the Summoned Plague Monks are doing a very good job screening. And I have to say, Hadrius is doing a really good job buffering the frontline engagements. I'm surprised. It seems like the Beastmen are going to want to take this engagement versus Council Guard here. I feel like that's really good for the best scores, but we'll see. In the meantime, though, Peabutter is really working aggressively in the back, getting the Centaurs and these other mobile units to try and pressure back here and get on some of the Slingers and these other missile pieces. And the Spawn, of course, are crushing the summon units, but that's pretty much to be expected. And man, the mortars pretty much just finished off those raiders, which is great. Now if the mortars are taken out, it's really not going to be a huge deal. They've already done their job. They've already done massive damage, but the Spawn are rushing in. And the Spawn, of course, will be a decent threat. Granted, Clan Rats with Spears can kind of fight them off. And here we have a pretty big fight as well. We have the Council Guard fighting against Ungors and looks like a Vestigor Herd, or actually a Gore Herd and a Vestigor Herd. And they're taking a bit of damage, but Stand Your Ground plus Skrulk and the Rod of Corruption will probably help them win that fight. So mortars are somehow still online, which is brutal. In the back here, you can see Peabutter Special just trying to collapse where he can with Centaurs and Hounds and other tools like that. Skaven Slaves are being crumped down on. And the Spawn, of course, are continuing to push in, but pushing into Spears, and the layering from Hadrius is definitely quite nice here. The Beast Lord in combat, but he's getting worked on pretty hard. This could actually give Hadrius the game here. If he's able to kill this Beast Lord, aspect of the Dread Knight is active to make him, cause terror and also be immune to terror himself, but the Beast Lord here getting crumped pretty hard. He needs to get away. That is a disaster for sure, and it seems like Hadrius in very good shape in many departments. He has the Plague Priest, he has the Hellpit Abomination. As far as Skrulk goes, Skrulk is pretty healthy, but the Beastmen are starting to collapse a lot of the infantry, and if the Raiders can come back online and the Beast Lord can kind of just wait until the end game to try and get in there and kill Skrulk, that could be quite nice. Also, a lot of the Skaven summons are starting to disappear. The Hellpit Abomination getting a little bit beat up by some of the Archer fire. But the Brave Shaman of Death needs to be careful. Doom Wheel plus the Plague Priest, both are kind of anti-infantry chariot pieces, could easily finish him off. Council Guard are starting to get worn down here by the Vestigors, but Skrulk is in really good shape, which is always a problem, because that means there's probably another Lieber in the back pocket, and this Beast Lord, yeah, pretty much is broken. He's just running for the hills. He will come back, but Lieber, if it's there, which it should be, will 100% be ready to finish him off, so he's got to be really careful. Peabutter Special is still doing a pretty good job in the back line, getting these Centaurs up and around the Spears and harassing the Slingers and these other missile pieces. The mortars have been chased off, so you can see here the Poison Wind mortars are done for, but they've already more than paid for themselves. Back in this fight, guys, Hellpit Abomination is surrounded by Centaurs and looks like Ungor Spearmen, who do have the aspect of the Dread Knight. And the reason why Peabutter does this is to make sure those guys don't get terror routed, because if they cause terror, they're immune to terror, which is kind of a cool thing. And yeah, the Hellpit Abomination a little bit surrounded here. Ungor Raiders, are they anywhere to be seen? It looks like they are a little bit compromised here by some of the Clan Rats, which is pretty important here. And the Brave Shaman of Death is just trying to get away, but the Pigs and the Centaurs are swarming here onto the Plague Priest. Is Peabutter Special going to be able to pull this game back? It's going to be a tough one for sure. Spawn are still fighting. We still have Poison Hounds who should easily be able to come in and clean up these Slingers, which will take some of the missile pressure off the Beastmen. And the Raiders definitely need to get freed up. He needs that firepower into the Hellpit and some of the bigger targets here. And it looks like a Soul Blight might be going down. Yeah, Soul Blight I think is going to be the spell here. So the Spawn are going to be charging in. Spawn, of course, hit very hard, especially against light armor. So Their damage certainly will do well against 60 armor here on the Plague Priest, with the mitigation coming in from the Soul Blight. In the back, I think the Beast Lord may have run off, actually. Let's go and double check. Yeah, that Beast Lord, definitely very cowardly. He just ran straight off the map, which is very, very tough. But in this case, it looks like Hadri's is maybe going to be able to pull this one out. I think the Hellpit Abomination and the Plague Priest draining with a Mortis Engine effect is very powerful. And the Beastmen are getting some good collapses here with Warhounds and things like that, but I just don't think they're going to have the staying power to deal with a Plague Furnace plus a Hellpit Abomination, which is healing. You know, if he's not able to Alpha Strike this Hellpit Abomination and like actually take it out here, it's just going to heal up to like almost full health, and then the Plague Furnace is going to be able to drain all these guys. And yeah, that's looking pretty grim bones. Plague Furnace really good, but honestly a very well played game. And Peabutter Special has done a really good job scrapping his way back into this game despite the Beast Lord getting crumped early, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, guys. For whom the bell tolls. Well, perhaps for the Beastmen, we'll find out. Centaur's charging in, a very aggressive play, going after the Hellpit Abomination. It looks like some of the Gore Herds are going to be surging in after the Slingers, but the Centaurs definitely need to kind of keep pulling back and forth. Also, the Plague Priest going to be running over this poor Bray Shaman. I don't know about the Spirit Leech. The Spirit Leech at this point, I mean, there's so many powerful targets alive. Hellpit Abomination, Skrulk, Plague Priest. I mean, man, there's just Value City right here. So here we have Natty Boompo. Peabutter Special is going to be running for the hills with his Bray Shaman. Centaurs here are going to be jumping onto the Hellpit Abomination, but again, so tanky. His leadership is just jacked to the gills right now, and this bad boy is just going to be healing up. You can see his HP rapidly spiking. Over here, the Plague Priest jumping over here, going to be easily able to rout off these Gore Herds, I would imagine, if he does get into combat. Here he comes, rolling. The Limp Bizkit Rats continuing their reign of terror here. And you can see that the Gore Herds are going to break. And what do the Beastmen have? I think they might have some loose Raiders somewhere. They do, of course, have the Caster and some decent infantry quality. I mean, this would be a pretty impressive comeback for sure. The Council Guard are very low, but when the Plague Furnace gets back here, it's going to make quick work here of the Centaurs as well as the Bestigors. And the Bray Shaman of Death, he's a decent combatant himself, but, you know, I mean, 310 weapons rank versus, like, all this. Skrulk Dad, he might still have Rods of Corruption. It looks like, oh man, another Skaven summon in the back pocket. That is going to trigger army losses. And Hadri's and the Horned Rat going to be eliminating the Beastmen here in the first round of the faction war. Well played to both players. Quite a scrap indeed. And there you have it, my friends. There we go. Yeah, the Poison Mortars are way better than the ROR, for sure. Way better. From a cost perspective, and even from a performance perspective in many cases. It depends on the situation, but in general. All right, guys, there you have it. The Horned Rat prevails. Let's go to the bracket. We have Hadri's moving on. Hadri's will be facing the winner of Aristodemos II and his Wood Elves and Random Nyx and the Vampire Coast. All hail the mighty, my friends. We have Vampire Coast up against the dreaded Wood Elves here in our next match. So let us go ahead and jump out and get ready for the next battle. All hail the mighty. One of my favorite factions playing here. All right, let's do it to it. Pull this bad boy up. The Beastmen almost came back, but yeah, the Beast Lord needed to be alive. Like, had he been able to keep his Beast Lord alive in the end game, I think he could have cycle charged and maybe won that. But with the Beast Lord going down so hard, I think that was pretty much just it. All right, guys. So let's load into the next battle here. Again, if we take a look, it is going to be Aristodemos II on the Wood Elves and Random Nyx on the Vampire Coast. So we'll load in here, get everything loaded up here. So we have Aristo. We're just going to put Aristo for short. And then we have Random Nyx is the Vampire Coast. We know he loves his bloaty boys, but unfortunately in this matchup, I think it's like one of the worst matchups he can possibly bring a bloat. Hey guys. So Aristodemos, going by the name Lotus Moon Wannabe, just for the record. Start when ready. They were just discussing the match that they were watching. But yeah, it's Aristodemos. So Lotus Moon was originally going to be our Wood Elf player, but he unfortunately was not able to make it. He had to drop out. He had some other stuff come up. So we'll see him in the future, I'm sure. Aristodemos, obviously a top tier Wood Elf player as well. Players are going to be picking their armies, and we'll see how this goes. Wood Elves on the sand. This can only end one way, says Random Nyx. Garland Green says, go Aristodemos, you have my vote. Turn, would you ever consider doing a throwback tournament to an older Total War game? Yeah, someday maybe I'll do I would do like a Shogun one, but I barely remember all that stuff. It's not Lotus Moon. It is not Lotus Moon. It's Aristodemos. He's playing as the name Lotus Moon Wannabe. Just for the record. Yeah. So we'll see what Vampire Coast goes for here. It's a evenish matchup, I'd say. I mean, Vampire Coast always struggles with missile factions, like bow factions in my experience. But again, with Hounds and Mortars, you can usually do pretty well for yourself. But you also have to stop the Dryad rush. Usually you'll see Bombers to do that. Depth Guard can do okay, but again, they can be focused down by archers really quickly. So it's kind of a bit of a cat and mouse engagement here. So guys, let's hear it in chat. Fans of the Wood Elves, raise up for your boy Mel Gibson. Or do you guys hail the mighty? Luther Harkin, Vampire Coast is here, man. Let us know in chat, guys, as we move into the next match here in the faction war. And the screen blocker shall be slayed. No mercy, screen blocker. There you go. All right, perfect. Thank you guys for joining today. We're doing it. We're going in live. And it is going to be a good time. Hadri's did advance. Hadri's and his Skaven were able to defeat the Beastmen. He played very well, so both players did, but it really just came down to that Beast Lord getting caught, I think. He was trapped between like a Hell Pit and a couple other pieces, and I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Peawater played really well, you know. He was able to get around with the Centaurs and cause a lot of problems, and you could see most of the Skaven army was gone except the single entities. But again, most of the investment of Hadri's army was in those units anyways, but yeah, Hadri's did a really good job of defending everything for as long as he did. And then his mortar play was really nice, like Hadri's buffering with his summons and getting the mortars to shoot the bunched up Beastman army was brutal. I mean, many of the raiders just died before the fighting even started, which was really nasty. Really, really nasty for sure. You guys want to see the vampires fight the lizards for those lizard trinkets later, huh? It's hard to root. It's hard to root, guys. The champion of the Wood Elves. I can assure you from what I saw in his army pick, you guys are going to like his Lord pick, unless he changed it. The Coast is certainly very strong. Wood Elves are quite a strong faction as well. Wood Elves do have more bad matchups, I'd say, but honestly, I feel like this is a decent one. Deepwood Scouts, Way Watchers, they can all do really well here. All right, guys, we're loading in here to this battle. Aristodamos II facing off against Random Nyx. Two European players going fisticuffs here in the faction war. Hopefully it's not going to be too laggy. And it looks like we're good. So guys, for the Wood Elves, oh baby, he's doing it. Aristodamos coming after the hearts and minds of the people. And for the Lord here, let's go ahead and find him. It's going to be Mel Gibson. Oh, hell yeah. We got Mel Gibson, guys. The master of the wild Braveheart. He's coming in hot, and he's pretty decent here. He's a bit of a big target, but anti-large, he can kill crabs, he can kill Noctilus, he can kill Colossus, he can fight Luther, and he does also, you know, give you something unbreakable, which is cool. In the front line, it's going to be a Dryad rush. We got Dryads. We do also have two groups of Way Watchers to try and pound down any big threats. Glade Riders with the Hagbane tips. I'm a little bit curious about this. I always feel like, you know, Glade Guard or Deepwood Scouts are a little bit better. But I'm curious what the Glade Riders are going to be used for here. Two Great Eagles. Great Eagles are actually really good at kind of pecking down big threats. So like basically these guys, if microed well, can be really annoying to chase down things like Noctilus and those mobile pieces. So two Great Eagles, and that's pretty much it. So we got Big Papa Mel. Oh yeah. And now for the forces here of the Vampire Coast, we do have some deck droppers. It looks like some up in the sky here. I think it's going to be Count Noctilus and the Crow's Nest. Let's go ahead and take a look. A little bit of lag. Hopefully it'll subside. What is he saying here? Wood Elves on sand. And Aristodamos says, of course, it's irritating. But it's going to be Count Noctilus here on his Peg Leg Beast. Frontline's going to be Deckhand mobs with a couple gunnery mobs. Bombers, of course, to stop Dryads. Handguns just to give you long-range utility. Night Terrors for a terror route, which, of course, is quite nice. Granted, Dryads are immune to psychology. So not going to be super good here. And in the back, Deck Gunners are actually making a bit of a comeback in the meta. I've been seeing Deck Gunners against Archer builds, and they've been doing pretty darn well. Especially Shade Wraith Gunners, but he's got 4 Deck Gunners, quad Deck Gunners. Man, and 2 Mortars in the back as well. Now, the biggest issue for the Vampire Coast here is going to be stopping the Dryads. That is a lot of like melee pressure. And, you know, what, 3 or 4 Deckhand mobs? That is not going to be an easy stop, that's for sure. So we'll see how this battle goes. We're loading in here, guys. The Double Eagles are also going to be super annoying. That's probably my biggest concern here for Random Nyx, is the Double Eagles going back here and just like having free range on the Deck Gunners. Granted, there's a lot of crossfire, and the Handgunners, of course, can pound the Eagles down pretty well, but there's no like dedicated anti-large piece to really stop the Eagles, is my only concern. But again, we'll see how they do. We will see how they do indeed. 4 Deck Gunners, though. That is pretty intense. And yeah, for Vampire Coast, when you're playing Wood Elves, you always want to deploy a little bit further back out of your zone. Like I would deploy back here if I were him, to make sure you have maximum range between yourself and your opponent. You get your Mortars and your Deck Gunners and all those other pieces really doing well. Could bring a couple Fellbats, I guess, to try and troll and target the Great Eagles. I don't know. Deck Droppers with the pistols here should be an okay addition. A little bit of lag, guys. Still should be an enjoyable game, though, hopefully, despite the lag. It'll just be a little bit of slow-mo. We'll see how it goes. Let's do this, my man, says Random Nyx. The Great Eagles in the distance cackling and cawing as they eye their prey in the form of these Deck Droppers and or the Deck Gunners. I'm quite eager to see how the deck hunters do here, though. They're certainly going to kill these Glade Riders really quickly if they decide to get in range. So Noctilus with the first shot, ripping downtown. Huge damage. 10 freaking models taken out from those Glade Riders. Brutal stuff. And now you can see the army here of... I was almost going to say a Lotus Moon wannabe. The army of Aristodemos is going to be getting in position. Mortars coming in as well. Mortars might as well just shoot into Dryads, honestly, because you can't even see the Way Watchers right now. So, yeah, that's probably fine. Man, Noctilus, the Hard Knock Life, putting some serious hurt here on these guys. And it looks like the Vampire Coast is getting ready to embrace the charge here of the Wood Elves. Some of the Glade Riders with the Hagbane tips are going to be opening up into the zombies. And Mel Gibson's going to be coming in, probably throwing his spear, which does do pretty good damage, actually. If you look, the spear damage is 400 with good AP values. So the wind up in the throw, going into the zombies, and able to take out 3 zombos, it looks like. But now the deck gunners are going to unleash a full salvo of fire. And this is going to be really punishing for sure when those deck gunners do open up. Sorry about the lag here, guys. I'm not sure who it is. I don't know. Could be Aristodemos. I haven't seen Random Nicks lag too much in my events. So, yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it. Deck Gunner shooting in, though, nonetheless, doing some fat damage. You can see here some of the Glade Riders are taking a bit of a poke and stroke. Yeah, going down very quickly. So far, the initial skirmishing going very well for Vampire Coast. But the Great Eagles will get in there and start to cause some problems. But man, nasty, nasty firepower here from Random Nicks. The Vampire Coast is really pounding down the missile units. All the Glade Riders, you know, they're pretty expensive themselves. I think they're 650 or 750 themselves. So it can do some big damage. Hold someone's connection. I don't know who it is, but we will see. A nice summon here by Count Noctilus, able to drop a piece right here, and you can already see the bounce power is... Oh, did I forget to change the nameplates? No, I didn't. I did it. Yeah, we're good. Mel Gibson's coming in as well. He's still throwing his spear, though. I think he's got to start getting in melee combat. Mel Gibson needs to like charge back here and start pressuring Count Noctilus, I think. Granted, Noctilus does take a massive volley of fire here from the 2 Way Watchers. The Watcher's really able to get some big damage in. And you can see Noctilus needs to run for sure. This is like one of the few things here that could really lose the Vampire Coast in this situation. Is that you? He says it's him lagging. So yeah, it is Aristo. So no worries. Hopefully it'll subside. It's fine for now. No worries. Keep going. Keep going. You're good, man. So in the front line, bombers are coming down. And of course, doing some decent damage against the Dryads. The Great Eagles have been engaged in the front to go after the gunnery mobs, which is a little bit risky. I think the Great Eagles should probably be in the back, going after some of the deckhand mobs and some of these other troops here. But it looks like the Night Terrors are coming in as well, and though they're not meant to, you know, fight single entities, they still have 100+ weapon strength and can hit really, really hard. And the problem for the Wood Elves is that the deck gunners have been shooting this entire time, and yeah, Noctilus has taken a bit of work, but if he can screen out those Way Watchers and just keep these deck gunners and bombers and everyone else just having a field day and make sure to use his summons to buffer in the front, I think, yeah, no, it happens, yeah, for sure. No worries, guys. But honestly, I think as far as the game goes, it's really going very heavily in the favor here of the Vampire Coast. Yeah. A little bit of lag, guys. Sorry about that. It's playing with the toaster. Perhaps so. We're not sure. But of course, should stabilize here in a second. We'll see. Yeah, the battle's going pretty rough for the Wood Elves initially. Balance of power is already pretty massively here in the favor of Vampire Coast. You can see just like the initial volleys and torrents of fire have just been disgusting. And the handgunners are all still in line. Bombers on the flanks are in good shape. Way Watchers are now going to get pressed in by the gunnery mobs. And some Hound Summons coming in from your boy, Mel Gibson, able to do some decent damage against the bombers, but even though Mel is pretty tanky when he gets low, he does have the Cloak of Aisha, which gives him healing plus ward save. I don't know if that's going to be enough to save him. I feel like Vampire Coast is just rolling over the Wood Elves here. The quad deck gunner play is just insane. Guys, you're getting the play-by-play. Just pretend I'm pausing. It's like John Madden giving commentary. Yes. Yeah, I don't think the Wood Elves have much of a chance at this point, to be honest. This one Great Eagle is like just terrified off by the Night Terrors. The other Great Eagle, maybe. I mean, if the Wood Elves can get back here somehow. But the Hard Knock Life is online. I think Random Nicks needs to make sure to turn around and start shooting him. It looks like he kind of forgot about him for a moment. But the Wood Elves are really getting crumped in many departments. And also there's zombies back here pushing back against the Way Watchers. And yeah, he's going to withdraw from there. So it's going to be a Vampire Coast victory. A quick one. I think he partially withdrew because he was lagging. But yeah, that game was pretty much over. All deck gunners, Noctilus were in good shape. The mortars were online. Handguns and bombers were all still fighting. And that is going to be a victory for the Vampire Coast. Sorry about that, guys. It does happen occasionally. Nothing you can do. And of course, there's a lot of lag going on in the world now with, you know, ISPs throttling people. So let's go to the Faction War bracket. Random Nicks will advance to face Hadrius. We have Vampire Coast versus Rats. Man, I love seeing the quad deck gunners. That was a cool build. It's a shame it was a little bit laggy, but nothing you can do about that. No worries, Aristodemos. It happens, brother. And now we'll move on to our next match. Microsoft PowerPoint has entered the chat. Dude, I love that. Our next match is going to be LL Cone Bretonia versus the Greenskins. So let us go to the thumbnail so you guys can see the glorious players. Yeah, he's saying he was playing on his laptop, so it could be causing problems. Random Nick says, one day when you have a better connection, let us do it again. Yeah. GG. So now we're moving on to the next match. Let us find... It is going to be my son, Herbert Walker, facing off against LL Cone. So guys, are you a champion of the lady for Bretonia? Or would you like to see the glorious Greenskin Wah come in hot and pull up a super sweet Crumpin? So let us go ahead and go back to the scorecards here. Fix it all up. Let's get the screen blocker. And then we got Aristidemus. Not Aristidemus, LL Cone, sorry. Still fresh in my memory. We got LL Cone facing off against my son, Herbert Walker. My son, HW. And now we will jump on into this battle. Hey, guys. So we have LL Cone, my son, Bretonia Greenskins. A matchup that, until Gotrek and Felix were added, I think was really good for the Greenskins because of how powerful anti-large armored spiders are in this matchup. However, now that you have Gotrek and some pretty good dedicated monster slaying units there for Bretonia, certainly have some teeth here. Aristidemus, don't you worry, dude. It's okay. But let us hear in chat. If you are a Greenskin champ, let us hear your biggest wah in chat. If you guys would like to see the sons and daughters of Bretonia emerge victorious here in this battle, please let us know by saying for the lady, or for the lady if you prefer. Really whatever you want to work with. I don't know who to pull for here, guys. My son is in this battle. You know, that's obviously a pretty substantial thing. And yeah. Thanks for joining, guys. We have 1,300 viewers. It's climbing up. Please do drop a like if you guys are enjoying the stream. It definitely helps me out quite a bit. And also, YouTube's algorithm will be like, hey, people are enjoying this. Let's share it with more people, which is always a good thing. The Knights will win the day. It looks like we got a pretty split audience here. A lot of people pulling for the Greenskin Wall. A lot of people pulling in for the lady. Two very popular factions. Let's get rid of the screen blocker and we load in. Look at that. Got rid of the screen blocker right away. No mercy. All right, guys. So for the sons and daughters of Bretonia. Oh, gosh. Yes. It's going to be Rapunzel. Coming in hot with the Sword of Lioness, as well as, what is the other item she has? A Halo of Maidenly Wrath. It's going to be Rapunzel. It's going to be a Damsel of Life, obviously, to heal her, and it's going to be Gotrek as well. Gotrek is a must against the big spiders. Peasant mobs in the front, chaff in the front line with a couple men-at-arms with pole arms. Battle Pilgrims, 3 archers, and of course, Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis and Grail Guardians. So not going for the very common pick of the Knights of the Realm. Instead, he is going to be going for the Grail Guardians here, which of course, we saw the great Shetland Apache put to great use in King of the Hill tournament a couple weeks back. But yeah, Grail Guardians are very tanky. They have 56 melee defense, 120 armor, and yeah, they're just absolute linebackers to take down. So we'll see how they do in the grindy combat. And now for the forces of the Greenskins. Yep, as expected, it is going to be double Arachnarok Spider, which is very, very strong. Bretonia has a hard time taking down such monsters, especially without like a King Lewin type character. So we'll see if Rapunzel can do it. Rapunzel does have good AP and stuff, but no bonus for large or anything, but still hits hard. We do have a Goblin Shaman with his little Vindictive Glare. It looks like a Doomdiver Catapult here. Some Trolls in the back, and it is going to be Goblins mostly with a couple Spider Riders, and Wurzag on foot with Foot of Gork. So yeah, the Foot of Gork on the Grail Guardians could be devastating. And honestly, my son's build here is really, really good. Really, really good indeed. So, Jason Denny, welcome to the stream. We're on the first round, so you haven't missed too much. You missed a couple really good games so far, but there's still many more to come. So yeah, we had a really good Chaos for his Dark Elf game to open up the stream between Arrow and Felcon. Incredibly close. Beautiful Burning Heads. Beautiful Dark Rider play. And then after that, of course, we had Beastmen and Skaven. We had Wood Elves and Vampire Coast. And yeah, a lot of great matchups coming in. So it's time for the WoW. And that's what you guys are saying. Rapunzel isn't like bad. She's not bad. We're on the bottom side of the bracket of the first round. Rapunzel is like not competitive compared to Fey Enchantress and or, you know, Lewin or even Alberic. She's probably the weaker of the choices, but she's still cheaper and does have good AP, so she can, you know, put some hurt on a spider. And she does have an AoE debuff, which is helpful in those blob fights, and also does have the Fleur-de-Lis banner to give some nice buffs. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we can do. A big old wah being dropped by my son, Herbert Walker. And it looks like the Bretonian saying Forza Lady, which is always good. So the Bretonian army is going to be advancing here on the forces of the Greenskins. A little bit of lag, but not too much. Pretty standard stuff. Also forgot to mention here, the Bretonnians do have a field trebuchet, which, you know, can do some AP damage against those big spiders. If it's sitting still and kind of fighting, and the trebuchet is able to kind of hammer into its flank, it certainly can do some damage. So while these players do advance, I'm going to have some water here. It's going to be a long day of casting, guys. Usually these streams do go about 4 hours, so hopefully you guys got some snacks, got your quarantine supplies, and you're all good to go. Is my son your son too? Yeah, it's everyone's son, I guess. Delicious water, as always. So the Greenskins are going to be pushing up a little bit, not too much. Probably just going to want to get their Doomdiver Catapult in range. Doomdiver Catapults are actually, sorry, a decent choice against some of these heavy cav units. Like, for example, if you just sit it on Grail Guardians, like, it'll probably pick off like 2 or 3 Grail Guardians every shot. And obviously those expensive cav units can't be resurrected. So what I would imagine LL Cohn will probably do is he'll probably sit back with the Bretonian cav, like just sit back and just like engage with the main peasant army and then advance with the cav once the main fighting starts. I would imagine that'll be his course of action. Now, there are some men-at-arms with polearms as well. They will be a decent answer against the spiders if they can isolate them, but if there's goblin buffering or kind of troops on the ground, it's going to be a little bit trickier. So both players basically playing a cat and mouse game right now, obviously just kind of feeling each other out. Spiders are going to be moving forward, as is the Doomdiver Catapult. And the Doomdiver Catapult is going to be going downtown into the juicy Grail Guardians. You can tell that's what they're eyeing, those little gobos ready to be launched with their little caps on their heads to fly into the Grail Guardians, which of course are very expensive. Now we're going to try our best to keep an eye on the Foot of Gork situation in this game. That clearly is going to be a big one. And for the first time in probably the life of a Bretonnian army, they do have an infantry advantage, actually. The Men-at-Arms and the Battle Pilgrims should be able to outclass the Goblins. Granted, there are some Goblin RORs here, it looks like, and some Orc Boys. So Doomdiver Catapults are shooting in. The first volleys have been unleashed. I think LL Cohn is going to react pretty quick here. It's actually going after the Men-at-Arms, which isn't a big deal, yeah. I mean, but a good target for my son. Definitely taking out the anti-large to free up the spiders is a really good play. And it looks like the Field Trebuchet is going to be shooting in as well. And where's it going? That's the question. So we see the Doomdiver Catapults. The Trebuchet, I think, was shooting into the Night Goblins, but didn't do too much damage, unfortunately. It looked like it missed. The Doomdivers are starting to work on these Men-at-Arms. Very good build by my son Herbert Walker, though. Very, very to the point. There's not any scheming or anything. It's just 2 big old spiders. A lot of armor for the Bretonnians to deal with. But we saw this with the Grail Guardians a couple weeks back, actually able to really do some big kind of grindy fighting against some of these big threats with their tankiness here. So the Grail Guardians coming in. It looks like the Doomdiver Catapults are going after them. One of the Grail Guardians is hit by a Goblin. What a way to go for like some legendary Knight of Bretonnia to just have a Goblin smack into your face, right? And Gotrek gives no shits. Look at him. Gotrek's just beelining back here, guys, going after the spider. And Gotrek is, you know, he's a dude. He's got Gotrek's Doom. He's poisoned now. There's a bunch of angry goblins, and the spider is kiting him pretty well. Okay, so the Field Trebuchet is actually going after the Doomdiver Catapult, it looks like. Now, there's no nasty Skulkers back here. The defenders of Fleur-de-Lis could most certainly charge into some of these troops and then pull back and cycle charge. Gotrek basically just fighting goblins, which is actually in the books. He's quite savvy with fighting goblins. It happens quite often. Grail Guardians are being used in the front line, it looks like, to fight the goblins, to just try and break through. Arachnarok spiders basically just kind of hanging out in the wings right now, being very cautious. Clearly, my son Herbert Walker is going and trying to get an effigy of the Git to lock down the Grail Guardians, at which point he can follow up with the Foot of Gork and basically just net massive value. Earthblood going down, healing up these troops. Looks like the Vindictive Glare from Wurzag, or from the Goblin, does go into the face of the Damsel, not doing too much damage. And now the Bretonnian collapse does come. Spider obviously here to pick off some of the Grail Guardians to try and hold them back. And the Greenskins are holding pretty well. Granted, the Archers, the Peasant Archers, will be very good against Trolls. And the Wah has been popped. So the Wah has been resounded in this valley here as Gotrek and his Peasant Legion fight against the mighty Goblins, who are probably going to break here in a moment if Gotrek keeps beating on them, which is going to open up floodgates back here into the Doomdiver Catapults. And once the backline reserves are pulled here, it'll open up the backline pressure here. It looks like the Force Goblin Spider Riders are able to actually stop the defenders of Fleur-de-Lis back there for a moment. But the Goblins are broken. Oh, is this going to be a Foot of Gork? Or a Brainbuster? Oh, that's really unfortunate. Foot of Gork coming down. Boom! Stomping the base, but doesn't do too much. I definitely would have saved that for Grail Guardians. But nonetheless, it still does some good damage. It actually does break all these guys, or at least puts them to the point where they're so beat up that they can get terror routed. So now in the back, the Doomdiver Catapult is offline. The Bretonnians surging in. The Grail Guardians able to get a freebie there on that Doomdiver Catapult. And now Gotrek is seeking his doom against this Arachnarok Spider. But we know with Gotrek's plot armor, he is not going to be going quietly against his spider. So, I mean, basically, I think that's the play for LL Cohn here. You just chase down everything. Oh, but there's the effigy of the Get. Looks like the Trolls are going to be turning around. But I don't know, the Trolls might actually just get buckled here by all these cav. And they're now, like a Foot of Gork would just level these Knights right now. That's really the shame of it all. Raponce is fighting the Arachnarok Spider, taking a little bit of damage, but also giving some damage back. And the polearms are also surging in as well. In the back, a lot of Bretonnians are coming back here. You can see some of them are routed off, but some of them are going to be making their way back to the battlefield as the Grail Guardians do come in and do some solid damage here. You know, you actually can give, somebody in chat said, give the peasants anti-large. You actually can do that with Alberic. You can give anything anti-large with his weapon, which I forget what it's called. The Trident of Bordello or something like that, or Manon something. So Rapont's going to keep fighting here. The Grail Guardians just grinding it out with some of the Trolls. The Trolls making those Grail Guardians pay the Troll toll for sure. Grail Guardians' offensive output isn't that insane. Their weapon damage isn't super high, and also their melee attack is like just okay for how much they cost. So the Trolls can endure that actually, and probably heal through a lot of it and do very well for themselves. But nonetheless, this Spider is taking a bit of work, but I think LL Cohn realizes that he probably doesn't want to be fighting in this blob here. So he pulls back his Grail Guardians and some of these other tools, and he is going to be going after the Goblins. And yeah, you just need to clear everything. Like, kill everything here with your Cav units. Ignore the Spiders. Go for the Spiders in the late game. And then you can cycle charge Warzog with like Rapont and some of your heroic characters and really, really prosper. Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. Spiders do oddly good versus Gotrek, says Shetland Apache. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tested that myself. Gotrek, of course, can do very well right back, and he does have healing too, which is quite strong. Men-at-Arms with polearms have reached the Spiders, so there is some dedicated anti-large, and it looks like the Troll toll is partially being paid. Looks like Raponce is going back here to hunt down these Trolls, and they're now broken, so Raponce is able to break the Trolls, and now Wurzog's in a little bit of trouble. Raponce will 100% win that duel. She is very powerful. Wurzog getting clubbed by her greatsword and taking a bit of damage there. There's a horde of Orc Biggins coming in. Certainly got to be careful, but I would imagine that... Oh, Raponce is taking a little bit of work. Wurzog is no slouch. You know, he's got 51 melee attack, and also a Spider's coming in. Raponce needs to get away here. And I think the Grail Guardians and these other troops know that Raponce is in trouble. They're like, for the lady! And they're going to be charging in here to liberate Raponce from this terrible situation. Holding down this formation. Trebuchet shooting in, Archer shooting in. Certainly going to be some mass greenskin breaks here, as there is a lot of Bretonnian pressure coming in from the Cav. Trebuchet's coming in, Archer's coming in. Archers could shoot the Orc Biggins, to be honest, but yeah, the Trolls are coming back as well. This is honestly a nail-biter of a game. Very, very close. Could certainly go either way here. But yeah, Raponce is, she's no Fey Enchantress. Fey Enchantress here could be draining down pretty hard on all these Orc Boys and Biggins, and the Spiders are just beelining right now, and the Spiders are going to be a big issue. Now, where is Gotrek? Gotrek is a little bit tied up, unfortunately, amongst the Biggins, which he will take a lot of damage from. And the Orc Biggins are now pushing back, and the Greenskins, who initially were in a bit of a tough situation in the infantry game, are pushing back hard. I think LL Cohn needs to get his Grail Guardians and these other mobile troops and kind of pull apart and like go in two different directions, because if he just keeps them all together, the Spiders can basically just chase. Oh, Foot of Gork coming, here it comes! Stomping the yard, dropping the base, doing some good damage here against the Men-at-Arms. It misses the Grail Knights, but it still does some really good damage elsewhere, So I think what LL Cohn will do now is probably pull back, get a big Earthblood on the Grail Guardians, try and kind of stabilize that situation. The Peasant Archers are getting some decent damage in there, and Gotrek, of course, is putting a bit of a dent here in these Biggins, but there needs to be more. Those Biggins are very, very choppy, and you can see Gotrek probably taking a bit of damage here. There was some juicy Foot of Gorks, but alas, the Foot of Gorks hit mostly the polearm troops. Battle Pilgrims, one of my favorite Bretonnian units, are fighting to the bitter end in here, but they're a little bit outclassed, obviously, by two massive units, and also the Orc Biggins will be able to chop them down. Poison coming in from these Spiders as well is going to be a big factor, and this is good. The Grail Guardians need to be just moving away from the Spiders. Like I said, recipe for success here, and it's obviously very easy for us to see it from a spectator's perspective, is to simply just kill everything else. And then when the Spiders are alone, they can eventually be attrition down. That's really the game plan here. Yeah, just ride into these Biggins. Now you need to ride away. Earthblood is going to be really, really good here, healing up the Grail Guardians. And the Biggins here are now buckling. Then you pull back, you chase these ones off with Peasants, and just ignore the Spiders for as long as you can. Unleash your full Trebuchet ammo into one of the Spiders as well, and potentially prosper. But the Archers appear to be shooting into one of the Spiders, which still has a ton of HP. Gotrek is still alive, I think. Let's go ahead and see. Gotrek's still here. He's pissed off for sure. Probably just going to be attacking some Biggins. I mean, if Gotrek can isolate these Spiders and just sit and fight them and not be like tar pitted, that's when things really become quite nice. A lot of the Bretonnians are routing here, but the Grail Guardian blob is still very much alive. 15 here, and it looks like 31, so pretty much one unit of full fighting capacity of Grail Guardians here. And it looks like the Biggins are going to be chased off here, but now there's another group of quite healthy Biggins. Some of the Archers chased off by the big Spider. Of course, terror routes are going to be something. And they're going in for the Spider, actually. The Spider does take a little bit of impact damage. I feel like there's going to be some friendly fire from those field trebuchets, unfortunately. Rapont's getting in there as well, doing some decent damage. Gotrek. And it looks like the Bretonnians are really committing to a fight here. The Halo of Maidenly Wrath going down, which will lower the stats of nearby units. But, oh man, Effigy of the Git coming down on the Grail Guardians, preventing the cycle charge. But Raponce and Gotrek are staying in combat against the big old Spider, and they are putting some damage on it. There's 400 damage right there. Oh, no. Oh, it's happening. The Foot of Gork! There it goes! Boom! Nailing the Grail Guardians, the infantry, the polearms, really just buckling those formations. Now the trolls are paying the troll toll in the back. It looks like the damsel is able to push them off. Rapunzel and her cav in decent shape, and this is starting to look a little bit better for Bretonia, even though the bounce power is very, very heavily favored for the, not heavily favored, but is favored for the greenskins. It's a better situation. Gotrek's alive, Rapunzel's alive. You could probably goon Wurzag, to be honest, with some good cycle charging from Rapunzel. And the peasant archers at this point also need to scatter to the wind. Trebuchet in the back does have 5 volleys, so that could be something. And yeah, you can see one of the spiders is actually getting a little bit low. Spiders don't have the best leadership, so any good plays there could be the trick. The peasant bowmen with the pox arrows, of course, being feasted on by spiders, which is probably not how they saw this day going. But it is what it is. One of the rocks slamming into the Arachnok spider. And Gotrek just has a raging one right here. But it looks like Wurzag's going to be going for the fight. Gotrek will pull back. He is poisoned, so he's a little bit slower. But Gotrek should probably just fight here. He's not going to get to too much help. Yeah, Gotrek might just get gooned here, guys. Yeah, he's a beast, and if he has Gotrek's Doom, that could certainly help him. But yeah, he needs to fight. Because Gotrek is going to be super necessary here. Trebuchet shooting in. Grail Guardians might want to come in here as well to give Gotrek some buffering, because Gotrek is like the key to victory here. And it looks like an Earthblood going down. Is Gotrek's Doom active? It looks like he did not bring it. He did not bring Gotrek's Doom. Very interesting choice. So Gotrek in here is chopping away. It looks like he was stabilized. Grail Guardians are in here as well. Rapunzel could easily come in and start rear charging one of these spiders. Are the Bretonians going to be able to pull this out? It's very possible. The Trebuchet shots are going to be a big deciding factor as well. Gotrek is beat up. He's at 700 HP, but he is unbreakable, which is nice. But the cycle charging needs to happen for sure. Get the Grail Guardians in there. Get everyone in there. I don't think you pull him out at this point. And it looks like the healing does go off on Gotrek, so he is able to do some self-healing, which is quite powerful. And yeah, Rapunzel needs to get in there. They can't leave Gotrek alone and naked here. Peasant archers are shooting in. Even 1 damage at a time does add up. Ammunition is pretty good on 2 units here, but the wall is active once again, very powerful. But Gotrek is going after Wurzag or pulling back. It's a little bit hard to tell, but yeah, I think this is a mistake pulling back. I mean, I know he's trying to get away from the wall, but if Gotrek goes down for free here, he's pretty quick, 42 speed. He can outrun Wurzag, I think. And the wall will be deactivated here in a second, but yeah, see that Gotrek is so needed though. Archer shooting in. Is Rapunzel going to be able to carry? I don't know. And down goes Wurzag, feasted on by the Arachnok spiders. The wall carrying those spiders to the kill. The Slayer meets his end. And now we have the Grail Guardians pulling back. Rapunzel certainly in some sort of shape here. Peasant Archer is still shooting. It's winnable, but very tough. I don't know. With the Trebuchet running out of ammo, so the last volley is going to get ripped here. He obviously wants to use all of his Peasant Bowman fire, like just trying to do as much as he possibly can. Spiders are a little bit beat up, but I feel like he should have just stayed in combat and hoped for the RNG from Gotrek to carry him. Gotrek healed the spider. Yeah, there's a bug with that, isn't there? Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. Halo Maidenly Wrath is active, so it is going to be debuffing the stats of nearby units, which is really, really nice. And Rapunzel could put some hurt on the spider for sure. Grail Guardian's pushing in as well. Got the full surround, more or less. And the spider only has 6 leadership, guys. If he's able to break this Arachnok spider with the rear charge here, that could be huge. But Rapunzel is super beat up herself. -2, -5. If she breaks, I think that spider will happily stabilize. You see, like, had that spider broken there, that could have given Bretonia some serious options for sure. 528 right there, guys. It looks like your boy Gotrek has met his doom, and so too will Bretonia meet their doom. As the Arachnok spider, almost breaking there yet again, went down to -13. Just goes to show. Like, the Grail Guardians, man, just going for full beast mode too. And that is going to be that, I think. I don't think he's going to have enough to stop the dancing man himself. Wurzag dancing all over the faces here of these archers. It looks like a Vindictive Glare or Gaze of Mork going down. Blast Rapunzel in the face! -39 leadership. The Grail Guardians just not giving up. Yeah, but I think fighting with Gotrek would have been so much better. I think he could have broken one of these spiders, maybe. Ah, man. It's hard to say, though. Because the wall was active. I understand the whole school of thought of pulling back there. But the Grail Guardians still just won't break. But Army Losses is here. And let us hear a wah in chat for the Greenskins and my son Herbert Walker, able to pull out victory there. The Greenskin wah will advance on. And there you have it, my friends. GG indeed. Well played to those 2 fine players. A great showcase of Bretonia for sure, but Philip came up just short. As now we go to the Faction War bracket. My son Herbert Walker has advanced. Oh, got to just drag the name there. So my son Herbert Walker has advanced, and he will be facing the winner of Shetland Apache and Zardar Total War. So either Norska or Dwarves for him. Greenskin versus Dwarves, a very fun matchup, and Greenskin versus Norska also very fun, so quite excited for that. And next we have Shetland Apache, the champion of the Dawi people. One of the 2 champions of the Dawi people today. The last standing dwarf in this tournament, facing off against Zardar Total War and the wild hordes of Norska. So guys, let us move on. We're going to be jumping on over to the next match here. Well played to those 2 players. Great stuff indeed. So now we have, let me find it, Shetland versus Zardar. Of course, Zardar Total War, an amazing content creator. If you guys haven't seen him, a true hero. He plays a lot of cool campaigns from older Total War games and newer ones as well. What did they put the password at? Is the question. I'm trying to guess it. Ah, we got it. Yes. Warzog was dancing. He was on foot too, which means he actually was dancing that battle. All right, so now we're going to be loading into this lobby. So let us go ahead to the battle scorecards and replace the names here real quick. Get the screen blocker up in case he pulls his army up. And this one here is going to be... Just trying to find it here. There we go. It's going to be Shetland. Shetland Apache, the Dawi champion. Facing off against the Extreme Memer. Zardar Total War. Very good. Falcon is playing Dark Elves today, and he did win his first game. It was a very hotly contested game, but he did win it, and it was very, very good. So now we're loading into the map here, guys. Screen blocker can now go. And we're here. Falcon did take the Dark Elves. Certainly a very scary, scary faction. We have Soothsayer coming up as well. Going to be facing off against the Great Job Plays, the Dreadlord of the Corpse Carts. And now, my friends, let us go ahead and take a look at the build of Norska. This is Zardar Total War playing under the name Extreme Try Harder. He's got 2 Feral Manticores up in the sky, of course, to shut down gyros and just give some very powerful terror-causing pressure. For the rest of his army, he's got Berserkers, he's got Marauder Hunters, which are actually making a bit of a comeback. I've seen them in a couple builds here. These guys, of course, do have Shield Breaker and good AP, so very good against Ironbreakers and Longbeards and things like that. And on the far side, we do have a Shaman Sorcerer of Metal with Plague of Rust, a Fireball Caster here. Fireball against Dwarves, interesting. We'll see how that goes. And he does also have Wolfric on a Chariot. So this is kind of how High Elves played as well. You basically bring Nobles on Chariots, and you can do the same thing with Norska more or less by bringing the Shaman Sorcerer and these other troops here. So very, very cool stuff. That is going to be his core of units. 2 groups of the Marauder Horsemen of Throwing Axes, and that is going to be it. So now for the Hordes of the Dawi. He does have a Wild Flame Cannon pick. Oh yeah, Shetland coming in with a Flame Cannon. We have Gotrek, we have Felix, and we do also have Grombrindle. So the lore characters coming out to play. A lot of healing for sure. If they're not able to be sniped, it's going to be very tough. So a Flame Cannon. Oh, there's 2 Flame Cannons. Wait, 3? No. Triple Flame Cannon. Oh my goodness. Longbeards, Dwarf Warriors, Shetland Apache with the classic Dwarf box, and the Triple Flame Cannon build. Gluck, have fun. Oh man, I'm so excited for this. I am so excited for the Triple Flame Cannon. And honestly, it's going to be really good against a lot of things Zardar has. Triple Flame Cannon, triple hero. The rest of the army is pretty much, I think, just Longbeards and Dwarf Warriors. Yeah, looks like it. You don't need much else to hold back Berserkers, to be honest. The Triple Flame Cannon. The dreaded Triple Flame Cannon. I don't know how he's going to deal with the characters. I mean, I guess, like, maybe Gotrek and Felix in the company can, but 3 Chariots, like, he doesn't have much to deal with those units. Like, not even a single Slayer. Like, Dragonback Slayers to kind of slow them. But the Flame Cannons will certainly do some huge damage, for sure. 3 Flame Cannons, I know. It's going to be wild. All right, so Flame Cannon shots ripping in here. Going after the Marauder Hunters initially. Unfortunately, they kind of shoot at the edge of the formation, which is a little bit jankety, but rate of fire is pretty fast on those things, actually. If you really think of it. Yeah, I think he probably wants to shoot a couple targets here. But the Flame Cannons are able to get some decent hits on the Marauder Hunters initially, but they're going to run behind this pillar, so I think Shetland wants to switch, and you can see he did switch fire. I think he realized, like, the arc was hard, but he did get him down to half health, which is good, and take out a lot of models. Oh my god, the Dwarven Fireworks, quite literally. There you go, there's the Flame Cannon right there. Doing huge damage against the Hunters. And it looks like Shetland is switching quite rapidly, which is a really good play. Yeah, those guys are gone for the count. Oh my god, the Flame Cannon firepower. Yeah, just take out all the Hunters, I guess, right? Some of the Hunters and Berserkers are creeping around on the high ground here. The Chariots coming in are going to be a big problem, and it looks like a Fireball is going in after Felix, which is a really good choice, or Gotrek, because he's pretty much an angry, shirtless dude, and he is able to hit those characters, which is a solid play. So the Flame Cannon able to break off 2 of the Norskins so far. The Flame Cannon now switching its sights here onto the Berserkers on the high ground. And certainly getting some damage. I mean, yeah, the Norskins are getting roasted pretty hard by that Flame Cannon. They haven't quite paid for themselves. They're a pretty expensive piece, but they're doing pretty well up until this point. We'll see how they continue to fire. So Flame Cannon shots ripping into the Berserkers up on the high ground. There's going to be some backline pressure coming in. Chariots, I would imagine, are going to be preparing to scream into the flank here. Start causing some problems. Manticore summons flying overhead for the extreme tryharder, aka Zardar. I would imagine Manticores are just going to be used to try and kill Felix. There's a lot of really nasty gooning in this army here for Zardar. He does have the Wolfric, he has 2 chariots, he has 2 Manticores. Like, he can get really nasty for sure. But the flame cannons are really devastating the Norscan army, and it seems like the chariots are a little bit hesitant to get in there, which I definitely don't think they should be. Feral Manticores have landed. Gromby's going to be coming in here, and I would imagine Gromby will have a smoke bomb. One of the flame cannons does get compromised by Marauder Horsemen in the back, but the smoke bomb going to be quite good. And now this Manticore could get beaten down. These 3 characters hitting on it, we'll see if they can get that sustained combat they're really looking for. Now, one flame cannon, like I said, offline. Grombrindle has no fear, has been popped to make sure the flame cannon crews don't break to that pressure. And one of the flame cannons is still shooting, but some of the Marauders, of course, are still getting their throwing axes. A nice pirate ship by Wolfric there. Really beautiful play by Zardar, able to wreck those Longbeards. And the Manticores are forced back. But yeah, keeping the flame cannons online is by far going to be the biggest thing the dwarves need to do. If those flame cannons go, they're very expensive, and that'll pretty much just be game from there. He still does have the hero core, though, so, you know, if the flame cannons do go, those things are going to be tough to deal with. But with Zardar effectively microing his Manticores and just charging and picking off Felix, it's very easy to deal with that hero core in my experience. Now, one flame cannon is back online, shooting into the hunters here, and it looks like the Longbeards definitely want to fall back and kind of defend that piece. Here, the Marauder Horsemen are actually able to finish off the flame cannon, it looks like. It is broken, which is a huge loss here for Shetland this early in the game. Granted, the flame cannons have done massive damage across the board, so it's not like they're a complete wash at this point. So now comes the Hero Goon Squad, going to be coming in trying to save this Flame Cannon crew. If they could rampage a Manticore, that would be huge, because then they could break its leadership or break it down once it's rampaging. So Zardar really needs to make sure that he doesn't get these Feral Manticores rampaged. Otherwise, that is going to be a pretty dire situation. So the Chariots here, still riding through the Dwarven forces. The Flame Cannons, of course, doing some huge work, but it looks like there's only 1 left at this point. Actually 2. There's another one here that's still kind of holding on. This Flame Cannon crew might come back, and they are still ripping shots. I mean, Norsca doesn't have too much in the way of infantry left, but the single, like, you really need to account for the Chariots and Manticores and those type of units. It's really, really nasty against dwarves. That's why you often see, like, Slayers to kind of chase them around and different things like that. Marauder Berserkers here are now being attacked by the Gotrek and Felix Goon Squad. Should be able to take out those Berserkers no problem. Flame Cannon still ripping shots up until the 4th quarter here. Unfortunately, this Flame Cannon has pretty much been abandoned. I think Shetland knows at this point this Flame Cannon is pretty much 100% done for, and it's just going to let it shoot a couple more shots before it goes quietly into the good night. It might actually be able to break those guys too. So we'll see if the heroes can carry. There still are a fair amount of Longbeards. I think just making a last stand on top of this Flame Cannon is the right choice. Just trying to defend this bad boy, and yeah, I mean, because now this is the only thing that the Norskins really want to kill, right, is this Flame Cannon. So just sitting there with your characters that are much slower, obviously, than the Chariots and the Manticores, I think is the right play. So we'll see. Yeah, the Manticore was able to get away. The characters did attack it, but they weren't quite able to get their attack animations in before the Manticore did pull back. Balance of Power is Norscan favored right now, but all it takes is one mistake here for the Hero Goon Squad to really do some huge damage. And you can see it getting tar pitted, unfortunately, by the Marauders as they try and pick off Wolfric there. A valiant effort for sure, but yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. In the back, Manticores land in here. Flame Cannon will be going offline, and now it's really just going to be the heroes. It's going to be the heroes of the old world. I mean, Norsca doesn't have much in the way of infantry, like I said. Most of them got roasted by the Flame Cannons really hard, but 3 Flame Cannons, guys, is a massive investment. That is really, really expensive. I think they're like 1,200 or 1,100 apiece. So it's going to be a bit of a tax on his army, and that's why you can see he only has a couple troops left here. So here comes Felix, Gotrek, as well as some Longbeards. And of course, Felix is healing all the characters right now. You can see in combat his helping hand is healing. And the Manticores, I would imagine, will 100% be going after Herr Jaeger as soon as they get the chance. Felix going to be targeted once again by a fireball, which is a pretty good choice. Doing some huge damage, and once Felix breaks, that's where you really get your butter. But the Manticore's rampaging, guys. This is really good for the Hero Goon Squad. They're going to be able to beat down this Manticore, and you can see it's going down very quickly now. All you need to do is rampage those bad boys, and that's the thing. Like, had there been some other way to rampage the Manticores or the single entities, it would have been so much more efficient. Felix is terrified, though. That's really, really unfortunate. If he gets pushed away from the army here, that's going to be really bad. Granted, it's just a terror route, so he should come back in a couple seconds and probably be okay. We'll find out. Feral Manticore is still holding on. Felix is back, so Shetland Apache needs to make sure to get Felix back in the fight, shoulder to shoulder with his pals. Otherwise, that Manticore will pick him off, and he's going to have a really, really bad time. So Felix getting attacked by the Manticore. One Manticore is broken. And now we'll see if Felix, with the Plague of Rust on him, oof, 10 armor on Felix. That is brutal. Now we have the White Dwarf and Gromby, probably going to be going after the other Feral Manticore, I would imagine. Felix, of course, with that juicy healing, is keeping things going. The Flash Bomb is active, which is going to be a really nice AoE debuff on this Norscan blob, but I think that Zardar Total War and the Norskins are going to be banishing the last of the dwarves here from this tournament. We will indeed see how it goes. It was definitely a bold strategy for sure, and the flame cannons were pretty good against a lot of Zardar's army. With the troops and the berserkers and the hunters, pretty much a hard counter to those, but yeah, I don't know, just no way to deal with the single entity chariots super effectively. I mean, the hero goon squad did do some damage, of course, but it can't stop them from basically destroying the rest of his army, which is the big problem. So Grombrindle and Gotrek are going in hard here. Zardar definitely does not want to make the mistake of letting Felix come back, and I don't think he's going to. He should grab these Marauder Horsemen and get him, because if he comes back, it does give a glimmer of hope to the dwarves. As this match core, potentially gets beaten down as well. Now Felix is on his way back. What do we have over here? Longbeards, a couple more Longbeards. And the Feral Match core is down to 1800 HP, give or take. Yeah, the flash mob is here. Gotrek with the heal. Nope, does not go off. And down goes Gotrek. As Grombrindle, the White Dwarf, is the last of his people. I'm sure he'll slip back into the shadows and be back to save the dwarves another day. Well played to Zardar. Total War claiming victory over the Dawi. The dwarves have been officially eliminated from the tournament, considering there were 2 of them today. So sorry, dwarf fans. My heart aches as well. But guys, let's give a big round of applause to our boy Shetland Apache for the glorious triple flame cannon build. Come on. That was fun to watch. And it was really, really cool. But alas, he didn't have any answers for the chariots, and they pretty much just ran shop on his army. Well played to Shetland. Let us go, my friends, and update the scorecards and the brackets and all that sort of good stuff. Faction Wars bracket. And now we have Zardar Total War, the champion of Norska, facing off against the Greenskins in the next round here. And now we have Dov plays on the Vampire Counts versus Talaxlan Soothsayer on the forces of Sigmar and the Empire. Well played indeed. All right, good sportsmanship there. Some nice GGs being dropped by those players there. Shetland, thank you for the glorious showcase of the triple flame cannon. And I actually thought it was going to work for a minute. I was like, man, and that was doing a lot of damage. Dov versus Talaxlan. That was a glorious. Even though the Dawi are not advancing, that was a really fun showcase. All right, so let's go ahead and load back into the battle round here. Of course, Dov on the Vampire Counts. And we're back to the scorecards. We have Sooth on the left here. We have a donation coming in from Bubba's Big Blast. To my surprise, 100 sorties fly. Dawi letting loose y'all, gunning from the hill. He's just riding a Disco Inferno for them. Bubba, thank you so much, man. Put Sooth here. Appreciate you, man. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the Faction War format. It's one of my favorites to cast. It's a little bit tricky to organize because it is 16 players, 17 including myself. But it's definitely very rewarding when you get it going, especially when it goes relatively smooth. All right. Oh, we don't need the faction blocker because they already loaded into the game, so I'm just going to kind of sit outside of the game client until that happens. Shetland Apache says he took the Slayers out of his build in the last iteration. Yeah, I think, if you had cut one flame cannon and just replace it with Dragonback Slayers, it could have been an exponentially better game for sure. So we got Dov and Sooth here. And we load in. Dov plays going against his own people. Perhaps Dov has been turned into a vampire count and is now attacking his own empire. Soothsayer going for a nasty full kite build. Oh man, look at this. So triple Outrider, Demogryph Knights with the Warrior Priest, and Soulfire Bombardment, of course. Very, very good against blobs of zombies. We got the Emperor Karl Franz coming out of the Reichland to stop the foul vampire threat. A Jade Wizard and a couple Empire Knights as well. A very nasty build. Not going to be giving Dov the infantry fight he's really craving here. Now for Dov, he does have Vlad von Karstein. Chad von Karstein coming in hot. Very, very tanky, hard to snipe. And for the rest of the build, it is going to be double White King, it looks like. With Skeleton Spears, and it looks like a Necromancer on a Corpse Cart with the stroking that Forbidden Rod. And in the back, Black Knights and Blood Knights. So Dov certainly has some mobile elements. He's got 3 Black Knights and some Blood Knights, Dire Pack. Plenty of mobile tools. So Dov is not helpless here. He has some pressuring elements. And really depends on the summons and some of the other, effects he gets off. But it's going to be fun. Matthew Giannotti, thank you. Paying for Dov here just in case Sooth throws him through the announcer table. We will see through the announcer table. Oh my god, he's broke him in half. It's going to be a cool build. I like Dov's build. The only thing, obviously, that's a little bit suboptimal is Vlad, but clearly he's having some fun with it. He's got the Cairn Race. Cairn Racers, I don't know, is there any magic damage here for the Empire? Not really. Those Cairn Races are actually going to be kind of annoying, to be fair. They're pretty quick. They have 48 speed, can kind of annoy those heavy cav units for sure. Are there any infantry units? No, the Empire is just going in hard here. It looks like, yeah. Good luck, have fun. The Sooth coming in hot with Outriders. I'm sure Dov is looking at the army sizes just like, oh god, what is happening here? Franz up in the sky. Good luck, have fun being said there. I'm sure Dov is not going to enjoy this. This type of a build. There are some grenade launchers too for Sigmar. So Aristodemo saying this is a meanie build. He just banks on Dov misplaying. I know, I was expecting Dov with more corpse guards. He only has one, but at least he brought one. 5 corpse guards could be quite troubling for Soothsayer to deal with. So Dov immediately seeing the army as he does scoot forward here with the brave vampire counts. Grenades are so good against zombies. Oh my god, look how good they are at chaff clearing. The Outriders from Sooth, of course, shooting into the corpse cart with the Unholy Lodestone. I'm curious about how aggressive Dov is going to be with his Cav Corps. You know, honestly, though, he has enough zombies and kind of like chaff units that he could basically just wait out Sooth. He could just say, here, you just shoot my zombies for like 20 minutes and then, and then we'll advance. One sec, guys. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Had to adjust my microphone a little bit. Nonetheless, though, on the flanks, the Outriders trying to get those choice targets here from the Black Knights. Black Knights did get some buffs, and they have the bonus for his infantry, which is quite nice. Granted, there are no infantry in Sooth's army, which is a little bit troubling. Yes, Dov probably pondering his options here, but the Outriders are certainly doing some really good damage. Grenade launchers tearing into the zombies and the skeleton spears, which isn't too much of a big deal. Dov could pressure, honestly, and force a fight as well. The problem for Dov is that by bringing Vlad on foot, he can't really get his lord into the fights as easily. Like, Vlad is really good in grindy infantry fights, but in situations like this, he's kind of like... It's going to be tough. He's going to be really hard to snipe, though. Like, Franz will have trouble killing Vlad, especially if he does have the Blood Drinker or the Von Karstein ring. And it looks like he does have the Blood Drinker. So some of the Karen Race are pushing forward, going after the Outriders, and it looks like some Empire Knights have charged into the zombie lines. So a little bit of pressure as Sooth does overload the flank, perhaps, thinking he can get this Necromancer for free. And perhaps he will. We'll see. Dov, of course, just basically chasing and waddling after whatever he can. And here in the back, we do have the Black Knights of Dov plays coming around the back. Looking for blood. Hunting down the Outriders. But yeah, Dov is mainly just trying to waste the ammo. But again, Sooth doesn't necessarily have to use his ammo. He can also cycle charge. And here comes Franz going after the Necromancer here. The Necromancer completely naked and alone. And there's no way in hell that Sooth is going to let these Blood Knights catch his Franz. It looks like Von Hells is activated, which does give speed to the Karen Race. Not going to be terribly useful here, unfortunately. Dov does have some hounds. Only one, though. He only has the Dire Pack. Some of the Karen Race might be able to catch these Empire Knights. With that, they do have 59 speed, and some of the Empire Knights are getting caught, actually. But this is... Oh, no. Sooth is going to use Soulfire Bombardment. This is going to wreck these Karen Race so hard. Here it comes. Although they're not terribly bunched up, to be fair. Damage coming in. Okay, so the Karen Race were very disconjointed, like all over the place, so the Soulfire Bombardment did not do too much damage. In the meantime, though, Dov pushing forward, and you can see here that the grenade launchers are turning around to shoot once again. Going to be unleashing some salvos of fire. Here they come. Zombie Nation getting some of those blasts. Invocation going down on the Karen Race as well, topping those guys off. Outriders have pretty good ammo too. We got pretty much full ammo here on these guys. And what are these Outriders and Outriders? We know that Sooth loves his Outriders. It's pretty common knowledge for sure. So we'll see if Dov can, get some good picks here and there. That's really what it's going to come down to. And honestly, yeah, I wouldn't be super opposed to a massive blitz, to be fair. Like right now, these Empire Knights, they're free. Like turn the Dire Pack around, fight, and then get the Blood Knights in there and force a blob fight, pull in your infantry. And I think Dov could get a pretty good fight here. Excuse me. Talking too fast. Van Hell's Dance Kebab is going down here. And they're going to be pretty strong. And we have our first blob fight. Now, the Vampire Counts need to get some of the troops in here, like Vlad. The Blood Knights honestly could stay in combat. Granted, Franz is here, and there's a lot of buffs from the Warrior Priest. You can see Hammer of Sigmar, Shield of Faith, Reikland Runefang. Whenever I cast right in the morning, I always have to get that morning funk out of the way. But the Black Knights are coming in as well. Dov with a good countercharge here might be able to pick off some Empire Knights, and he is able to get some decent value. The Dire Pack, I think, got completely killed, though, unfortunately. I think they just got rode down by Demis and a couple other troops like that. And some of the Empire Knights and the Griffites are actually stuck here, so some of the Griffite models are going down here for Dov. One sec, guys. All right, back in business. So here, the Demogryph Knights are falling back. The Royal Altar of Griffites falling back as well. Dov able to get some nice picks. So, and the Black Knights, oh man, a little bit of a lapse in micro. He leaves them still. However, he does pull back at the last second and countercharges with the Blood Knights. So that's some pretty good play from Dov. And of course, the Infantry Corps is still advancing. He needs to keep those guys pressing for sure. Get the Karen Race, everyone going up, and just get as crazy as possible. Also, getting the Corpse Guard in there would be quite nice. Blood Knights are in good shape, and now we have a big old fight, and Vlad, I think, is nearby as well. Where is Vlad von Karstein? He's right here. Again, the Curse of the Footlords, but the Black Knights charging in. Soulfire Bombardment going down on the Blood Knights as well. And honestly, this is a good situation here for our boy Vlad. A nice zombie summon going down on top of the Empire Knights of Sooth. Yeah, maybe staying in combat here isn't a bad idea. You have Cairn Race. I think Dov should stay. He is winning this fight. You can see here that the Royal Altdorf Griffites are taking a lot of damage. Zombies and spears are coming in. Tar Pits are very active. Granted, I guess the Outrider Fire, he wants to keep the Blood Knights alive. Keeping the Black Knights in is good. And pulling back the Blood Knights, I guess, to save for a big old juicy Invocation of Nehek at some point. That was a really good engagement for Dov. He's able to break Empire Knights, do massive damage against the Griffites. And yeah, that was a solid one for sure. Now in the back, we do have the Outriders shooting into the back of these Blood Knights and Black Knights. Not too much to chase them off with. Soothsayer in a very predatory position, able to kind of surround the slower Vampire Count army, especially now that many of the mobile elements for the Vampire Counts are offline. Granted, the Griffites are still losing models, which is pretty good for Dov. He has a lot of infantry left. Ammunition pretty good here for Sooth, of course, as those Outriders do shoot into the very beat-up, beleaguered Blood Knights here. Yeah, we will see. In the meantime, Vlad von Karstein still doing his thing, fighting these Empire Knights. And you see, that's the thing. If the Vampires had like a more mobile lord, like a more traditional pick, like a Blood Dragon or Manfred, they would be able to contest these fights exponentially better. Like, he would be over here in this engagement. Oh, but Dov able to get a good engagement, able to get a full charge here on the Outriders with his Blood Knights, as well as the Black Knights. Now, if he could break off the Outriders, man, that would just be value city. The Blood Knights coming in as well. Franz is jumping in, knowing it's a pretty scary situation. But Dov, if he gets the zombies and charges these Outriders here, this is huge. Picking off 2 Outriders here is clutch. And he still has a White King and obviously a lot of stuff going on over here, but he needs to make sure to get these Outriders off the battlefield, like, if he can. Zombies do collapse in. Black Knights are here. Vlad, a little bit slow, and that's the thing. Like, against a player like Sooth, it's very risky to meme and bring, like, a meme character like that, because he will punish you for it. So the Outriders, are they holding? It looks like some of them are broken, so those Outriders are broken here. The Griffites going to be getting pinned in by some spears. And honestly, the bounce power is really darn even. It's a very close battle. On the far side here, you can see some of the Cairn Race are able to chase off some Empire Knights here, so the Cairn Race of Dov able to do some really good work. And the Outriders are still here, broken, and it looks like mostly broken. I think one of them did escape, the grenade launchers, but both of the other variants I think are really just getting pinned down super hard. And every time they engage, they're kind of getting dragged down a little bit. Dov doing a really good job, despite the fact that Vlad is having to like waddle everywhere. He's still getting some really good open field engagements. And these Outriders might just get terrified actually, and broken once again here by the Cairn Race that are really hot on their tail. How close are we to the edge of the map? Yeah, we're around somewhere. We're doing it to it. So the Royal Altdorf Griffites here, advancing forward, pushing in. And of course the Outriders of Soothsayer pulling back here. Look at them shooting downtown here into the skeleton spears. Cairn Race doing a very good job chasing off here in the distance. Ammunition's running a little bit sparse for Sooth. He still does have a lot in these Outriders, and that's a pretty solid tactic that you often see with tournament players who play kite builds. They will shoot with one of the units and like leave the other one to save ammo so they can kite for longer. It's pretty strong, for sure. Sorry about that, guys. In the back, we do have some more Outriders shooting. It looks like some of them did come back, but that was a very nice catch by Dov. And as far as the bounce power goes, it's honestly very, very even. But the problem for Dov now is he doesn't have too much mobility left. I guess he does, though. He's got Blood Knights here. He's got Black Knights. He has his other Blood Knights. Yeah, they're in good shape, actually. So honestly, if Dov can get a really good Invocation on top of his Blood Knights and his big Cav army, that could be very strong. Now, Cairn Race are being attacked here in open field, which they're going to be tanky. There's no magic damage aside from the Warrior Priest. So if they're able to kind of at least avoid him, they could be in relatively good shape. Dov still in the hunt, though, looking for the Sons of Sigmar. The Outriders and company here for Sooth shooting into the advancing Blood Knights. They are shielded, though, so they're not complete slouches. And Franz is going to be taking a little bit of damage here, actually. It's not going to be a free engagement for him. He will take some HP damage, getting him that much closer to his healing cap, which, of course, is quite quite powerful. And that's the thing. If Dov can, hold his composure and not get frustrated and keep playing like a safe game and moving his screen up, like, honestly, I don't think Dov's in bad shape here. Vlad's going to be tough to kill if he can keep those Blood Knights all right. Like, a lot of Sooth's army is really beat up. The Royal Altdorf Griffites are at like half health. The other Griffins are in good shape. Empire Knights are gone in many respects, and the Outriders aren't in great shape either. So Dov really is in a decent shape to win this game, as long as he can keep his composure. That's really what it's going to come down to. If he gets frustrated, starts making misplays, and just getting overly aggressive when he doesn't need to, that's when it becomes a little bit scary for sure. Cairn Race pushing in once again, by getting pushed in on by Karl Franz, but again, Franz will take some attacks here. Cairn Race don't have the best melee attack, but they do have decent AP value, so they can get some damage on the old Franzy boy. They're pretty quick, so Franz doesn't escape him super quick. Outriders shooting in once again on the flank. going after the Blood Knights, which again is the best target, hands down. Dov actually has 2 units of Blood Knights. I thought he only had 1, but here comes Franz is a little bit... Oh, this is dangerous. Franz taking a massive charge from the Blood Knights, losing like 300 HP on impact. And Vlad needs to get over there. He needs to get a zombie summon because this is going to be a really important fight here. So the Blood Knights do countercharge. And they do get the countercharge here. Nice play by Dov, able to react very quickly. But an invocation here would be super choice. Sorry, all the morning gunk. But the Blood Knights here in combat, Von Hell's Dance Kebab, as well as the Invocation of Heck, is down. But the Blood Knights definitely being overwhelmed by superior numbers. But might be able to survive this. Karen Race are pushing in as well. Karen Race will be able to do some damage, but all the Warrior Priest buffs, the timings here of Soothsayer is very, very strong. So here comes Outrider shooting in once again. Spears are a little bit behind, but man, just if Dov had not brought Vlad, this would be such a different game. Vlad is just not able to get to these fights. Soulfire Bombardment going down, shrekking the Karen Race. For the first time, Balance of Power does go in Soothsayer's favor. And a little bit of damage going in on the Demis. Not too much, though. That was definitely a pretty good engagement there. But Vladdy Daddy really having problems getting into battle here. Outriders are a little bit low in ammo. Sooth still does have some over here. And a little bit left on these guys. In the distance here, it looks like we do have a good engagement for Dov, as some Black Knights are able to catch some Outriders on the edge of the map. And the Black Knights probably will win this fight, actually. Break them off. There's only 7 leadership there. So if Dov keeps kind of pressuring here, that's a really nice pick. Getting rid of some of that ammo there. Are they going to get away, though? Looks like the 3 Black Knights are right on their tail. And the other Outriders are going to come liberate that situation, but I guess it's better that the ammo is being used there. Another blob fight coming in here as the Warrior Priests and his goon squad of Cav charge in here, but the Karen Race and Dov's mobile zombie army, or immobile zombie army, continue to fight. Franz going for the kill in the Necromancer, trying to get rid of that Forbidden Rod where he can. And Vlad von Karstein coming in, might get a rear attack here. He does actually get a nice attack on Franz, pulling the bounce power back towards the middle as Sooth starts to run out of ammo. He's got a couple of shots left on these grenades. These Outriders, of course, are just kind of chilling here. He probably has them on not fire at will, so it's a little bit of a, I don't know if it's intentional or what, but probably saving his ammo there. Dov did lose his mobility, but Sooth is rapidly running out of options in terms of his firepower. He's got a couple Empire Knights. Franz going in for a cycle charge here. A little bit dangerous, honestly. Vlad is not a slouch. He does have 75 melee attack and should be able to get some attacks here. As a matter of fact, if Dov can get a good surround here, like pull... and the Necromancer just has no spells even. He's basically just there for the Forbidden Rod. And guys, Franz gets taken down to like 1800 HP. He's actually a little bit beat up here. Quite a scary situation. Outrider shooting in. Vlad is going to be tough to kill. Especially if he can get his White King and his Corpse Guard buddies and just kind of hang out. Go on vacation. This Necromancer is a little bit low himself. Van Hell's Dance Kebab. Oh, look at this. Van Hell's. That must have been a mistake. Granted, no. He overcasted it. Okay, that's what it was. All right, guys. Franz coming back in once again, looking to finish off that Necromancer, but every time he does come in there, he is taking quite a bit of damage from Vlad. And Sooth is pressing in. Outrider's out of ammo. He has a little bit of ammo left on these guys, but for the most part, Sooth is going to have to push in soon, and there's a lot of Skeleton Spears. Vlad is very tanky. Honestly, I think that Dov has a decent chance here. I mean, Franz is very beat up. If Franz can get some really good gooning, but there's terror routes as well. I think the Vampire counts need to make sure they're very tightly packed now. Just kind of pull in at this point. Sooth doesn't really have enough ammo to really punish him. So if Dov is able to pull in here, I think that Sooth might have some problems. Because, like, what is he going to do when he's out of ammo? I mean, I guess there's Demogryph Knights, but Demis aren't going to be super great at cutting down Skeleton Spears. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the best thing in the world. Yes. Vlad, yeah, Vlad, this is where Vlad could potentially shine. But Dov needs to make sure he stays tight, because otherwise the Empire is going to be able to ride around and just pick things off. He knows this better than anyone. Dov, of course, is an Empire main. Karen Race coming in, trying to get some attacks. It looks like a couple of the Empire Cav units might be stuck, and the Karen Race are getting some scything attacks on those guys. Might actually lose a couple Demis here, or a Demi at least. Yeah, look at this. A big bunch of Demogryph Knights are actually trapped here, which is huge. If Dov notices this, he should be able to pick off a couple of Gryphites. And yeah, pull it all in right now. That's what Dov needs to do. For Sooth, he basically just needs to get the good picks. Pick off this Necromancer, cycle charge the White King, get some good picks there. But the Karen Wraiths are proving to really be a pain in the butt. It looks like a Soulfire Bombardment might be going down. Sooth is trying to blob Dov here. He's trying to get the Warrior Priest here and blob those guys down. And here it comes. Oh man, that's painful. Oh, the magic damage, but it didn't do that much actually. He's able to endure, and now the Warrior Priest is a little bit trapped up, and Vlad's coming for blood. And I mean, if he wants to save the Warrior Priest, he's going to have to come in there with a lot of stuff. Skeleton Spears are fighting against Empire Knights, which is a bit of a wash there. And it looks like the Necromancer does take a bit of damage, but Dov is able to drag down another of the Royal Altar of Gryphites as some more of the elite troops do come in. Karen Race collapsing on the Gryphites as well. That is a painful situation for Sooth. He's going to be losing like several Gryphite models here, several of those bad boys. Franz is afflicted with the Master Beguilement, is back up in the sky. Dob also getting his White King plus his Corpse Guard in here. Some grenade launcher fire is going to be very welcome, but only one volley left on those guys. I think just committing to the big fights for both players now is the way to go. And the Warrior Priest is getting taken out. Look at this. All the buffs are active, but the durability of this Vampire Count army here and the Cairn Race are holding, despite the fact they are being shelled by those grenade launchers. Man, what a scrap. What a scrap indeed. Oh no, look at this. Franz does go after the Corpse Guard, but he's a little bit trapped up here. It looks like Vlad was able to get some damage on him, but regrowth is going down. So that is going to be quite a strong situation for the Franz boy, but there's no ammo here anymore. Sooth, of course, going in, and actually there's a little bit of ammo, so he can still keep kiting if he wants to. Skeleton Spears are being collapsed by Empire Knights, but the Spears, of course, are getting a couple kills on the way out, which is nice. And Dob is basically just in kind of a defensive huddle right now. Bounce of Power is getting pretty heavily in the favor of the Empire. Oh man, that regrowth on Franz was insane. Sorry about that, guys, man. I have like a gopher in my throat or something. I don't know what's going on. It's all stabilizing now, just like my internet. And here, of course, Vlad von Karstein and the White King in their last bastion. Here, going to be attempting to make their valiant last stand. We will see if they can hold. Vlad might be able to win this with the White King. It really depends on some of the RNG of those attacks here. Sooth is about to run out of ammo. So he knows at this point he basically has to charge in. Over here, some of the... oh, he's still fighting over here. So the Skeleton Spearmen able to finish those guys off. A close fight, but I just have to think that if Vlad wasn't the Lord pick, this would be... I think Dob could have won this game if he had a different Lord. But again, Sooth would have played different too, so it's like not fair to say that. But man, Vlad just was not able to get into those cap fights. Like Vlad against mobile armies is just so rough. That regrowth was nasty. Like that pulled the bounce of power like so heavily. So here comes the Empire Knights charging in. The White King is going to be engaging against Outriders, and Spears and Vlad shall be taking the Empire Knights. I have to wonder what the summons are like for Vlad here. And it looks like Franz probably will go in after Vlad as well. The White King is a nice boon for sure, but there's not much left for the counts aside from that. I mean, maybe some zombie summons for Vlad, some Skeleton Spearmen. But Soothsayer just proving just to be such a scrappy player. Such a scrappy player indeed. And that is going to be it as the Soulfire Bombardment goes down. And this is the fate of like Footlords like Vlad. And it's why they're often not picked. It's like, because people just ignore them. You don't have to fight them. Yeah, at least Vlad can still cast. And if you know you're fighting an army that isn't going to kite you, like, he's not a bad choice. But yeah, I think Dob was memeing and certainly paid the price for it. And he's going after Franz here. Franz taking a little bit of damage. I mean, there is a glimmer of hope, I guess. If Franz really got gooned out by these two characters, and if Vlad has some zombie summons, maybe. But I don't think so. There's a ton of Griffites here, a ton of AP. It's going to be tough, and Dob knows it's over at that point. Basically, it would be like 5 or 10 minutes of cycle charging. Yeah. Well played. I mean, Dob put up a great fight, playing one of the best players in the world with a meme character, and really had some really good engagements. Very proud of you, Dob. Very proud indeed. But now we go to the Faction War bracket. The Sons of Sigmar, let us hear it if you are a Sigmarite, shall be advancing on. So let's move it to it. Soothsayer will be facing the winner of Xiphos and King of the Dead when our last of the first initial rounds. Also, Felcon, Kjalinale, Hadri's Random Nicks, my son, and Zardar. If you guys are watching, please go ahead and get ready for your next matches and get the lobbies hosted under the same parameters. So now we're going to be jumping into King of the Dead versus Xiphos. High Elves versus Tomb Kings. So let's go ahead and go back here. Multiplayer battle. King of the Dead has been waiting patiently for this scrap. Nice game indeed. Yeah, Vlad just can't compete with mobile builds. Poor Vlad. Dob played so well too, even considering. But yeah, Sooth was able to just pick apart Vlad basically and just really punish that low mobility. Vampire counts are really good. They're a strong faction for sure. Hey guys. All right, so we're in the next match. Let's go ahead and load in here and update the scorecards. We have King of the Dead, who went on like a 8-game win streak on King of the Hill the other day. Very good stuff, and all with his glorious Tomb Kings for the most part. And it's going to be Xiphos coming in with the High Elves. He was going to play Bretonnia in the Faction War, but he changed his mind and said, I actually want to try and win this one. So he's going to be playing High Elves, coming out for blood today. And I know our today's sponsor, if you guys take a look here at the Faction War bracket, Magic G, one of our very own here in chat, putting forward the prize pool for today's tournament, is a big fan of Xiphos and the High Elves, so we'll see if he can champion him. We'll see how that goes. Yes, let's load into the battle. Let's get the screen blocker up, and boom. So it looks like Xiphos is ready with his High Elves. Is he going to go for his classic Kite? Or are we going to see a bit of a different side to Xiphos today? We may find out here in this battle. We may not. Thomas Meadows, no worries, man. No worries. You're here now. That's all that matters. The Astalian Tomb is going to be the map. It's a solid map for sure. It's a very fun one. It's going to be High Elves against Tomb Kings in this matchup. King of the Dead, the champion of the dead, facing off against Xiphos, who's a very prolific, talented Elvish player. So we'll see how this goes. Let us know in chat. Are you a fan of Settra the Imperishable and his, I was about to say unholy, but undead legions of Nehekara, or you want to see the High Elves win? Not often we see High Elf wins on my channel, but that's mainly because I don't play High Elves much myself. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Screen blocker is down for the count. Victory this day. And now we jump in. The winner of this, of course, will have to face Soothsayer's Empire. You guys want Settra? Sounds like we got a lot of Settra fans in chat. Oh, yeah. I got the blocker. I got the blocker. That is the thing. A lot of people have said Xiphos generally always plays kite builds, but it'd be really interesting to see if he does come in and play like a rush build or something. It's although against like Tomb Kings, I think a well-rounded high elf build, like the Casket of Souls can be super punishing against archer builds, but maybe he'll come in with like Shadow Warriors and something weird like that. I don't know. Shadow Warriors I don't think are particularly good in this matchup, but yeah, who knows? Who knows indeed. Thank you guys again all for joining. It's been an absolute blast of a stream so far. Great games across the board. And here we go. Here we go indeed. So for the forces of the High Elves who shall be led by Xiphos. Okay. So someone in chat was saying he only brings kite builds, and apparently he is here to prove you wrong. So he has 2 Phoenix Guard, 3 Spears, a big old mean Star Dragon. For his lord, he has Tyrion. Oh, the biggest of Chads. Tyrion with Sunfang can really roast Tomb Guard. A Mage of Life to heal up the dragon, no surprise there. And only 1 Archer unit. The Bolt Thrower, of course, is kind of designed to deal with constructs and caskets and things like that. And he does also have a Light Caster. So going for, what? A Shem's Burning Gaze on a Light Caster. That's interesting. I would expect maybe like a Time Warp or something like that, but yeah, very interesting. He's got some Silver Helms as well to control the Nehekara Horsemen. That's pretty much it. A very elite build coming in from Xiphos. And now for the forces of the Tomb Kings, he's got Tomb Guard in the front line, a Casket of Souls, no surprise there. A Tomb King and a Lich Priest of Light with Barona's Time Warp, so really good to be trying to get that aggressive play going. Skeleton Chariots, Nehekara Horsemen, and of course the King of the Dead special, the Necropolis Knights with Halberds. Well, Necropolis Knights in general. He's one of the few Tomb Kings players who really brings them in like almost every matchup. Now the Casket here is going to do some huge damage. As far as the builds go, I think Xiphos might be in some trouble, simply because the Casket will just wreck the Tomb Guard, or the, not the Tomb Guard, but the Phoenix Guard. But again, Xiphos will probably keep those guys back, and if the Star Dragon is able to get some good breath attacks, and honestly, you know what? The Star Dragon could basically fly over this army and just get a breath attack on the Casket. There's no like anti-air here. Yeah, that's actually a little bit scary for the Tomb Kings, if Xiphos is kind of privy to that. Yeah, Shem's Burning Gaze, I know. Steve, Falcon and Aerocrastic already played. That was his first game of the day. And also, Steve, your Lizardman played and had a very good performance as well. You should be quite happy, my friend. So we will see. It is King of the Dead on the Tomb Kings facing off against Xiphos, the French elf player, coming in hot with a non-kiting build, actually more of a defensive build, using Phoenix Guard and Spears and a Dragon and Tyrion. He has friggin' Tyrion. Very exciting stuff indeed. So excited, as a matter of fact, I gotta have a sip of water. As we carry on, the Bolt Thrower versus the Casket. Yeah, the Bolt Thrower will do okay, but it's severely outranged. The Casket has 440 range, and the Bolt Thrower has 380. Xiphos really needs to just make sure to keep his Phoenix Guard out of range of the Casket until it's dealt with, or like the main fighting starts. Because the Casket will just get so much money off Xiphos' army by killing Phoenix Guard here, so gotta be a little bit careful with that. We'll see how that goes. The Casket is in a little bit of trouble, but honestly it takes like forever for a Bolt Thrower to kill a Casket. But the Dragon is really going to have to be the death thrust. I would imagine that he's going to use Shem's Burning Gaze to snipe the Casket in conjunction with the Dragon breath attacks. That's probably going to be his game plan. And I mean, if the Star Dragon is able to get some free attacks on the Casket, it can kill it very quickly. So we'll see how it goes. So the battle is underway here. You can see that Bolt Thrower is going to be scooting forward immediately here for Xiphos. Good luck, have fun being dropped by both players. And here we do, of course, have the Casket of Souls. Shem's Burning Gaze, just like we said, going after the Casket, and boom. Man, look at that damage. Okay, That's why Xiphos did that. Now the question has been answered. The bolt throwers are shooting in. Immediately, I think if Xiphos can kill this casket, he's going to be in good shape. And the problem is like, something big has to stay back here to protect this. Like, if it's just spears, the dragon will just ignore them and kill the casket. Bolt thrower shooting in as well. Shem's Burning Gaze will be coming off cooldown here in a moment. King of the Dead rushing forward with pretty much everything, realizing that he needs to shut down that ranged pressure if he can. But the Star Dragon is basically just thirsting here for this casket. The casket's a very common pick here, but the Star Dragon's just going to go right overhead and get a breath attack. Oh my god, it's happening. Look at it. The dragon's going right overhead. The casket is so slow. I don't know if it's going to be able to dodge it. Guys, you ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Oh, is he going to get it? Oh, look at the angle on that breath attack. What was that? It was like shooting backwards. He does make contact. King is able to dodge some of it. But this is so good by Xiphos because basically King is having to leave Cetra back here like while the main fighting is happening, which is going to be very, very good for the High Elves. Now, the High Elves, or the Tomb Kings do blitz in with the Nehekar Horsemen, but the Silver Helms are there to intercept. There's spears there. These Horsemen are going to go down. The Casket does rip a couple shots here before it goes, but yeah, that Casket of Souls not in great shape. Although if the Dragon doesn't finish it, I mean, it could get some good value still. He definitely needs to. Tyrion is here as well. Got to watch out for a big old Sunfang. I would imagine Sunfang is going to be coming down. Phoenix Guard are going to be very good against a lot of this stuff. And in the trees here, Xiphos does, of course, have some standard archers, which are putting some firepower here into the dudes. Now, the Dragon has finished off the Casket, so basically the Star Dragon at this point can just pull back to the main battle and just, forget that backline situation. The Casket of Souls has been taken out by the mighty Star Dragon. That was some really good plays there by Xiphos, but Xiphos does lose his caster. It looks like the Mage of Light might be going down here. It's fully surrounded, -17. The Tomb King's coming in, representing Cetra. And now the Mage of Light is going to be falling most likely. And the Tomb King's going for Tyrion. We're going to have a big old alpha fight going on here. Balance of power is still elf favored though. Losing the Casket is definitely pretty painful. And obviously the Nehekar Horsemen have all been taken offline. And it seems like the High Elf elite units, the Phoenix Guard, are going to be a nightmare to kill. Pretty much the only thing in King's army that was designed to counter Phoenix Guard boxes was the Casket. And there was nothing really to stop it. Like, now the Casket's gone, and there's not going to be too much to deal with the Phoenix Guard, to be fair. Nets of Amnatok going down here on the Mage of Light, trying to allow the Tomb King to really get a ton of damage here against the Mage. But Tyrion, Feint and Riposte active. Tyrion can probably outduel this Tomb King, especially if he has Heart of Avalorn. I'm not sure about the situation there, but yeah, I mean, these cav units desperately charging into the Phoenix Guard here, trying to free up the Tomb King. But Sunfang going down. Sunfang does roast some of those Tomb Guard, doing massive damage. It looks like King did leave them standing for just a moment. And Xiphos' Star Dragon's back now, so Star Dragon plus Tyrion. Good night, sweet prince. Man, that Tomb King is going to be in some huge trouble as the fire damage is coming in. And the thing is, the sneaky snakes can't even really attack here because the Phoenix Guard are everywhere. There's so much anti-large. Very, very scary situation. So it looks like Xiphos is rapidly pulling ahead in this game, as King is kind of running out of answers here. So Star Dragon's back, Tyrion's back. They are going to be able to give the Tomb King the heavy, heavy business if he's not careful. So here they come, guys. The Lord can certainly do some work, but here comes another Shem's Burning Gaze going into that Lich Priest of Light. And honestly, you know, getting the Star Dragon to go kill the Lich Priest might not be a bad idea. Just like leaving Tyrion to hunt down the Tomb King. Some of the Phoenix Guard are moving out here, going after the Necropolis Knights of King of the Dead. And it looks like Xiphos making Magic D proud. Today's sponsor, of course, was rooting for the High Elves. That's what he asked me. He's like, get a good High Elf player for this tournament. That's all I ask. And Xiphos seems to be performing so far. The Tomb King here, certainly taking a bit of a beating. It looks like he's locked down. There's a ton of anti-large halberds here. The curse is active, which will do some okay damage, but not enough to get him back in the game, that's for sure. As the Tomb King's Chariot's basically just kind of waiting in the shadows as the Silver Helms finish off the Nehekar Horsemen. Tyrion coming to help out as well. And the Star Dragon just rampaging back here. It's so healthy. And I don't know what's going to stop it. It seems like Xiphos' build was like very well designed to deal with casket play. I think he knows that's like what's really nasty against archer builds, and that's what people expect him to bring, those kind of builds, right? Star Dragon going in once again. Star Dragon, of course, does do fire damage and heavy, heavy AP. And fire damage does do extra against the Tomb King, an extra 22%, so this boy is going to get feasted on by the dragon. Granted, King does get a good engagement. He gets his Necropolis Knights in there. Get some chariots in there to kind of help pin in the mass of the Star Dragon. But man, Tyrion's coming in with the mighty Sunfang, and it looks like this guy might be going down. Shem's Burning Gaze, friendly fire here into the Tomb King, it looks like. Maybe, unless that was the High Elf caster who came back. Oh, it was. He's back. All right. And now the Tomb King with Barona's Time Warp. Doing some good damage, though, honestly. I mean, maybe King can scrap something back. I don't know, though. I feel like it's so hard. The Star Dragon getting an Earthblood as well. This bad boy is going to be pulling back up in the sky. And I would imagine we'll be charging back into the Tomb King here. And, yeah, that Tomb King is in huge trouble right there. 120, 600 plus damage going down in the Tomb King. The Phoenix Guard pile in. The Necropolis Knights will be going down rather quickly here. And then what does King have left? Okay, he's got a ton of infantry. He's got the Lich Priest. He's got some chariots. But man, a Star Dragon and Tyrion, that is going to be such a tall order. And 2 characters as well. He's got a Mage of Life plus a Mage of Light. Both of which, you know, high elf mages aren't slouches in combat. They got, you know, 38 and 40 for combat stats. Weapon strength is a little bit low, but certainly very capable of dealing with these type of troops. And there you have it, guys. The High Elves claiming victory most likely over the Tomb Kings. Looks like a GG being dropped by both players. Xiphos with a very well thought out build. Be able to counterplay King's build very well. Granted, King still had a chance to win for sure, but yeah, that dragon just is like, no, he didn't, as he just eats that thing. But yeah, it was well played. I would imagine the Ushapti summon's still in the back pocket. I don't know if we even saw that. Well played, guys. The High Elves and Xiphos claiming victory. The Ushapti summon being used a little bit too late. Granted, I think he just got enough because his infantry didn't really go down terribly quickly. And that is going to be a victory for Tyrion and the High Elves as they come in and prepare to fight against Talaxla and Soothsayer. That is going to be a battle of the ages. That is for sure. Yes. And there we have it. The Star Dragon Tyrion build able to defeat the Tomb Kings. And let us go ahead and update everything. So we're going to go to the... It looks good. Cool. Players are all set. Let's go to the bracket. Well, boom. And now the die is cast. The second round of the tournament is underway. We're going to have Falcon versus Hyali Nale, Hadri's versus Random Nix, my son Herbert Walker versus Ardart Total War, Talaxla and Soothsayer versus Xiphos. Now for factions, Lizards versus Dark Elves, Skaven versus Vampire Coast, Greenskins versus Norska, and Empire versus High Elves on the bottom of the bracket. So let us go ahead and load into the next game, which is going to be Falcon and Hyali Nale. So let's go ahead and spectate that bad boy. Players doing a great job keeping everything fluid and getting the game lobbies ready, so got to give a big shout out to those guys. So here we go, guys. The High Elves did indeed win against one of the best factions in the game and also a very good player in King of the Dead. King, well played, brother. That casket just got countered pretty damn hard, and I don't know if there was too much you could do about that. So Hyali. So now we have the old ones, the child of the old ones, Hyali Nale facing off against Falcon and his Druchii. If we're going to see a Chill of Sontar, it could be here. And this is actually a rematch from the Everchosen. We had Hyali Nale and Falcon playing in the grand finals of Everchosen, so we'll see how this goes. Hey, guys. Hyali just going to take a quick bio break real quick, and then we'll be back in business. Good progress is being made today, guys. Now we can hang out and read chat for a little bit. All right, perfect. Xiphos playing a great game there for sure. So saying, yeah, he hit tier 3 seconds before army losses. So yeah, he couldn't even get the Ushapti summon because basically Xiphos didn't even go for his infantry. I missed it. This is like the 6th High Elf vs Tomb Kings match this week, and the first one the High Elves have won. Yeah, it was a really well thought out build, to be honest. Duality Sound Lab, yes, we're going live. We're doing it, dude. We're in the second round now, so basically, let's go ahead and switch back over. Ozkirk, thank you for the $10 donation. Yes, another Saturday Night Spirit leached by your addictive streams. That's pretty good, man. Thank you, Ozkirk, for the donation. We will certainly leech your spirit tonight and entertain you. So, all right, let's go back here. For anyone just joining, here's the current bracket so far. We're on the second round. So, of course, those are the matchups, and we'll switch on over in just a second so you guys can see the glorious picks as well. Falcon is ready. It's going to be Dark Elf vs Lizards here in the second round of this Faction War tournament, which is our monthly tournament we host. Turn Warhammer while painting Bretonians. Oh, what a hero, man. Good old Bretonia. Falcon's ready to go. We'll see if... Zach Waite says, Hyali Nale, best this traitor of the old ones. Of course, Falcon did win the last Faction War with Lizardmen, but he wants to show his range of factions and is going to be coming in with Dark Elves, and he's certainly like top tier with Dark Elves. That's one of his really good factions as well. But Hyali is probably one of the best Lizardmen players out there, so we're going to see some cool creative builds, I would imagine. Yeah, the casket definitely got wrecked pretty hard. The blocker gives stock to every army on the battlefield. That's very true. Yeah, so there's a prize for today's tournament. It's the prize is being put up by Magic D, who's I think he's watching with one of his buddies, he said. The prize is going to be 250 euros, 150 for first, 75 for second, and then the remaining 25 will go to the hero of the people who you guys vote for at the end of the stream. So we have a big old straw poll, and that goes down. The High Elves are still in it. Yes, they are. The High Elves were able to claim victory over the Tomb Kings in our most recent game. And yeah, 2v2 faction war could be something we do. Although, when you add more players, lag becomes a really big problem. Unless you vet every single player, and there's obviously, people can lag on any given Sunday, right? So if we look here, the remaining players, of course, you can see who's playing who. Well, not remaining players, but all the players. So here are the champions of each of the factions. You can see who has played. Many of the games have already taken place. I would recommend going back and watching them. There was one that was a little bit laggy, but aside from that, they were all pretty damn smooth. And that is that. So we're going to go back to the bracket here while the players load in. And it looks like we are indeed loading into the battle. So just going to hang here with you guys for a second. Magic D has no relation to Wicked D. No, I do not believe so. And here we go. So let's go back to the battle. Let's get rid of the screen blocker. Let's load into this beast. We're going to be on the Golden Monolith. It's going to be Lizards versus Druchii, fighting over this giant phallic shaft in the middle of this valley. It looks magical, so I can see them fighting over it. You know, there's probably something going on there. So now for the forces of Hyale Nale. Oh man, look at this build. Oh my goodness. So Hyale has triple Razordon hunting pack, the Umbral Tide, 3 Pterodons, a bunch of skinks, a couple skink skirmishers, and a skink chief up here in the sky, a Manticore summoner, and then Krokar. So man, Hyale loves Krokar. He's like one of the few people that still uses Krokar, and he does a really good job with it. So yeah, pretty much a kite army. And now for the force of Falcon's Dark Riders here. Oh, Malice Darkblade! It's happening, guys. We're getting Malice Darkblade. Will this meme be the downfall of Falcon? Malice isn't terrible, though, to be fair. He's just not as good as like Malekith and Wrathi. He's not a terrible lord, though, so certainly much better than like Vlad. We got Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, a couple Witch Elves for Rampage, a Canid Assassin, 2 Bolt Throwers, because I think Falcon kind of knows how Hyale likes to play. Bolt Throwers are a really good counter against like Razordons and things like that, so that's incredibly solid. Now, if the Pterodon Riders try and fly overhead and shut down the Bolt Throwers, Falcon does have Dark Riders with repeater crossbows in the back and Manticore summons to stop them, so honestly, I think he's very well prepared for Hyale's build. But again, Hyale's build, any given Sunday, you never know. You never know. A High Elves versus Dark Elves final is possible. They're on the other sides of the bracket, so you never know. But we will see how Malice Darkblade's coming in. I can't believe we're getting Malice. You never see him. Of course, he does have the Demon Transformation. Malice has some really good abilities. He does have the Demon's Curse, which is very strong. Lowers melee defense and leadership, and he does also have the Blood Price, which makes him into just a world beater of a character. And he does have self-healing. So, on paper, Malice has many good things. Of course, he's considered a bit of a meme, not because he's bad, but simply because Malekith and Wrathi and, the other characters and Supreme Sorceresses are just so much better in multiplayer. Yeah. So here comes the Lizard Men, the Dark Elves awaiting their rush. The Pterodon Riders of Hyale Nale surveying the battlefield. We're going to see, though, the Razordons and the Salamanders. Umbral Tide might be able to come in and get some huge value for sure, but I feel like Falcon is so well prepared for this build. If you look here, it looks a little bit dicey for sure. Krokar is here as well, probably going to try and get a Hand of the Gods onto the face here of Malice. And you can see here the Salamanders are shooting into the Canid Assassin as the Chameleon Skinks, or actually Skink Skirmishers, are going to be flying in. And now Malice is going to be getting poked by a Skink Chief, which is a great choice. If you could get Malice closer and closer to his Demon Transformation, that's like the way to kill him. Because then you could basically just kite him usually, especially with a build like this, and you'll be in good shape. So it looks like the Pterodon Riders flying into a bit of a Last Samurai situation, but going in for a very aggressive play. Trying to fly over the head here of the Dark Riders and drop some rocks. Oh, the rock drop, is it coming? Oh, there it goes. A little bit of a miss there. Falcon is able to dodge it partially. And now in the frontline fighting, Malice is getting poked pretty hard. I don't know what Falcon's doing here. He's got to be careful. Malice is overextending into the danger zone, and also there's Razordons coming up. Like, Krokar could turn around and just bully him. I think a big misplay from Falcon so far, chasing out here with Malice. Big misplay. He's taking a ton of free damage, and Malice is just getting whooped on. Yeah, you can see the Razordons, the Salamanders, they're all coming in here. Malice with a huge overextend. I think Falcon might have been a little bit busy microing over here, trying to stop his Bolt Throwers from going down. And as such, Malice is going to take a ton of free damage. So well played. Really nice play there by Hyale. Able to kind of stop him here. In the meantime, Krokar. Oh, is this going to be a Hand of the Gods? It looks like there is going to be a Pan's Pelt going down on him to give him speed and some physical resist against these attacks. But Malice is very low. And Pterodons might be coming in. I mean, really good backline harassed by Hyale. He's really sticking and moving and being quite obnoxious back here in the back line. And now the Salamanders are coming in. And you can see here the Dark Riders are actually getting worked on pretty bad. It looks like the Salamanders and the Razordons and other units were able to get some big damage. So Hyale with some amazing micro right now. So now Malice Darkblade has fallen back. No Soul Stealer for him. Now he can heal back up to full with Dark End, but against a Kite build, that's not going to be super good. Falcon here able to get some good shots here against the Umbral Tide, but it looks like they're shooting into the Dark Riders and might be able to wreck one of them, actually. One of the Dark Riders is in a bit of a precarious situation and is broken. And now, you know, the Powhawks of Sentinels here for Hyale going to chase him off. And Hyale has so much of his army in reserves, too. He's basically just chilling back here with his Razordons. He knows that he could just try and pick apart Falcon's army and then pull them forward when it's safe, which is what he's doing with his Pterodons. Man, beautiful play here. So the Dark Riders are being pushed back. These Pterodon Riders, unfortunately for Hyale, do get poked down by Falcon with his Canid Assassin and his Dark Riders. This kind of happened in the first game as well. We saw Falcon kind of fall behind against Aerocrastic and slowly kind of climb his way back. So Dark Rider is able to punish them. Manticore Summon is coming in as well. Very aggressive play here from Hyale. What is he going to do with the Manticores? Skinks are basically just shooting into the front. And some of the Razordons have been pulled in as well. And it looks like they're just kind of shooting down the Bleak Swords here in the front. As the Pterodactyls are able to chase off some of the Dark Riders, it doesn't look like it actually. Falcon able to protect them with the Dark Rider with shields. Very good play there, man. Able to stabilize that situation. Now for Malice, he's very beat up. Krokar is probably looking for an opportunity to feast somewhere. Where is Malice even? I think Malice is hiding in the trees, which is smart because Hand of the Gods could really punish him right now. Here it comes, coming in! Hand of the Gods! Oh man, and Malice just straight up matrixes that and dodges that shot by running right under it. Man, that was close. So Falcon kind of stabilizing, and honestly, if Hyale isn't able to shut down the bolt throwers, he might have a lot of trouble with this Razordon build. Krokar over here, in the meantime, is, I think fighting. No, he's actually running. It looks like that's the Manticore Summon. Oh, this could be really big, actually. If Croc could come down here and pick off this Canid Assassin, that would be a really nice pick for sure. And the Manticore Summon should come over here as well. Like, that Canid Assassin is fresh fish. He's very far away from reinforcements. Plus, he does also have screening with the Pterodons. Oh, and the Skink Chief breaks again. That's pretty unfortunate. That guy would be quite a powerhouse of a character. And it looks like the Canid Assassin is really getting bullied by the Manticore. No surprise there. But yeah, I think a little bit of Krokar support could be very strong. And Hyale's going all in here. He's sending in his Powhawks of Sentinels. Man, this is really ballsy. He must be desperately trying to finish off these repeater crossbows, which is, you know, I understand the urgency there. So he does go in there with some of his Pterodons and is able to chase off some of the repeater crossbows. In the meantime, the Canid Assassin is certainly outmatched here, as Krokar's T-Rex certainly hungry for some Druchii there, as it looks like he does make contact. And the Canid Assassin is very, very low now. With our Witch Elves coming, so, I mean, if Krokar does get Rampage, that could be like a game loss right there. So he needs to be careful that Krok doesn't get Rampage. Oh, no! And the Witch Elves are going to Rampage Krokar most likely. He has a couple seconds to get away until they shank him. But I guess he does have Skinks and other elements here that could help peel. So even if he does get Rampage, I guess it's not the end of the world. Falcon's very busy over here. But now I think that Hyale needs to bring the rest of his troops, like bring the Skinks and all the Razordons. And yeah, you can see the Razordons have come up and around the side, but Krokar's rampaging. But Cold Blood actually can stop Rampage. Nice tech right there. Beautiful play. He's able to get away from the Rampage. And Falcon's also coming in with pretty much his full army here. But the Cold Blood does prevent the Rampage while it's active, which is very strong. It looks like an Amber Spear might have been going in there as well. Amber Spear able to poke in there as some of the Pterodons swoop in once again. The Pterodon play is so persistent here, and Malice Darkblade is on death's bed. He's very low, 751. He's going to have to turn into a demon soon, and basically Hyale will just cackle and kite him like into the sunset. Skink Chief up here with his little dart gun is shooting into the Witch Elves, of course. And yeah, he's pulling back. He is pulling back indeed, guys. The Pterodons, man, just doing the work of the gods here for sure. Now, bolt throwers are still in good shape, but the thing that's really good for Hyale is the fact that the bolt throwers are actually almost out of ammo. 6 volleys here. We have 4 volleys right here. And over here we have the Pterodon Riders, who, of course, are flying overhead and doing their thing. Hand of the Gods going in, and it blasts Malice once again. Malice might have to just transform so he doesn't break off the battlefield, because Malice is shaken right now. He's got, like, 13 leadership. And the Pterodon Riders occupying the bolt throwers once again. Hyale Nali now has pretty much the whole mobile advantage for the most part. Granted, Hyale is a little bit low in ammo in his Skinks, but his Razordons are pretty much all perfect health. Krokar is relatively healthy too. He might have a little bit of trouble dealing with like the Witch Elves and things like that. And Malice, of course, in demon form is pretty scary. Repeater crossbows for our boy Falcon, still in decent shape, I suppose, for this point in the game. I mean, yeah, they're beat up, but for this point, I guess it's not bad. 38, 27, and looks like 14 on that last one. Oh man, he's got 4 of those actually. Man, that's pretty nasty for sure. But the Pterodons, Razordons have a ton of ammo, so they're going to be able to Shrek pretty hard. Bolt throwers using the last of their shots to try and finish off the Umbral Tide. The Umbral Tide still has a ton of ammo as well, so there's a lot of pressure coming in. And 115 here, 125 on these Sallies. I think Razordons have 100 range. So, but you know, the thing is, the Razordons are going to be able to outclass the Dark Riders, even with the range advantage, just because of their numbers, I think. Falcon's still on the ropes, guys. I think that Hyale is in a very good position to take this game. Granted, it's far from over, with the Witch Elves still being able to rampage. Things are getting pretty crazy. The Hand of the Gods able to do some big damage. Malice just hiding in the trees. He's basically just... He needs to hide Malice until like Hyale has to come fight because he has no ammo left. And then that's where he goes in. So the Lizard's playing a really, really nice kite game here, trying to pick apart this army with the Razordon hunting packs. So now the Razordons are shooting in. A little bit of a nice screening play here by Falcon, able to keep the spears between the choicest of targets. But the Razordon, some of them here will be able to shoot, so they're going to go into the Dark Riders here. Dark Riders are getting poked down, but Falcon doing a really good job keeping the shielded Dark Riders in front of the repeater crossbows to make sure the damage isn't too substantial. Now chasing out with the Dark Riders, and it looks like some of the Pterodons have come back as well. The Umbral Tide, in the meantime, outranging here against these repeater crossbows. It's just like, this game is such a high micro, like high skill game. It's just like every morsel of value counts at this point for both players. Because Falcon is actually just about out of ammo on his bolt thrower. This one has like 2 shots left. So yeah, we'll see if he's able to get that going. In the meantime, Skink cohorts are falling back, getting chased off by the Dread Spears, but Hyale Nale with a very powerful Razordon position. I would imagine many of these Dark Riders here are about to be blasted into another dimension by these glorious lizards. Yep, a couple Dark Riders do fall. They're shaken. Skink still have a little bit of ammo left as well. And Krokar basically just waiting to feast on Malice. Just licking his chops here in the back. Licking them chops. The last bolt thrower shots do go into Krokar, and both of them make contact, it looks like. So at least Falcon able to get some value there. And here comes the Umbral Tide. What are they going to be targeting? Probably the Dark Riders. That's definitely what he needs to get rid of. Without the Dark Riders, there's pretty much nothing the Dark Elves can do to stop the skirmish. Here we get the Razordon hunting packs, which are forced into a rampage. All right, that's pretty good. They force into a rampage, and now they're going to be probably taken out. Granted, they're actually doing some really good damage to this Canid Assassin, it looks like. But the Bleak Swords and company should be able to finish those guys off. So now there is an extension here. Oh no, a big misplay by Hyale Nale. If he lets these Razordons get rampaged, it's close. It's very close. They might get rampaged, but it looks like they're going to get away. It takes like a couple seconds sometimes for it to kick in. But man, if those Razordons got rampaged into Spears and Witch Elves, that would be a huge loss for Hyale. So now Krokar is thinking about engaging. He's going to go for a snipe on the Canid Assassin. It looks like a Manticore summoned by Falcon here in the late game is going to be used. In the tree line, we do have some Feral Cold Ones. Oh my god, the Feral Cold Ones came around! The clever girls came up and over the top of the map and forced Malice to transform. So now, Falcon's Lord, yes, the balance of power is in Falcon's favor, but that's because of Malice. But Malice is also on a ticking time bomb. So basically, Malice plus the Manticore summon were able to trigger the bounce for the Dark Elves, but it's very much a false inflation. So now at this point, the Canid Assassin is broken off. The Clever Girls, though, that was a great play by Hyale, coming in with those clever ladies and forcing Malice to transform. Now, Krokar needs to be careful. Man, no! Krokar might get Rampage, Sacred Spawning of Zodal, but Falcon with a great pick here. If he can get that Rampage off, that would be massive. The Clever Girls, but Falcon coming in for the Alpha Strike. He knows he has the power advantage right now, and he needs to capitalize, needs to kill Krokar, and get some picks here. Otherwise, he is going to lose this game when Malice starts to disappear. Because you can see, Malice is already down to about 80%. He's taking a bit of damage. Krokie's pulling back. The Hyale Nale has to send in his Skinks at this point. It's just all hands on deck. All hands on deck here. Now, when the Manticore summon disappears, and also Malice disappears, if Hyale can endure this, he will probably win the game. But if Krokar goes down for some reason and takes some sort of a beating, and I have to say the Cold Bloods have been so good this game to prevent the rampaging. More Skin cohorts coming in. Going to be peeling for Krokar, but that Manticore really, really hot on his tail, but will be disappearing here in a relatively short amount of time. But the Razordons are still in really good shape. We have a full pack here, full pack here. Some of the Clever Girls have come back, all the hero Clever Girls, and also up on the high ground, Hyale does have a pretty big core of Skinks with which to screen this very beat-up army. So the Skink cohorts proving to be the heroes of the Dino Empire, screening out the advance of the Dark Riders, allowing Krokar to escape. And on the far side, we do have the Razordons tearing apart these Witch Elves. Witch Elves just getting wrecked by the Razordons, being kited by the Skinks. That is a really, really good situation for the Dinos. Close fight here. Malice Darkblade, of course. Now Falcon's paying the troll toll here, as Malice Darkblade is going to be potentially crumbling down. 96 melee attack on this bad boy. Going to be coming up on the high ground, and look at the bounce power come back towards the middle. As Malice tanks and as the Manticore summon disappears, the bounce suddenly goes back towards the middle here. Malice knows he's got to fight somewhere. If he could fight in here, at least he can heal himself, because he does have that the Soul Storm, which does really good AoE damage and also heals Malice, so probably will be using that in just a moment. The repeater crossbows are basically just hunting down Krokar, but they're about out of ammo, so Krokar can turn around and just feast on their souls here. Malice, in the meantime, being dragged into another dimension, and over here we do have the kiting continuing, as the Razordons do pull back and kite out these Witch Elves. So yeah, definitely doing a very, very proper job there. Salamander hunting pack shooting. Oh my god, this is such a scrappy game. I cannot believe it. So Malice Darkblade on the hunt, but guys, like, this is the problem with Malice. Yeah, he's I think what really hurt Falcon, though, wasn't necessarily Malice per se, but the play in the beginning where Malice Darkblade got, like, half health taken off by a couple skinks. That was really, really painful for sure. But now Krokgar 75 speed, Malice does have 84, so Malice with Pan's Pelt might be able to catch him, but a couple Salamanders, like, he's like, no, Krokgar, escape. And Malice gets caught on one of those freaking Salamanders. Oh my god, that's so funny. And the lizards come in and swarm, and they're able to actually free him up. Krokgar is in the danger zone, but Falcon is going in, trying to pin him in with the Dark Riders, but they just see Krokgar coming. They see that hungry T-Rex, and they're just like, nope. And this is the fate of Malice. In many a match, the Dark Blade shall continue to be kited, and will never find a home. He is lost and forgotten. Now, Dark Elves still have a lot of stuff, though. They have Dread Spears down here in the low ground. Oh, nice play by Falcon. He's able to rampage Razordons. How did that happen? Razordons are so much faster. That must have been a bit of a lapse in micro there for Hyali, but Hyali does get the Cold Blood off. He gets the Cold Blood off with Crocky, or someone. I don't know, maybe the Skink Priest nearby or something. And he's able to get the Pterodons or Razordons away. He needs to get them away, though. That was potentially a big misplay. Granted, the Razordons shooting their little darts here into the packs of Witch Elves, who are certainly taking quite a bit of damage. That is a lot of angry Witch Elves, guys, and a lot of Druchii here as well. And Krokgar isn't like, you know, he's not a spring chicken anymore. He's very, very beat up at this point. And Malice is basically, let's go ahead and watch the glorious end of Malice Darkblade. Yes. Zarkan really not helping. You know, just kind of ruining Malice's day here. Malice is at 183 and 142. And down for the count he goes in just a moment. Krokgar coming in to maybe finish him off, but Krokgar's like, nope, I'm just going to let the demon take care of you, bud. You do you. I'm going to just wait and try and terror out the rest of your army in the late game. So Malice Darkblade, unceremonial death, using his Soulstorm, and down goes Malice, feasted on by the demon of chaos, and down he goes. Now for the rest of the battle, Razordon's able to get a good position, still have some Umbral Tide, which is actually quite substantial, and the Skinks are actually quite numerous here. 58 Skinks here, and oh man, blasting into those Witch Elves with the splash damage from the Umbral Tide. We do also have a Skink Chief as well. Falcon's still in this game, though. He's got a ton of Dread Spears and a ton of Witch Elves, and once Hyali runs out of ammo, but there's so much ammo left! Razordons have so much ammo, like, I think that Hyali might be able to pull this one out. It's going to be really close, but if Hyali, you know, lapses in micro and lets his Razordons get caught by some Witch Elves and Rampage, that would be probably a win for Falcon. Because there's so many Dread Spears left, too. And also he does have the Sorceress of Beasts. I don't know what he has in terms of magic. No Manticore summons, obviously, but Pan's Pelts could be helpful in some of those final fights. The Razordon pack getting a little bit danger close here. One of the Razordon packs is kiting while the Umbral Tide continues to shoot here. This has been a 15-minute game, an absolute slobber knocker of a battle. As the Razordon's able to fully envelop this Druchii army and just kind of shoot from all sides. Krokgar's back, Skinks are coming back. Looks like Dark Riders are being finished off here. So pretty much everything is in this like vacuum here. I think on the, ooh, look at this is actually big. Looks like Hyali has 79 Skinks over there, which actually could be a really nice screen for this big disgusting blob. But Falcon getting kited pretty well here. Razordons have ammo, and he's being shot from pretty much every direction. Whichever way they go, they're just going to get shot at. So I think Falcon is just kind of in a very dire situation here. Razordon shooting in, because like once the Witch Elves start to break and run, then Krokgar can just come in and start teabagging the Supreme Sorcerers here, and that's going to be pretty rough. This is revenge for the Everchosen, perhaps so. Some people in chat calling it the revenge of the old ones. Of course, their former champion, Falcon. Here you have the Razordons. Going to rip a couple shots, I would imagine. Definitely just killing the Witch Elves is the biggest thing. It basically allows Krokgar to do whatever he wants. These Witch Elves are very low. And terror routes could be a thing here. Razordons kiting back. I mean, every direction they go, they're being pulled apart. Here we have the Umbral Tide with a couple shots left who are going to be going for the kill where they can. I think Hyali's in a very comfortable position now. Balance of power is in the Lizard's favor. As the Lizard army is able to kind of stabilize here. This was a really fun kite game. It was indeed. Because it was back and forth, and Falcon had answers for the kite. He had 4 Dark Riders and also had Bolt Throwers, too. But Hyali was able to get the pick on Malice, which I think was really brutal. And also the clever girls coming out of the ambush in the trees and getting him. I mean, who saw that coming? I didn't see it. I forgot Hyali even had those. Falcon's doing a really good job kind of being patient here and just trying to bide his time and trying to screen with his shielded units. You can never count Falcon out. He is such a scrapper. Even with a meme character like Malice Darkblade, he's quite scary. So here comes the Razordon hunting packs. Firepower coming in here from the Umbral Tide. Once again. This is pretty similar. When I played Hyali with my Vampire Coast and King of the Hill a couple weeks ago, he really brought a similar build. He used he loves the Salamanders and the hunting packs, and like playing this kiting game with Krokgar, it's very, very strong. Although against me, I don't think he used Krokar. So some of the Witch Elves are broken, so at this point, basically, the Skinks can go for it. And you can see the Druchii are just being picked apart. The Shivers here just blasting here into the Elves. And it makes me wonder if the Elves should just kind of sit and rest. But you see, this is the thing. Like, if the Witch Elves are able to just make contact and rampage them, oh, it's so close. So close. But the bolt thrower crews are wavering. Mass routes are going to be a bit of a thing here in a moment. Y'all could send in the Skink cohorts too. This is actually going to be a 20-minute game. Whereas in ladder, if it were a 20-minute game, obviously, in ladder, there's a 20-minute timer, which I think is kind of silly. I think it should be a little bit longer. But I guess in ladder, you have to worry about like draw kiting and things like that. So having a timer is like, can be a saving grace sometimes. So the bolt thrower crew is shattered. Not that it matters too much. And now the Witch Elves are just getting these fat shafts to the face. These ladies are not going to be enjoying that. And they are going to be shaken. Pretty low in leadership. Krokar lurking nearby. I think Yale knows that he should just use all his ammo. He doesn't need to be like greedy here with the push. Here, these Witch Elves are getting chased off by the Skink Priest. He's got Skink cohorts kind of waiting in the wings to collapse in for the Alpha Strike. Balance of power for the first time in the game is very, very Lizard favored as the Razordons are able to show their movement superiority. Last Samurai by the Razordons. Yeah, look at these guys just throwing spikes into the back of these naked ladies here. A lot of damage coming in. And yeah, Falcon basically at the mercy of these guys. Just trying to catch them how he can. Krokar just waiting in the wings. The very cunning warrior of the old world. Krokar apparently is a master tactician and warrior as well. As a matter of fact, in the end times, Krokar has a glorious duel with Lord Skrolk. If you guys haven't read about that, it's a pretty funny story. The Razordon hunting pack shoot again. Witch Elves are broken, and that's the thing. When these Witch Elves go here, the last of them, Falcon's last-ditch effort here, he gives them the pelt to give them 54 speed, hoping they'll catch the Razordons, but there's no way with that kind of speed. And yeah, it's just a matter of time, really, guys. Before the Druchii get picked apart, Falcon, of course, not wanting to go quietly into the night. Hyali does need to be patient if he falls for Falcon's trap and does get rampaged. Yeah, if he went in and got rampaged while the Witch Elves were still there and their spears, I mean, you know, Falcon could still win this. It's not like 100% over yet. Razordon's able to feast on the Witch Elves here. Now these Razordons are shooting into the back of the other Witch Elves, which are shaken. 11 leadership. The Skinks are surrounding. Umbral Tide is here as well. And this is going to be the final battle. We will see how this goes. So here comes the Razordon hunting pack shooting in. Crossfire into the Witch Elves here. 100% the best target. It allows Krokar to have free range, like I said. 678. I'm surprised they're holding so well, considering they're taking such a pounding here. We have 2 volleys left on these ones. 2 volleys here. I think Falcon knows it's not over yet. I mean, the Dread Spears. Terror Route is going to be the biggest thing. Looks like a spell's going down. Pan's Spell. Yeah, he's just trying to save as many Witch Elves as he can. And Hyali's about out of ammo, guys. He's got 1 volley left here. He has 2 left here. Yeah, I gotta kill those Witch Elves. Krokar should be able to get Terror Routes, though, and finish off the army, especially with the somewhat healthy Skin cohort here and here. Able to come in and, like, lock things down. Negative 8. They are broken, so the Witch Elves are all gone. So now Hyali knows he's out of ammo in a moment. He'll have to engage. I'll double check to make sure he doesn't have ammo anywhere else before I give them an enforcement, but I'm pretty sure he knows this. They both play in tournaments a lot. So the Skink cohorts look to be moving in, trying to get a collapse here. He does have a little bit of ammo left on this Razordon. Looks like half a volley or something. When it says 0, it doesn't necessarily mean 0. It means that a couple of them might have a volley. So we'll see if he's able to rip those shots. Those Witch Elves are getting chased off. The Skink Priest of Beast needs to come back in here. And yeah, the Razordons need to turn around and shoot as well. Kite's certainly very powerful. It depends, though. It depends on the matchup. And it also depends on the player you're playing. So yeah, now the cohorts and other units are moving in here. The last of the ammunition is going to be used by Hyali. And from there, he will need to engage against Falcon. So we'll let him know. Once ammo is used, you need to engage. Oh, he's already doing it. Okay, I don't need to say anything. So he's moving in with his main army. This is Falcon's last chance here. He's gonna have to fight. It looks like the healthy Skin cohort is gonna be pushing in, maybe. Oh, he had a little bit of ammo left, so yeah, he just used his last shot, so we'll tell him now. Must engage now. Yep. He's teasing me with it. And there he goes. So he used his last shot. 2 or 3 seconds later, he does engage with the main army. And this is gonna be hard for the Druchii for sure. They're very tar-pitted, and also Razordons aren't slouches in combat. And here it comes. Oh no, Falcon had a Manscore summon. He had a Manscore summon, and Hyali stays in combat here. Of course, he has no ammo left, but the Manscore summon is so good from Falcon. I did not know he had that in the back pocket. And he might be able to rout off a lot of these Skinks. The Sorceress of Beast a little bit surrounded here, but Krokar, man, what a play by Falcon. Is he going to be able to pull this back with the Feral Manscore? I don't think so. The Dread Spears are really buckling under the pressure, and Krokar's coming in. Krokar takes a blow from the Feral Manscore, though. And the Supreme Sorceress of Beast is nearby, but she's terror routed off. The Manticore is the only thing alive. All these units are terrified here. And the Manticore goes in. Krokar is very low. Cold Blood is active. Where's that Feral Manticore going to go? Now, if the Feral Manticore was not here, the game would be over. The Sorceress Abyss and the Dread Spears and all these guys would be broken. Are there any Druchii coming back? It doesn't look like it. And that is an actual break there on the Sorceress, which means she's going to get chased off. Felcon basically just has to fight with this Feral Manticore and hope for the best. Man, I cannot believe it. And of course, Yali stayed in combat because he has no, he has to basically at this point. Obviously, if you were playing in the Wild West, you would just want to run from the Summon Manticore. But in this case, he's just going to fight to the bitter end. Man, I cannot believe it. And it looks like Yali Nali is narrowly going to edge out Felcon. Putting the meme of Malice Darkblade, and you know, that's what we've seen today. We've seen a couple people bring some memes against very serious opponents, and they paid the troll toll, but man, Felcon almost got that back. Manticore, of course, doing a great job, but the Sorceress Abyss is done for. GG, well played. And guys, the Lizardmen shall advance on with the defeat of the Druchii and Malice Darkblade being feasted on by the Clever Girls. I cannot believe it. That was an insane game, and now we'll go to the Faction War Tournament. The first individual to make it to the round of 4 here, it's going to be Hyali Nali facing the winner of Hadries and Random Nix. Krokar doing his thing, man. We have a donation that came in during that game, so my sincere apologies for missing it, from Fluffy Ruin of $50. Thank you, man. Enjoying your streams a lot. Keep up the good work. Beginner League might be an idea. I'm considering it for sure. Yeah, stay tuned to my Discord for regarding that point. Fluffy Ruin, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Hopefully that game was enjoyable. That was a very good Feral Manticore. Felcon almost doing it, but Malice Darkblade, I think, really cost him quite a bit. Like Soul Stealers there, that would have been so good. All right, guys, now we're jumping on over to our next match, which is going to be Random Nix facing off against Hadries, Skaven versus Vampire Coast. Let's get in there and do it to it. Well played, Felcon. You almost made Malice do his thing, but it's just Malice is Malice. That was very impressive for sure. Felcon says Malice, Malice, Malice as he ebbs into the night. Well played, man. So now, my friends, let us go ahead and update these scorecards as we load into this battle. It is going to be Hadries on the proud Skaven with a very nice performance earlier against P-Butter Specials Beastmen. And now we have Random Nix on the coast. So let us know, guys. Is the Horned Rat going to be your champ today, or are you one of Luther Harkin's crew? Let us know who your champion is. Hey. Start when ready. The players will be loading in. Hadries on the Skaven. Vampire Coast, led by Random Nix. We have a new member here as well. Thank you, man, from Rizelk. Thank you for becoming a member on the channel, man. Really do appreciate it. Yes. That was a crazy game. Magic G, you still got your high elves, man. They're still pulling for you. And guys, let's hear a round of applause for Magic D in chat. He is the gentleman sponsoring this tournament. Getting the juicy prize pool for these players. Random Nick says, I doubt our game will be as good as the last one that just happened, but I hope it will be decent, at least, says Random. Skaven vs. Vampire Coast is always a fun matchup. I enjoy this one, so we'll see how this goes. Yes. Tiamat64, off to work for 3 weeks thanks to COVID-19. Guess I better watch your streams and play another Empire campaign. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, we're going to delete the screen blocker. Oh, yeah. Let's delete that screen blocker. I got it. I slayed the screen blocker. No mercy today for that thing. And now we're loading in. Hadries on the Skaven facing off against Random Nix, coming off a victory with the quad deck dropper, or deck gunner build, which was really, really cool. But let's take a look at the build. So for the Skaven, it's going to be very slinger heavy. We have gutter runners. We have gutter runner slingers. Council Guard, of course, for some anti-large. Vixtrin's Death Squad. Interesting. I wonder about their application here. I guess a answer against Depth Guard and a flanking unit just to kind of clean the back line. Who knows? Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, a bunch of Clan Rats. Oh my god, this is a wide army by Hadries. This is a wide, thick army. And we have Deathmaster, Snitch, an Assassin, and a Plague Priest. Oh, hell yeah. Deathmaster coming in hot. And Deathmaster can really do some work against a lot of the lords. He can annihilate Aranessa. He can usually deal with Count Noctil's pretty well with his AP and his Armor Sundering, but he does struggle against Luther Harkin on his Goose, but we'll see what the army is here for the forces of Random. So for Random Nix, he's got a couple deck droppers up in the sky for some harass, a Crab Vampire Caster here on the ground, deck him up front line, Shade Wraith Gunners, Double Carronade as well to counter Skaven artillery, but it doesn't look like there's going to be too many good targets for him. Sirens for the terror route and the magic and all that sort of good spooky stuff. That's pretty much it. Nice little build. I usually bring like 2 cannons against Skaven just to make sure you have something to shoot their Jezzails and to shoot their cannons and all that stuff. But Hadri's with a very wide build, which I think might really be quite good for him here. Yeah, Vandal, that's actually very true. So guys, let's hear it. Skaven or Vampire Coast? Let us know in chat. Who's your champ? We will see how this goes. It's going to be good. Yeah, I'm surprised to at least not see the Jezzail RORs. I don't know, maybe he has them somewhere and I just missed them. The Jezzail RORs are very powerful against a character like Luther. But I think that Hadri's just wanted to go super wide and give like no good target to the Vampire Coast gun line. Just kind of swarm. A true Vermintide build. If you look at the army size, it's 1,900 for this Skaven. Oh my god, that is a big army. 1,900. And against 1,400 here. And they're not even all Skaven slaves. I mean, there are Skaven slaves mixed in, but for the most part, it's just like a super wide clan rat army. Yeah. Aristanemo says, I believe in the Vampire Fleet admirably, but I must believe in your clanmate Hadri's. It's going to be a good one, guys. All right, we see a lot of Skaven fans. People underestimating Luther Harkin. All hail the mighty. All right, we got some Vampire Coast people in chat. Good luck. And guys, we're getting to the round of 4, the top 4, and then the grand finals will be the big Papa one after that. Grand finals are best of 3, of course, which is fun. And we have saying, you just got back into the Total War. Do you still need a mod to let the camera? So some people use that. It's called debug camera. I don't like it because it accidentally like cuts through the earth sometimes. And I don't know. I don't like it. A lot of really competitive players love debug camera because they can see more of the battlefield. But I personally don't like it. It's just preference, really. I don't think Soothsayer uses it. But I know like people like Lotus Moon, like they use it and they basically play the battle from like the stars. So they can really see everything. It just depends on your playstyle. For me, I really like to be closer so I can actually see the units fighting. It's kind of like the inner child in me likes to see the battles. The dwarves have been eliminated, yes. Both of them. Oh no, the bots are here. Misha waits with her gavel. And here, guys, Deathmaster and the Skaven force preparing to flank. Oh, look at this. I love this so much. The Vixtren's death squad in the back. Now, if Hadri's just waits back here and the Sirens get sent forward, the Vixtrens could kill like all the cannons. That is a really, really cool play there. I love it. But Hadri's has to make sure they don't get discovered too easily. Luther Harkin in the meantime coming in, but there's a lot of slingers to kind of poke him. He's this a little bit greedy here from Random Nicks. He's got to be careful. The cannons are not going to be useful here at all, unfortunately. Like, there's a really bad slope for sure. And the Vixtren's death squad's coming in. Concealment bombs active. These ninja rats, look at them. Oh, man, you never see this unit used. But, man, they're going to just dunk on this cannon. This cannon is going to get dunked on. It's probably going to be able to kill the other cannon before the Sirens can finish them off or chase them off. That is so good. Man, Hadri's with a beautiful gank right there. And look how quickly this cannon crew goes down. That is like just instant massacre. And Random Nicks, sees it coming. He reacted pretty quick, to be honest. But now, if Hadri's is really on point with the Vixtren's death squad, they should be able to kill the other cannon as well. Where is he going to go with those? Man, Hadri's needs to get them moving. I mean, at the very least, they already killed the cannon, which is good. And it baited out a summon back here, which is really nice. But the Vixtren's death squad could have probably gotten the other cannon if Hadri's was a little bit quicker on the draw there. And it looks like he does see it now, and he moves them. So they're still fighting, which is good. So Hadri's probably going to get the other cannon as well. They're taking a lot of damage, but we'll see. So now the frontline engagement's underway. Zombies versus clan rats. Luther Harkin basically just fighting in the front. Deck choppers trying to peel where they can, but there's no good targets for Luther and those guys. And the Vixtren's death squad is still steady. I can't believe they're still going. They're shaken now. They might break, but this other Carronade is in huge trouble. Random Nicks' back line being taken out by the assassins of Clan Eshin. Oh my god. Okay, he's able to stabilize that. So in the end, that was actually a decent trade for the Vampire Coast. Because Hadri's waited a little bit too long to jump to the other cannon. If the Vixtren's death squad does get chased off, they cost 1,100 gold compared to the 800 of the cannon. So not a bad situation for Random after all is said and done. But now the Skaven are vermintiding everywhere. The zombies in the front line are being swarmed pretty much just all over the place. The bombers are trying to keep up with the numbers. And it looks like the deck droppers are also trying to snipe the caster, which is good. Getting rid of that caster would be quite nice. But how I foresee this going is I think that the Vampire Coast army will be swarmed and dragged down. At which point Luther Harkin's going to be fully surrounded by like 1 million clan rats and just like pebbles for days will be going off on him. Oh no, this is so bad here for Random Nicks. The Vixtron's Death Squad is coming back. And now there's other elements in the back line as well. We have Clan Rats and Pressure Pieces chasing down the Shade Wraith Gunners, and the Vixtron's Death Squad is going to be able to push off the Carronade. Ah, that hurts. These Clan Eshin Rats just doing so much work. As far as kills, I mean 50 kills, but they've taken out 2 cannons, and now they can collapse and finish the Shade Wraith Gunners too. Oh, that's so painful. So as far as the Vampire Coast, they are holding the front line relatively well. The Sirens are doing their thing, Deckhand mobs are still fighting, but Luther Harkin is getting gooned. Assassin's Trophy, Deathmaster plus the Plague Priest, and the Pebbles, just so many Pebbles flying up in the sky. These Gutter Runners and other units really just punishing Luther Harkin. Hadri's with the true Vermintide. Coming in here, Luther Harkin trying his best here. The Skaven are proving to be quite a ferocious foe. Plague Priest, though, is getting low, and Deathmaster is also getting gooned out a little bit, but Luther Harkin is in the danger zone. He is not having a good time. That Assassin and Deathmaster licking their chops, waiting for him. In the front line of the Vampire Coast, the only thing really still fighting at this point, actually, now that we look, is the Siren Corps. Siren's doing a good job, but the whole back line's compromised. Shade Wraith Gunners are done for. The Vampire Fleet Captain's just kind of surrounded. Vixtron's Death Squad cleaning things up. And I think the Skaven are going to be taking this one, guys. Vampire Coast tried. The Mighty tried, but man, Hadri's with a very unorthodox build. Just super wide with a beautiful gank of the Vixtron's Death Squad. Oh, man, and like it's hard to see that coming too because concealment bombs, they don't appear until they're like right on top of you. So he was able to really get that good sneaky effort there. Now all the Slingers and Gutter Runners can just pick off Luther, and Luther wants to land. You know, Deathmaster waits for him. Pebbles for days as Luther Harkin flies in the skies. And yeah, that's a wild game. Pretty much the entire Vampire Coast in shambles. Sirens are crumbling here. It looks like a desperate summon coming in from Random Nicks. Going to be dropping that bad boy right here. In the back, Shade Wraith Gunners are crumbling down 9 models, but their HP is very, very low. Guns are all but done. Pretty much just summons and Luther at this point. Sirens crumbling too. I don't know why they're even crumbling. There's nothing attacking them, but they are. We still do also have the Council Guard. That's something else Hadri's has, so that's like another thing Luther would have to deal with if he wanted to win this game. Invocations could be good. I mean, okay, but if we're really going on a stretch here, if Luther could kill Deathmaster and the Plaguecaster, and then we get Terror Routes from the Sirens and Luther, maybe, but with the Council Guard being here, like, I don't know, that's too much, I think. Into the back, you can see all the Deck Gunners are pretty much offline. Luther is going for the kill here. Might be able to. Oh, and the Deathmaster Sigil is activated, I think. Maybe on the wrong target. No, it looks like Assassin's Trophy. And Deathmaster coming in for the shank. Luther Harkin being forced back. Army Losses is active. And the Deathmaster goes in. Oh, and shanks Luther Harkin in the back with his fellow assassin. And down goes the Lord of the Vampire Coast. Man, that was a build. Those Carronades certainly had no home against that. And I think that Hadri's was really like expecting a gun line of sorts and just went like, he's like, here, I'm just going to give you only Clan Rats to shoot at. Like, look at that build. That was so cool. Well played to both players, though. Random put up a good fight despite that. We had a couple donations during the game coming in. From Shivering Death 1, he says, finally caught a live stream. Keep up the great content. I will, man. Thank you for the donation. Certainly helps me keep it going. Anthony Damiani, good show. Thanks for the content. And Samuel Christensen with the $2. The Death Squad play may be the play of the day. I think so. It was so good. The Vermintide prevails. And now, my friends, we go on to the Faction War bracket, where Hadri's and his Skaven will advance to face Yali and Ali. So we have Skaven versus Lizards, a classic matchup. And next we have my son Herbert Walker in the Battle of the Savage Factions against Zardar Total War, Norske against Greenskins. Let us see how this next battle goes. Well played. Well played, guys. Random Nick says, I hate that red bow icon, which is the obstructed icon. It's my doom, he says. Yeah, the Shade Wraith Gunners, like, and the cannons were basically just useless there, based on the army Hadri's brought. A couple more Sirens might have been able to help hold that back. So now we have my son Herbert Walker. Let me see if I can find him. I might need to add him to my friends list real quick. Zyphos versus Soothsayer are both ready in the lobby. Okay. So let's see here. If I can... I think my son Herbert Walker's on my friends list. Let me see here. Is he? How is he not on my friends list? He must be. Alrighty. So let me go ahead and add these two fine gentlemen. So my son Herbert Walker, I'm going to shoot you a friend invite here. I would imagine your name is pretty unique here. So I'll see if I can find you. Add as a friend. Friend invite sent. My son sent you a friend invite. I don't know how. I could have sworn he was on my list. But nonetheless, it does give me a little bit of a breather. So if you guys want to take a little break now. Magic G is a gentleman here in chat who sponsored today's tournament. Fan of the channel, friend of the channel. All right, perfect. So we should see the lobby now. If I join, though, I'm not able to accept your invites because I have to join as a spectator. There we go. Okay. All right, so we're all good. Let's join this bad boy. And here we are, my friends. The battle is underway. Zardar Total War against my son, Herbert Walker. Will my son prevail? Or will Zardar Total War, the Greek champion, emerge forth? And my stomach is grumbling. It is hungry. So we'll change back here. Let's update the scorecards. We have the Extreme Tryharder, a.k.a. Zardar Total War. So we'll put Zardar. Hey, Mr. Dumpling. Appreciate that, man. And then we have my son. Son HW. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, please do drop a like. I see we have 1,700 people watching, 591 likes. Let's see if we can bang that bad boy up. Start when ready. So they're going to start here in a second. I don't need to use a screen blocker because I'm minimized, so it won't update the graphics there. So the players will start. We'll get this show on the road. And thank you all for the support. The Skaven are, they're still in it. They're still in it. As the players load in here to this battle. This format's pretty fun too, because you get through it really quick. So you can you can get the games going quickly, which is nice. Magic G, I know Magic G making it happen. I'm pretty hungry for sure. All right, guys, we're loading in. We're going to be on the Sword of Torgald, which is actually Wulfric's quest battle. No screen blocker. I'm just going to double check because I'm very, very paranoid now. And there's no screen blocker. Great. So for the forces of Norska, it's going to be a Savage Bowl. Front lines colliding. Heads will be taken on both sides, I'm sure. Wulfric the Wanderer is going to be the Lord. Metalcaster with Plague of Rust to make the Berserkers a little bit stronger, I would imagine. It's going to be Marauders in the front line. Berserkers in the secondary. A couple Javelins to help against Trolls and Spiders. And it looks like there are going to be a couple Famir as well. Famir are very, very solid in this matchup. Gives you some good answers against Blackworks and more durable infantry. And also we do have some Condom Wolves. We have the Skin Wolves. These guys are here to spread their glorious rubber over the face of their opponents. Now for the forces of the Greenskins, who shall be led by my son, Herbert Walker. We have Orc Boys and Goblins, so a very chaff-heavy front line, and a massive Greenskin Daka build. So he's going to be going for Goblin Archers across the sunset. For his Lord, he does have Wurzag dancing on foot, a Night Goblin Shaman as well. In the back, couple Biggins in reserve. So his front line of Goblins and whatnot will take the beating. The Biggins come in and to shut down any mobile elements of Norska and or harass the back line in Tarpit of Ameth. He's got Spider Riders, as well as a couple Orc Boar Boy Biggins, and the Broken Tusk Mob. Du Bois is here. So guys, let us hear in chat. If you're a Greenskin fan and you want them to win, give us a big old wah. If you guys are looking for Norska to win, let us know as well. I'm not sure what the Norskan battle cry would be, but just shout Norska or Korn or something. Something chaotic. Should do the trick. The two big meathead armies going at it. I know. It's always fun to watch, though. Yes. And here we go, my friends. The battle is about to be underway. Both players are ready. My son, Herbert Walker, just letting out a huge wah, as he has been doing pretty well so far here in this tournament. Who will win between these two high school jock armies that are just fighting in the locker room over dominance? Who knows? Norska does have Wulfric, but there's a lot of Daka. That Greenskin Archer line certainly can put some massive hurt on pretty much anything it focuses, especially with the Rusty Errors unleashing a salvo of fire. Let's see what Zardar says. He says, good luck, have fun. For the Dark Gods, there's some big old wahs in chat. There you go. Someone's just like, no preference. I love that. Just totally calm, no preference. Just in the middle of everything there. Somebody just yelling corn like the food. Oh my god. The Architect of Fate rises. Perhaps he does. And here we go. Zardar Total War against my son, Herbert Walker. The battle is indeed underway. And one sec, guys. Sorry about that, guys. Had to deal with the dog real quick. Last, we didn't miss too much action, and we are back in business. So the armies of Norska do advance on, preparing to engage the Greenskin Horde, which has taken up refuge in the gully. Greenskins do, of course, have the missile advantage. They have a ton of archers, and honestly, this is a great place for them to fight. The archers are going to be able to get great arcs of fire, downhill shots right into the face of either Famir or Wulfric or any number of these other threats. So we'll see how this goes. The Night Goblins pushing up the hill. I think that my son Herbert Walker is going to be throwing some Fanatics. Oh yeah, do it. Fanatics, launch them. Here they come. And you can see the Fanatics, the Loonies coming in there and clubbing a bunch of Norskins down. Not doing too much damage, but more so sending a message. Also does hit the Skinwolves, which is pretty funny. And now the Goblins are basically running for their lives as they're being hunted by a giant angry mammoth, turning around to just be tusked to pieces by Wulfric. But that's good. They're going to hold it. Oh, the Dock is coming. The FG of the Get going down. Massive archer fire on Wulfric. This is going to be so painful. Greenskins are not accurate, but they have a massive amount of firepower. Wulfric, oh man, look at that Sea Fang though by Zardar. It one-shotted the Rusty Arrows. That was a beautiful cast. So now Wulfric is down to about 60%, but Effigy and the Rusty Arrows are both gone. On the far side, we do have the Skin Wolves getting into combat here, fighting against the massive Greenskin Wa. But the Greenskins need to pop that Wa here maybe in a second. Although, I don't know. The anti-large doing pretty good here. Skin Wolves taking a little bit of damage from Broken Tusk Mob and some Biggins coming in. Wulfric definitely in the danger zone, but so far pretty equal trading from both players. The Goblins, of course, collapsing, but now the reserves come in, so the Archers need to pull back, and the Orc Biggins and the regular Biggins need to kind of get on top of these Famir to really kind of seal the deal there. Unbreakable Goblins holding pretty well down in the valley. Wurzog here just kind of dancing. Oh my god, look. Guys, Wurzog was actually just dancing there. A nice Brainbuster going down, and the Marauder Berserkers able to really Shrek those guys, and the Goblin Archers at this point can now start to fall back. But Norska is now getting its second wind here. You can see the Famir pushing up through the middle, and on the flanks, we got some heavy fighting for sure. The Broken Tusk Mob is slowly getting dragged down by the superior numbers of the Skin Wolves and just being a better unit in general. Berserkers should be able to cut through Biggins, but the Biggins, of course, are a little bit healthier and do have the effect of the Wa. So it is going to be a pretty big difference maker. And honestly, this battle's pretty much dead even. Just back and forth. Wurzog is in combat now, helping out with his Bonewood staff there. Forest Goblin Spider Rider shooting in. And now the Greenskin Daka has switched onto these Famir, which, of course, Famir do have missile resist and heavy armor, so they're really going to take like minimum damage from those archers, but it does add up over the course of a long battle. Now, this is concerning for the Greenskins. The Norskins are able to collapse his flank. Broken Tusk Mob getting pushed back. Goblin Archers getting pushed back as well. And now the Skin Wolves going to be able to really collapse his flank. And Hunter of Champions is active on Wurzog. Are we going to see some really aggressive play from Wulfric? Now, as far as the battle goes, Norska is pulling ahead a little bit. That flank collapse and killing the big pigs was really, really strong. And now a lot of the archer units, man, another brutal Sea Fang coming in from Wulfric, just wrecking the archer line so hard. And it looks like the Greenskins are certainly on the ropes here as the Orc Boys and the Biggins are scrapping as hard as they can, but I feel like the Norskins are getting a lot of good engagements everywhere. And a lot of the Greenskins are pretty much in mass exodus. The initial damage that was done to Wulfric, though, was incredibly strong, but here comes Wurzag, going to be running for the hills, trying to get away from the big mammoth, but Berserkers are rampaging after him, and yeah, this is probably going to be game for the Greenskins here. I think when Wurzog gets crumped by Wulfric, the Berserkers and these other units, it's going to be really tough. I mean, what can the Greenskins do? Really, the biggest factor, I think, was the ineffectiveness of the Orc Board Boy Biggins. I feel like they just got annihilated by the Skin Wolves, like, so hard. Really nice Brainbuster, for sure, but yeah, then the flanks collapsed. Like, maybe if you just use, like, Nasty Skulkers and more Biggins instead of those guys with Spider Riders, I think you're better off. I felt like the Skin Wolves just weren't able to do a whole lot this game. Or not Skin Wolves, but the Orc Board Boy Biggins. Anyways, here, Wurzog is going to be doing his final dance. Last dance for Wurzog, Jane. One more dance. A little bit of old school music there, but that is going to be the last dance for Wurzog. He's never going to dance again because guilty feet have got no rhythm. And there goes Wurzog. He's down for the count. And that's pretty much going to be, that's how it is for Greenskins when their leadership and kind of main core crumble. It's just a mass rout. So well played, Zardar Total War, and the Norskins, the champion of the Chaos Gods, carrying the Chaos Torch, will be advancing on. And my son Herbert Walker is eliminated, but he gave us a great WA today with Foots of Gork, all kinds of good stuff. So let's hear it from my son Herbert Walker. If you guys haven't seen his YouTube and Twitch channel, please do check him out. If mods could drop a link to his channel, that would be greatly appreciated. My son Herbert Walker, one of the true hearts of the multiplayer community. Yes, and there we have it. Sea Fang deletes goblins, that's for sure, especially when they're in that narrow line like that. So the Faction Wars bracket, Zardar, Total War, and Norska. So far in the top 4, we have Lizards, Skaven, Norska, and now it's either going to be High Elves or Empire. Soothsayer versus Zyphos. Man, this is going to be a fierce battle. Well played. Well played indeed, my friends. Now we jump on over to Xiphos versus Talaxlan Soothsayer. The Goblin Archers definitely got the business. But they did a lot of damage to Wulfric. But the big issue is the flanks collapsing, because the center was okay for the Greenskins, but the flanks getting swarmed by Skinwolves, and the Boar Boy Biggins not trading well with the Skinwolves was really the big straw that broke the camel's back. That's just my opinion, but that's how I saw it. Faction War. So now we have Xiphos versus Soothsayer. And let me go ahead and minimize and check some notifications. Bracket is good. Let's load back in. We have Sooth here on the left side. Soothsayer. Well, bam. And not my son, but we have Xiphos on the high elf. So Magic D, this is your boy. Is Xiphos going to be able to take out one of the reigning champs of Faction War? And we have a donation coming in. Let me check it out. From Old Liver Rivers. He says, here's your payout from George Michael Estate for the Wham reference. Thank you, man. Never gonna dance again. I'm guilty feet have got no rhythm. Yeah, a little George Michael's reference never hurt anybody. All right, guys, so we're all set for the most part. Players are good to go, so they can start when they're ready. Let me go ahead and put up the blocker just to make sure that army doesn't get shown. Granted, I don't think either of these folks would snipe each other. Xiphos yelling Saint Louis, which means something in the High Elf language. It's what the units yell. So it's going to be High Elves versus Empire. This is a very technical matchup. This one is very much like back and forth, like scrappy. Yeah, you guys are going to like this. So now I can take off the screen blocker since I'm minimized. Default funds is 12,400, Pierre, Paul, Jack. To answer your question. And thank you guys for dropping by. It's a pleasure as always. Zach Wake says my money's on Soothsayer for this, but I'd like a surprise from Xiphos. Mr. Dumpling, thank you so much for the 20 bucks. It is much, man. And thank you so much. But thank you for the next level content, my dude. You're welcome. And guys, thanks for joining for the Faction War. If you guys also are not subscribed to the channel, please do so. I saw a very troubling statistic that only 50% of the people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So make sure to do that if you haven't. Helps me out. It means a lot. Definitely gets me up in the morning. And the players are loading in. Here we go. Empire versus High Elves. Sigmar versus pigeon things. Versus the, I don't know, who do the High Elves worship? I don't know. Who are their gods? Who are their deities? Alex Krebs. Bring him Galmaraz. Well, they're certainly going to be Galmaraz. Herbert Walker. Well played, man. I see you in chat. So, my son Herbert Walker, I just made you a mod in chat. Please feel free to drop a link to your channels. If you guys see HW League, that is my son Herbert Walker, bringing in the glorious WA today, so make sure to check out his content if you don't. He hosts amazing tournaments just like this one. All right, here we are. Tower of Hoth. Looks like Sigmar has gotten a little bit uppity and has come out here to attack the Tower of Hoth for some reason. I'm going to have some of these. I'm going to have some of the cereal here real quick. One sec, guys. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right, my friends, we're back. I see a new sponsor from Azura. Thank you for sponsoring the channel. Really do appreciate it. And welcome. Welcome to the party. We're doing it. So guys, let us hear in chat. Loyalists of Sigmar, raise your hammers and let us know if you want the Sons of Sigmar to claim victory or the High Elves. High Elf fans. There's not too many of those. There are a couple, but let us know. If you want the High Elves to win, by Anarian or Tyrion or Teclis, any number of choices, you let us know. Yeah, for Azura the Grand Champion. Yeah, I don't know the High Elf lore at all, really. That's one of the factions I'm pretty limited on. But let us know, guys. High Elves or Empire in chat. It's time. And Xiphos trying to earn some fans very early on here, guys. Xiphos comes in with a Lithanar, the Shadow King. Going to be trying to snipe the Lords and Casters, as well as Franz. We'll see how that works out. For the rest of his army, he does have a Lore Master of Hoth, Spirit Leech and Earthblood, a Frost Phoenix up in the sky, a Mage with high magic, and it looks like he's coming in with Soul Quench. Now for the rest of Xiphos' army, he has archers, and I think in the tree line here, he's going to have some Reaver archers for skirmishing and outriders. It's going to be Phoenix Guard in the tree line. Yeah, oh yeah, they're both going for blood here. Herbert Walker says, the Greenskins will rise again. Yes, they will, brother. And there we go. So yeah, it's going to be a defensive force build, trying to counter the heavy cav here. Oh my god, but Soothsayer's like, you know what, you're going to try and win the hearts of the people. Let me come right back and bring Volkmar the Grim. Granted, Volkmar is actually a much better character than the Shadow King, but yeah. Spearmen in the front, Volkmar the Grim here. We do also have Reiksguard as well as Denbergriff Knights with halberds. And Reiksguard here. Interesting to see Reiksguard instead of Empire Knights. Jade Wizard here, maybe because Reiksguard can heavily defeat Silver Helms. And then, yeah, just a ton of demis, ton of Reiksguard, infantry, and Volkmar. So it's very much a rush build. Is Xiphos going to be able to endure this? I think what Xiphos will probably do is force the fight into the forest, which is really smart because basically there's no missile play really for Sooth. I don't see any. So Soothsayer is going to have to attack, and basically what Xiphos can do is just sit in the trees. And we actually saw Soothsayer do this to Felcon, one of the Everchosen. So perhaps going to be a little bit of karmic justice here, as the Illyrian Reavers of Xiphos will be able to force this army into the trees, at which point the elite halberds are going to be very effective against them. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. Hopefully you guys are ready for a forest battle. It's time. Let's hear, guys. High Elves potentially making it to the top 4. Empire as well. Soothsayer is advancing forward. And now basically the Illyrian Reavers are just going to poke out. And Sooth will have to keep attacking. A giant shaft. Oh, it goes right over the head of Volkmar. That's horrible. That's really unfortunate. But yeah, he's going to be sniping Volkmar, and he's missed both of his shots. One of the most elite archers in all of Warhammer Fantasy, missing both of his shots against a massive broadside target, which is pretty hilarious. But yeah, I really like Xiphos' build and his playstyle here. He has, you know, the Frostheart Phoenix, so when the big blob fight does happen, he's going to be able to get the juicy debuffs. Xiphos says great. I think he said great when both of those shots missed on Volkmar. Oh my god. You know, honestly, as far as this all goes, I really do think this is a decent situation for the High Elves here. Even though Xiphos might be a little bit demoralized by those first couple shots, I think he's in the better, like, a good army situation. Granted, Volkmar is a really good bunker buster. Like, Banishments and Volkmar riding over Phoenix Guard can be really tough, and it just makes me think, like, had he brought, like, a Tyrion type character, he would be able to beat down Volkmar with Tyrion, no problem. Now, what does he have to deal with Volkmar? I guess he has the Flamespire Pigeon. And you can see Sooth is going to be moving his spearmen up. Obviously, he does need to attack here. And the Reavers are just kind of skirmishing, just cackling, shooting at spearmen in the back, which is how they roll. There's a Mage of Life, a Lithanar, just still trying to rip shots, but not terribly accurate. I think a Lithanar needs to get back to his blob now. And Volkmar the Grim and the State Troops are moving forward. I'll try and give you guys the best perspective we can, but it very much is going to be a forest fight here, which I think does favor the Elves. Because, like, Spearmen, Reiksguard, they're all going to take penalties in the forest against Phoenix Guard, which will last very, very long here, especially with the debuff coming in from the Frostheart Phoenix. The Lithanar definitely struggles a little bit to shoot here, but it looks like a Spirit Leech is going to be going down in Volkmar, and the bird needs to roadblock him. Because if Volkmar just rolls around and just does whatever he wants, that's going to do a lot of damage to this High Elf army. We have Flagellants against Spearmen. Flagellants will do pretty well there. Volkmar able to drop his load onto those Phoenix Guard and then rear charge into the back of the Spearmen. And yeah, there's a Lore Master of Hoeth, there's a Phoenix, there's a lot of good stuff here. But yeah, I mean, the Sigmarites have no choice. They have to come fight in the trees because obviously Xiphos has the better skirmishing elements. Now, had, like, you know, Sooth, for example, had some, like, mortars or something, he could have, like, tried to flush him out of the tree line. But the Phoenix is getting some good damage. Looks like a banishment going down from Volkmar does miss, goes the wrong way. And here we have Denbergriff Knights charging into Phoenix Guard, which is truly showing the desperation of the situation. The Shadow King of the trees, there's actually a better view down here. We'll give you guys the battle from this perspective. But it looks like he's just kind of hanging out. I would imagine that a Lithanar will start shooting. I love that this elite High Elf warrior is already winded after 30 seconds of fighting here. And here comes the bow shot. Ooh, the moon bow right into Volkmar the Grim. Volkmar is actually getting really beat up. This Pigeon doing great work, but Xiphos needs to make sure he doesn't overextend this Frostheart Phoenix. He needs to pull that guy back, and he does. Well played to Xiphos before the real damage comes in. Phoenix Guard are holding quite firm, and honestly, I think the High Elves are in a very dominant position here. The Denbergriff Knights are just cycle charging, but they're taking casualties every time they come in. The Phoenix Guard are waiting for them. Very clever gamesmanship here. And you can see the Phoenix Guard are easily going to be able to drag down Denbergriff Knights. Denbergriff Knights with halberds do not want to stay in this fight. Took a little bit of HP damage, do pull back. As far as the rest of the fighting goes, we do, of course, have the Lore Master of Hoeth, the Flamespire Phoenix, or the Frostheart Phoenix, proving to be a really good answer for Volkmar. Flying around, kind of keeping him in check, and the AoE debuffs, of course, lowering the stats of these units is incredibly powerful. Volkmar's in a little bit of trouble, guys, and the Shadow King is just ripping shots. I mean, he's just sitting there and shooting. A nice Awakening of the Wood going down. which appears to do a little bit of damage, but not too much. Demogryph Knights with Lances, getting a nice lancing charge here into the white lines, which is pretty much the best play Sooth could have done in this situation. Earthblood going down to try and heal up Volkmar, but Balance of Power is going more and more into the favor here of the High Elves. And now here, what do we have? Demogryph Knights lancing in, but there's so many Phoenix Guard. It's like Xiphos with the builds today. I feel like his builds have just been so well thought out. Like both builds against both opponents he played, King of the Dead and now Sooth, have just been like masterful against like what he thinks his opponents are going to bring. I mean, he may have done some really good research on his opponents, but like, man, beautiful stuff. Now, in the meantime, we do have the Reavers. They're just kind of running around. I think the Reavers, saving a little bit of ammo on the Reavers could be smart in the late game to, force Sooth to attack you. In this case, we do, of course, have the Reiksguard Knights being taken out by the Frostheart Phoenix. And the Phoenix Guard actually getting a little bit low, but you can see the Sons of Sigmar are really getting very, very beat up here. The Spearmen are getting worn down. Phoenix Guard here are more or less in full health. And Elithanar is, he's going pretty beast mode. He's like karate kicking things and just shooting with his bow in melee combat. I don't know where Volkmar is. Let's go ahead and scoot up here. Volkmar the Grim is over here, but he's being attacked by the Flamestar Phoenix, or Frostheart Phoenix. Sorry, I'm so used to seeing the other one. And the debuff is really good too in the box. Like everything is being debuffed nearby. Earthblood going down. Volkmar the Grim is almost at his healing cap, and it seems like it's going to be a pretty grim situation for the Empire, guys. As is now the Phoenix Guard are just in immaculate shape. There's Mage. Elithanar still has a ton of ammo. He can probably shoot Volkmar. And here we have the Bird going in for the kill and assassinating the Jade Wizard. And I just don't see the Empire breaking through this. And now, had they brought like one mortar or some... Usually it's weird because when you see Empire versus High Elves, it's more of like kind of a ranged duel. You sometimes see mortars and cannons and things like that, which would have been very good for Sooth. You could have forced him out of the forest here, but all the cav units for the Empire are taking massive penalties fighting here in the trees. And the Phoenix Guard are like a hard counter against the cav anyways, especially when they're in this tree position. The Bird coming in. Frostheart Phoenix going for Volkmar the Grim. Getting some good damage. Volkmar down to 1800, taking a little bit of archer fire. Elithanar, of course, is shooting through the tree line. And Volkmar pretty much desperate now. Going to be popping all of his buffs and just playing Sabaton as he does charge through the trees and goes after Elithanar. And Elithanar does get run over, but he'll be okay. He is an elite High Elf warrior, able to dodge the most ferocious of shots here. Volkmar the Grim, of course, continuing to do his thing, but yeah, that Bird's hot on his tail, and Volkmar's at his healing cap now, guys. We have a Lore Master of Hoth who's a really strong combatant, and the Empire's pretty much out of gas. We have a couple demis with lances here, but man, Sooth was really not ready for this build. And Xiphos with the mind games today, man. Xiphos 0 kite today, which is like what he's known for, right? But coming in with some very unorthodox builds and able to do it to it. Yeah, it's an opponent/map specific build, but even if, and Volkmar the Grim is down, and guys, the High Elves are going to claim victory over the Empire. Xiphos defeating Talaxilon Soothsayer. Now, the thing is, had there been any artillery for the Empire, that could have been a very different game. Because the Empire then could have not gone into the trees, they could have simply shot with cannons and just killed the Reavers, and then the elves would have had to come out of the forest. A single artillery piece would have made a world of difference there, but alas, it was not to be, and the High Elves and Xiphos will be advancing on. Well played to those two players there. Congratulations to Sooth for the great games, but alas, that is going to be that. But yeah, the cav rush, like Zablasky is saying in chat, it's like Xiphos is so known for his kiting play that a lot of people will cav rush him, and now he's kind of switching it up a little bit, which is pretty awesome. So people saying High Elves can't win. Well, apparently they can win against some of the best players in the world here. Faction War bracket. Xiphos, the top 4 is set. Now we have Hyale Nale, Lizardmen versus Skaven, and Norska versus the High Elves. And there we go. So let us load into the next match. Thank you for becoming a member again, Azura and Herbert Walker League. Thank you so much for the very generous donation. And now let us carry on, my wayward son, and cast this next game. So we're going to load into Hyale and Hadries. The proper password. So the whole purpose of this tournament is to do best of 1 so you can have a lot of players and have every faction represented. If I did best of 3, yes, it would be a more accurate result for sure in terms of like, skill levels and things like that. However, the stream would go like 8 hours. It would be an insanely long tournament. Like Everchosen already goes like 5 or 6 hours with only 8 people. If you have 16 with best of 3, it's not going to be a good viewing experience. It's going to be long. Everyone will suffer. Now we load in, guys. It's going to be Hadries on the rats against Hyale Nale on his lizards. Hyale Nale. It would be cool to have like a different winner. And so far, yeah, because Felcon and Sooth are both eliminated today. So we are going to have a new winner today. So that's pretty cool to see that. Oh, sorry about that. I guess his build is accidentally visible, so we'll put a screen blocker up here. And we're good. Yeah, Lizards vs. Skaven is a really fun one. This is an open field map, if memory serves. And then the finals are best of 3. So guys, let's hear it. Old ones and Lizardmen, raise up your tails, your scales, I don't know. And for those of you guys who are fans of the Horned Rat, let us know in chat as well. And yes, my friends, we're going to keep going into the good night. And yeah, obviously, so in terms of like competitive tournaments, best of 3 tournaments are a more accurate result, but this is kind of a fun, unique format that I think is really enjoyable to watch every now and then. Yeah, it's fast paced. It's less serious for sure. It's very fun. I agree with that. Yeah. So players will be loading in here in a second, it looks like. We'll get this party started and see who shall emerge as the champion of the faction wars. You have to be very careful with when you load into these, because sometimes if you load in while they're loading, it'll like give you the black screen of doom, which is like can ruin the whole stream. So Hadries and his glorious opponent here, Yali and Ollie, may start whenever they're ready. Looks like we have a lot of Skaven fans, a lot of Lizard fans. I'm personally more of a fan of the Skaven, but I still enjoy some Lizardmen. Improve your spawning, says the Vandal. Yeah. It was a really good, really good build by Zyphos. Like, really well thought out. And both of his builds today have been incredibly solid. Saria and Victa, says Zach Wait. Yeah, both these races are awesome. They're really, really cool. Let me just make sure they don't have a question for me. Oh, we're actually loaded in. That was weird. I didn't even see them load in. They loaded in so quick. All right, so let's get rid of the screen blocker. Boom. All right, guys, here we are for the Skaven, who shall be led by the great Hadries. Council Guard, Plague Furnace, which of course is really good at clearing hordes of Saurus. He's got some Warplock Jezzails, 2 Jezzails it looks like. He does have the Warp Lightning Cannon, a Gracier on a Bell, so not going for Skrulk or some of the more traditional Lord picks. Granted, Gracier on a Bell is pretty meta, I would say. And some Ogres, and yeah, just Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves. So yeah, basically the army is going to be a firepower build, using the Jezzails and the Warp Lightning Cannon to try and shut down Hyali's Kite, which he's been doing quite a bit. And help with Abomination to fight the monsters. And the Gracier does have the just Howling Warp Gale. Most of the magic is going to be from the Plague Furnace for sure, which is just going to be summons. Really nice build by Hadries for sure. Very good against the Kite. Has some anti-monster with Jezzails and Hell Pits and Warp Lightnings. I love it. Now for the forces of Hyali and Ollie, Pterodon Riders up in the sky. It looks like 2 of those, Skinks and Red Crested Skinks into the sunset. We do also have a Dread Saurian. Oh yeah, the Dread Saurian, baby. Doing it to it. And it is going to be a Skink Priest of Beasts. A Kroxigor Ancient. What is this? We're seeing a Kroxigor Ancient get picked. I don't know if that's a meme or if it's actually part of his repertoire, because, you know, he picks Krokgar, which is very off-meta nowadays. But yeah, Kroxigor Ancient is certainly better than Nakai. And he does also have the Umbral Tide. Yeah, very mixed forces build. He's got pretty big monsters. He's got a pretty wide army as well. Good kind of mobile units in the form of the Pterodon Riders. And yeah, Kroxigor Ancient. What? What is this? That thing is going to have a really bad time with the Jezzails. I would imagine it's immediately going to pop the Amulet of Itzel as soon as it gets sniped by the 2 Jezzail units. And wow, we have a huge donation coming in. I just saw that from Bunk Moreland. It says, yo, Lord Turin, catching up for tens of hours of great entertainment. Cheers from the unwashed peasant dwelling in Paris, Bretonia. Keep it real. Dude, Bunk, man. Holy shit, that's generous. Thank you so much, man. Now I'm going to have trouble focusing here. Bunk, I can't thank you enough, dude. That is so damn generous. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you so much. And hopefully you enjoy this game. Hopefully you enjoy some of the factions that are still on here. Man, thank you so much, dude. That is extremely generous. So, again, thank you so much, man. I will now focus on the commentary, but that is huge, man. Thank you so much. That is huge. Will Lorenz, thank you for the $5. Now we are down to business. Will coming in hot, starting this battle strong as well. Warp Lightning Cannon shooting downtown, ripping into the Palhawks' Sentinels. Hadries certainly in a pretty good positional advantage here. As you can see, the Kroxigor Ancient is going to be the target of the Warp Lightning Cannons. Granted, the Dread Saurian could certainly blitz these lines pretty hard. Certainly do quite a bit of damage, so we will see. Yeah, pretty much all the Skaven Lords are Foot Lords, but based on how Skaven play, it's not as punishing. Now, the Dread Saurian here is taking a lot of damage. Also, the big old Hell Pit Abomination is going to be really good. Hadries with a nice rat summon, so dropping some rats here to try and halt the advance and buy more time for his gun line here, but the The Dreadsaurian taking a bit of work. There's no healing either. No Life Salon. No high magic with Apotheosis like Mazdamundi to heal that bad boy up. And now the Red Crested Skinks have engaged against Skaven Slaves. Skaven Slaves will lose that duel quite hard. Still, Skaven Slaves will tank for a period of time, which is good. The Dreadsaurian needs to get in there, honestly. I think it needs to use its speed. It has 60 speed against the 58 of Hellpit, so relatively close. This is really good, though. Umbral Tide shooting into the Hellpit Abomination is great. Anti-large and fire damage is incredibly powerful, so we'll see how that goes. And now comes the Dreadsaurian attacking into the Plague Priest. Plague Priest taking a little bit of damage. And, of course, we do have the dreaded Umbral Tide getting some really good value. And, honestly, the Lizard's getting a pretty good blitz. Hadrian's a little bit kind of boxed in here. Granted, his Warplock Jezzails are still shooting. The Unholy Clamor is active as well, giving that good old vigor to his army. But we do have that nice debuff coming down as well. Look at that. The Miasma of Despair. A bit of a leadership bomb here in the situation as the Dreadsaurian fights. A little bit of friendly fire coming in from the Salamander shooting the Dreadsaurian, but the Hellpit Abomination and the Dreadsaurian are almost even in the duel. Now, Howling Warp Gale is active, but a Manticore Summon coming in as well. Manticore Summon plus the Dreadsaurian certainly can put some big damage on that Hellpit Abomination in conjunction with the Salamander fire. Now, if we look up, we can see the Red Crested Skinks are surging in. The first Manticore Summon is active. However, this is also pretty good for Hadrian's because the Council Guard are rooted down here, giving Guardian to the Bell and also giving steady anti-large poke against the Dreadsaurian. I think the Dreadsaurian needs to get away here. I think it's a little bit kind of pickled in. Maybe use the Dreadsaurian, use its speed, go over here, pick off the Jezzails, and prosper in that way. Now, the Crocscore Ancient's still in here, and he's got his big old beaten club, and he's got the Pan's Pelt. He's going to be clubbing here on the Grey Seer. The Grey Seer is taking some pretty heavy damage. And look at this, guys! The Hellpit Abomination's going down heavily. Is it going to get its proc? Man, Kjali needs to finish that off quick before it gets its healing proc, or at least chase it off, and I think he will. Okay, it gets the healing proc, which is huge. Now look at that power spike he gets. However, with good micro and good control, Kjali Nale should be able to grab his Pterodons and chase that off the battlefield. If he does not, that is going to give Hadrian's a pretty big in back in this game, because I think without the Hellpit Abomination, there's going to be some trouble. Oh no, but Kjali with a bit of a lapse in micro does not chase down the Hellpit Abomination. He does notice here with the Pterodons. Are the Pterodons going to get out there and shut it down? If it rallies, that could actually be a big problem. The Dreadsaurian is still fighting. It's about to break itself, but the Crocscore Ancient is getting in there with his big old paddle and certainly putting a bit of a paddling here on the Grey Seer. Doing some big old thick damage. I do see those donations coming in. I'll check them out after the battle. And the Plague Priest here, riding dirty, draining down all these units. Oh no! This is so not good for Kjali. He had so much value off the battlefield, but the Hellpit Abomination's back, it's healing, and it means business. So over here we do have the Crocscore Ancient still fighting here. The Council Guard are standing nearby, I think. Maybe a little bit stretched out somewhere. Yeah, we have the Council Guard. So the Crocscore Ancient needs to pull back. Pretty big misplay for sure, allowing that Hellpit to come back. He had all the tools up in the sky to chase it off, but now this bad boy is going to be healing, might even get back up to 3,000. We still do have the anti-Hellpit units. The Umbral Tide is still here in good shape. The Manticore Summon doing really good work going after the Plague Priest, but of course it is relatively short on duration here. Yeah, both the Skaven leadership units are in relatively poor state. I mean, they're all very, very beat up here. The Pterodons, of course, have some good ammunition. And if Kjali can keep his Umbral Tide alive and make sure they don't get drowned in Clanrat Spears, he might be able to do some pretty good work. So now the Crocscore Ancient in a 2v1 situation. He doesn't have any buffs active or anything. Amulet of Itzel, I think, was already used in that big pit fight. And now he's going to be pulling back, trying to get some of his skinks in there to help out where he can. Balance of power is very, very even here, guys. This is a dead even battle. The Hellpit Abomination getting a little bit low, but the problem is it could heal again. Like that thing, when you get a Hellpit Abomination broken like that, you need to chase that beast off or else you are going to have a really bad day. Red Crested Skinks will be very useful for applying poison to all of these units, applying poison to him and also poisoning the Hellpit, really lowering his percent damage. And the Crocscore Ancient's kind of getting knocked down quite a bit, but he's a tenacious lizard here. And we'll see if he can get him. Hellpit Abomination healing back up over 2,000. That's really, really painful. Salamander shooting in, really quite nice. But oh no, there's ogres chasing them. That is not good. Salamanders are faster than ogres, but this is super important for Kjali. If he loses the salamanders, I think he's going to be in huge trouble. And I actually think from there, Hadrian's might be able to take the game. So here comes the Crocscore Ancient. Hadrian's doing a great job rallying his units. He does also have the Grey Seer. I think the Plague Furnace is still alive as well, which is going to be extremely efficient at kind of draining off all these units. In the meantime, Pterodon Riders from Kjali Nale going in after the Warp Lightning Cannon. And the Crocscore Ancient, you know, laying the beating down on some of the ogres, should be able to break him off. Salamander is freed up, and Balance of Power is actually not even anymore, guys. It's going in a direction, that is for sure. So here comes the firepower from the Umbral Tide shooting into the Skaven leadership. We still have a ton of skinks fighting. But now the Rat Ogres are collapsing here on the Umbral Tide and certainly getting some good damage with Pterodons. Plus the Crocscore Ancient are going to be jumping in to try and finish those guys off. Man, a very, very scrappy game, but not getting the Hellpit Abomination I think was, like, if this Hellpit was gone, Kjali would be actually in really good shape right now. He would be able to follow up with the Ancient, just beat down the single entity chariots here. or the furnaces or whatever. But man, with that Hell Pit Abomination healing and just growing in power, it's like, what is it up to now? 1700? Yeah, a little bit of damage came in, but all the skinks are buckling now. Callie has a little bit of Kite left, and he does also have the Ancient. I don't know if he does have Flock of Doom too, which is quite useful. Oh no, and Hadri's, what a beast. Hadri's gets the Warp Lightning Cannon back, able to save it with the Hell Pit Abomination. Looking really grim bones here for the Lizards, guys. I think that the Horned Rat will smile this day, as the Crocscore Ancient certainly has some teeth. It's hard, but like this is a healing Hell Pit. We have 82 Council Guard left, and like, oh man, with that Hell Pit there, it's just so much to stop. It's just a lot of trouble indeed. So here you can see the Crocscore Ancient's going to be going in, making the last stand here. He does get a pretty big blow here on the Grey Seer. Like we said, he does hit very, very hard with 460 weapon strength, pretty good AP values, but man, there's a lot of rats here, guys. And the Warp Lightning Cannon being back is pretty punishing. Kali does have some skinks back here who can probably shut this down, though, if he does catch that, and it looks like he has. And Kali's going to be fleeing here with the Crocscore Ancient up in the sky. Howling Warp Gale going down, beautiful. Locks him down with the magic, zaps him with the Warp Lightning Cannon. And the Crocscore Ancient is pretty much going to be the last of his people. Looks like a GG perhaps being dropped, not yet. Kali's still scrapping to the bitter end. It looks like his Skink Priest is taken out. And the Warp Lightning Cannon crew might actually get chased off here by the Skinks, which is quite nice for sure. The Crocscore Ancient basically just doing everything he can, trying to chase this guy down. Might get another big hit right here. It looks like he does spiral in, but he misses, actually hitting some of the Clan Rat Spears instead. But the Hell Pit's just hot on his tail, anti-large, back up over 2,000 HP. Skink cohorts coming in, shutting down the Warp Lightning Cannon. Really good scrapping here by Hyali in the late game. Cold Blood keeping this guy fighting. But there's just so many good things against him, and he's wavering due to army losses. And guys, the Skaven are going to be advancing on. Well played to both players. I think it really came down to that Hell Pit coming back. That thing just came back and caused so much problems. There are so many problems. So well played, guys. The Horned Rat prevails. Hyale Nale with a great run. Of course, a great game against Falcon earlier. So guys, let's hear a big round of applause for our boy Hyale. And of course, even bigger round of applause for Hadri's, who is going to be advancing on. Let's go to the bracket. Hadri's is our first finalist. Skaven are going to be in the grand finals against either Norska or the High Elves, which is going to be quite a bit of fun. So we had some huge Iraq donations come in while we were there. So again, Bunk Moreland, thank you so much for the 300, man. I can't thank you enough. From your peasant unwashed dwelling in Paris, as you say, or Bretonia. Thank you so much, man. From Will Lorenz, thank you for the 499. The Dinos, alas, it was a close one, but couldn't quite pull it out. And then Abba and Preach, thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars. The uptick in work has not gone unnoticed. Keep it up, and thank you to all the players who came with it today. Hopefully I see Turin compete soon. I am playing in a tournament. I just played my first round games, actually, so you will be seeing tournament replays coming up soon. So Abba and Preach, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, you two. I would imagine you're a pair there, based on the name, or maybe it's just Abba is preaching. Either way, thank you so much. The Skaven, they're here. The Horned Rat cackles. And for the map should be there. Let me see if the map is not there. What's that, guys? So around from the, should be Tower of Hoth, sort of Torgold. For the map, we can do Pillar of Bone for the next map. Yeah, that's fine. We'll tell them. All right, so we're going to be loading into the next one, which is going to be Zardar versus Xiphos. It's going to be Hyles versus Norska. Here we go. The Dreadsaurian tried its hardest for sure. It did some decent work. We're going to put these two lads on the Pillar of Bone. Switch back to the scorecards. Hadri's in the grand finals. Going to be facing either Zardar or Norska here. So who's on the left-hand side there? I didn't quite see it. It's going to be Norska. It's going to be Zardar Total War. With a very good showing today with his Norskins. Solid victories across the board. And now he faces Xiphos, who's come off some amazing wins today. Xiphos just on fire. Magic D asked for a good High Elf player, and he got one. And the High Elves contending for the final spot here. So the players can start when they're ready. We have a little bit of time, so we'll just hang out and chat. And yes. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Skitter leaping all the way. So let's hear it, guys. Who wants Xiphos to win? Who wants Norska and Zardar to win? It's going to be good. Faction War is a really fun format, yeah. I like doing it once a month to kind of keep it unique and fresh. Kiting Norska it's hard. It's possible, but it is possible, but it's hard for sure. Norska is very good at pursuit. Yeah, Bunk Moreland coming in hard, Simon, for sure. He did from France. I hope you guys are doing well over in France. I know it's like, man, what a time. What a time we're living in. You can tell if Norska is going to win within the first few minutes. Well, yeah, that's usually true for most aggressive factions. Yeah, you know, in Karakan Zula, Zardar is your Greek champion. So for those of you guys from Greece, Zardar is an amazing content creator. Please make sure to check out his channel if you haven't. It's called Zardar Total War. Does campaigns, a lot of multiplayer streams actually, like quick battle streams. How do you think Xiphos will surprise us this time? Will he go full kite? Yeah, that's the thing. What are we going to get from Xiphos here? Turin, do you think the Frostworm is good? Yeah, Frostworm is a decent choice. I don't know about this matchup, but yeah, it's good sometimes. My best factions, from my personal experience, are Skaven, Vampire Coast, Dwarves, and yeah, those are probably my best ones in competitive play. And Greenskins, and then probably like Vampire Counts. Yeah, I'm good at all. I'm relatively good at those factions. My worst factions are Lizardmen. I just don't know how to play them. Oh, we need to get a screen blocker up, so let's go ahead and do that. There we go. The next ECL, the Hound, Sir Sandor Clegane. The next ECL will start whenever there's another content drop. Yeah, so that's that. This has been a great tournament so far, though. A lot of good games, a lot of scraps. Professor Pone wants the High Elves. No surprise there. I know he likes his High Elves. Pone, it's good to see you, man. Hope all is well with you. Yeah, I got the screen blocker up, yeah. I see Turin as a rat of culture. Yeah, so if I go into a tournament, my comfort factions are Vampire Coast, Dwarves, Skaven, Greenskins, and sometimes Bretonnia as like a counter pick. I actually play Bretonnia. I played Bretonnia in a tournament yesterday. So the players are picking their armies here. Give them a little bit of time since they didn't have as much time to prepare. And of course, after this match, we are going to have, yeah. So the winner of this match will play Hadri's in the grand finals. The grand finals are best of 3, so they play the best of 3 with the same factions. So yeah, it's kind of a fun thing. Norska has some really good tools against High Elves. Sea Fang's really good against archers and elite troops, and also Pendulum's really good. Turin, if you had to play for $1 million, which faction would you choose to take you to victory? Probably Skaven. Yeah, probably Skaven. I feel confident with Skaven in most matchups, just not against Tomb Kings and Empire, but against everything else, I feel like I can beat most other factions with them. It would either be Skaven or Vampire Coast, yeah. But Vampire Coast has some horrible matchups. Like, playing Vampire Coast and Empire sucks. So, like, I wouldn't want that. So the players have loaded in. Let's go ahead and switch back. Get rid of the screen blocker. And here we are, my friend, Zardar Total War against Xiphos in the semifinals of the March Faction War. Yeah, I don't think we'll see Phoenix Guard. I just don't think they're terribly effective against the Mammoths and stuff. I don't know. I don't know how Xiphos will play this. Maybe he's going to go for like a techless sister build, which is pretty good. Like, obviously, you net down the targets, you focus them with the sisters. It's just really tough to protect them from Pendulums and Sea Fangs. You have to be really on top of your micro. I don't know about how this matchup's favored, to be honest. After my Queek campaign, I'm not sure what we'll do next, but I'm going to be doing a head-to-head with Italian Spartacus and with Sotek again. So there'll be a lot of head-to-head campaigns coming too. All right, guys, so here it is. Oh, Xiphos coming in once again with the Shadow King. On top of that, 2 sisters, 2 Lothern Sea Guard, a combination of archers and white lines, or spearmen and white lines in the front, and then a bunch of silver helms to just block the mass here of the Norskin. So it's a really good build. He does also have a Mage of Life and a Mage of Light for nets. So yeah, it's kind of like a techless build of sorts, but who's the Lord? Did we miss it? Lithanar, that's right. Yeah, pretty cool build. Archer build, for sure. He needs to avoid Pendulums and Sea Fangs. That's really what it's going to come down to for him. The front line honestly should be won, though, by High Elves in some areas. White lines will beat Marauders, and of course Silver Helms will shock them down. But for the horses of Zardar Total War, Marauders into the sunset, couple spears on the flanks. It looks like he does also have some Famir with great weapons to help against Silver Helms and Dragons and Phoenixes. 2 groups of Marauder Horsemen to help counter Dragon Prince play. And he does also have a Marauder Chariot. For his Lord, he does have Wolfric and, of course, a Shadowcaster for Pendulum. That is like the most standard meta kind of hero combination against the High Elves. So great stuff. Chaos did not win. Chaos unfortunately lost in the first game, but it was a really close fight. Arrow almost had it. It was a really good game. It was Chaos against Dark Elves. Don't worry, Zero, we'll get you back as Chaos in the next one if you're interested. I know you're a very good Chaos player. Well, people hate the end times because it aneurysm sauce because it basically ended Warhammer Fantasy and led to Age of Sigmar. So yeah, that's why. That's why there's kind of a bad taste about it. Like, yeah. You know what would have been cooler is if like the end times had like happened, but it like instead of getting rid of the old world, it like rebooted it in a way. Not rebooted it, but like yeah, everything's like chaos is ravaged. The Empire in Bretonnia is all like destroyed, not just fully destroyed, but like in tatters, right? So then it's kind of like a rebuilding period for all the factions, which allows you to kind of experiment with new ideas with while keeping most of the same characters, right? It could have been a cool time to like just refresh Warhammer Fantasy. That's a shame. But anyways, I'll talk for another time. So yeah, it's going to be Pendulums and Sea Fangs. Zypho's very spread out with his archers, which is very smart. And yeah, it's a good position. Really, it's just going to come down to Zardar's execution in many ways. Yes, and the end times were pretty poorly written. Yeah. From what I've read, I've been like, what is this? This is like, yeah. Anyways, yeah. Chaos did have some hard times for sure. Chaos is in a bit of a weird place now, in my opinion. They're a very outdated faction. They've gotten, I mean, Chaos was actually really strong at the end of game one. And don't get me wrong, Chaos can win. I mean, we almost saw Chaos defeat Dark Elves earlier, but it's just like they're just missing a little something. All right, guys. Ilithanar, what are his targets going to be? I would imagine Wulfric or honestly shooting Famir isn't terrible. The first shots are ripped downtown, and ooh, look at that. Moonbow going in, popping that Famir Balefiend. That's actually pretty darn good. So Shadow King going to be able to snipe this Balefiend. If he is early, that's really, really big. And if Zardar, makes a mistake and overextends here with the caster, a net comes down, Sisters pound that thing with Ilithanar, it'll die very quickly. So shot coming in, oh man, another ripping shot right into that Balefiend. So far, Ilithanar doing very, very good. So here come the Norskins. Balefiend needs to be careful. Arcane Conduit is popped. He's really going to need Pendulums to win this game to try and destroy the Sisters and also the White Lions and some of the frontline troops. In the meantime, Marauder Horsemen are scooting. Nice juke there by Zardar. He is able to dodge that shot pretty well. And here comes the main engagement. So Sisters shooting into the Iceform Marauders. I would imagine their targets will be switched onto the Famir immediately. And you can see the Famir are going to be taking some heavy firepower. And also Zyphos is going to be charging forward using the Silverhelms to just ramrod into this frontline engagement. So shots ripping in here, guys. Lothern Seaguard doing their thing as well. And you can see the nets of Emnatok are going down. Doing some huge damage here to the Famir Warriors with great weapons. Those guys getting peppered pretty good. That is a really good value play. And Zyphos, in the meantime, falling back here with his white lines, trying to delay the main line fighting for as long as possible and just get as much value as he possibly can out of Ilithanar and his archers. A nice frontal charge, though. Silver Helms charging in, buttering up the Marauders. And it seems like Zyphos is in a very good position. But a good Sea Fang going down. Sea Fang does rip into those Sisters of Avalorn. Big old juicy damage. Now, they didn't lose any models. Big HP damage. There needs to be some sort of follow-up. Maybe a Pendulum. Oh man, a Pendulum right here down this line would be devastating. It would hit the Spears, Silverhelms, and the White Lions and really crack that front line open. Now in the back though, we do have Wulfric coming in here. Sisters have turned to start shooting. Wulfric is a little bit blocked up here by the Silverhelms, and the White Lions are being crumped pretty hard here by the forces of the Famir. But it looks like the Silverhelms are going to pull back from their frontline engagement and do charge in. Really nice Silverhelm charge, getting a dual-pronged charge here into the Marauder Horsemen, allowing the Sisters of Avalorn to pull back. And Ilithanar needs to be careful as well. There are some Famir and chariots going after him. But nonetheless, a very even battle so far. I would say the engagements have gone back and forth in both ways. This whole flank collapse here from Zardar has been very good. And now Zyphos is kind of on his back foot in some ways. The Silverhelms have been pounded. The White Lines have been pounded. Ilithanar, oh man, with a big snipe though on the Balefiend. That was beautiful. And that Balefiend is in huge trouble, and he might actually break here. Negative 25, 3. Oh man, the Silverhelms really trying their best to break him. But most of the archers are still in line for Zyphos. His Silverhelms are doing an excellent job peeling on the flanks, allowing his archers to fall back. However, some of the Marauders from Zardar have pushed through. Very good tenacity here from Zardar, getting these Marauders in and these Famir and just chasing the archers. He has to. He can't let those things come back online. In the meantime, Ilithanar, I think, is a little bit trapped up in the front line, which is not good for him. If he gets surrounded by Famir or something, that could be pretty disastrous. But nonetheless, Zardar coming in and getting some good old crumping all over those Lothern Seaguards. Zyphos falling back once again, but the Norskins have broken through, and I don't know how many Silverhelms we have left to peel. It looks like some right here, but Ilithanar getting pinned down is really an unfortunate situation. However, Silverhelms here able to get on top, and they do break the Balefiend. The Balefiend is broken. A peeling attempt coming in from the Extreme Memer, or Tryharder, Zardar Total War, getting his Marauder Horsemen on top of the Silverhelms. But the Silverhelms need to chase off that Balefiend. That is going to be a huge pick. But Wulfric's coming in balls deep, guys. Coming in the back line. This is going to be devastating for the archers back here, but a net going down. Oh, Seafang, that's going to be so good. Rips through those sisters, doing huge damage. Chariots coming back here. And guys, I think this is where Norska potentially comes back in the game and pulls ahead in the Bounce of Power, which is currently high elf favored, actually. You can see here, the archer line just in complete shambles. Sisters in bad shape. Lother and Seaguard are fighting here. Wulfric is pretty low himself. Is Xiphos going to be able to secure this position? I mean, he needs to get those archers back online. Wulfric is being shot by Elithanar with guard mode active. And it looks like the Marauder Horsemen plus the Balefiend probably going to be going down to the Silverhelms back there. Xiphos really wanted to get in the finals here, guys. White Lions fighting, Zardar as well. Zardar charging in here, and it looks like the sisters are just taking a beating. Now, the White Lions do give some nice AP to this pocket here, but there are so many Norscan troops. Marauders, but there's a Mage of Life, I guess, and some Silverhelms. And that Shadowcaster can't be allowed to come back. It cannot be allowed to come back. It looks like a pendulum going down right here on top of the White Lines. Does 500 damage, pretty good. It does actually hit the Marauders as well. Wulfric, in the meantime, just routing the backline troops. And you can see the Bounce Power has pretty much pulled back to dead even, guys, as Zardar does an amazing job with his Marauder Chariots, chasing down those Sisters of Avalorn. And Wulfric's in good shape as well, but there are a lot of high elf troops left as well. Over here we have a pocket of White Lions. We have some Spearmen. The Fimir are in good shape. Can Elithanar, the Shadow King, carry this game, or is Wulfric going to add Elithanar's head to his skull rack here? Probably will. Who knows? Wulfric, in the meantime, going in, trying to rout off units. A couple Sisters coming back. Every shot they can rip just means so much right now. If they're able to get Wulfric down to like 3,000 HP, that could be incredibly valuable. Granted, the Marauders are on the hunt. I feel like Xiphos is going to want to run with these Sisters. Run them over here. Try and pull them back into a better situation where they have a little bit of support. The Fimir here are chasing as well, going after the Mage of Life. What is Elithanar shooting, though? He has pretty good ammo left. There's also a Mage of Light here, but look at this, guys. Zardar is pulling ahead in the Bounce of Power for the first time here. These Fimir are shaken. -1 might get broken here by the combined firepower of Elithanar and the Lothern Seaguard. But we do have the Marauders chasing down the Sisters. 36 speed against 35, so more or less a wash. And this is a really close game, honestly. It could still go either way. Elithanar could put some serious hurt on Wulfric. Lothern and Seaguard need to kind of scatter. I think trying to pull Norska apart at this point is your best bet. There's still chariots for Norska. They still have Marauder chariots, which is so big. And it looks like the Mage of Light is going to potentially be going down here. -1 leadership, -25. Does it get away? Oh, but it breaks the Balefiends. Not the Balefiends, but the Fimir with great weapons do break that caster, which Xiphos really needs. Balance of power right now is pretty favored for Norska. And that's simply because of Wulfric being so healthy. He's got 3.7. I mean, he's not healthy, but quote unquote healthy. Maybe Elithanar is going to be able to put some hurt on him. If the Fimir get broken off by some of the missile play, and then Elithanar can like pound down Wulfric with some of his bow fire, I don't know about the Moonbow situation. These Fimir are very low. One shot right there. It looks like it does pick off some of the Balefiends, or the Fimirs. Sorry, I'm so used to the Balefiend casters. They are broken, guys. Xiphos is still in it. He's certainly not out yet. It's looking grim bones, but you never know. Wulfric coming in, though, with the full chub, and Hunter of Champions 2 is going to be active as well. Elithanar's running for the hills, as is the Mage of Light. Zardar with amazing pursuit. He's been so aggressive all game. Oh no, is this where the cookie crumbles for the High Elves? Elithanar getting hunted down by the Icehorn Marauders. Elithanar missing that 360 no-scope shot, and yeah, this is the end for the High Elves. Wulfric is going to just annihilate Elithanar, like, so hard. The Mage of Light charges in and tries to, like, buy some time for him, but it is going to be a disaster. We have some Lothern and Seaguard shooting, but there's still a full health group of Spearmen. The Chariot finishing off the Sisters over here. There's Fimir coming back in. I don't know. I just don't think there's any way. Elithanar is trying to fight in combat, but yeah, the Terror Route coming in, army losses. And Zardar Total War is going to be going to the grand finals. Norska facing off against the Skaven to decide the fate of the old world. Two Chaos factions, in a way. Xiphos, though, well played. Xiphos with amazing victories today. Able to defeat the Great Soothsayer, and but now is slain by the Extreme Tryharder, aka Zardar Total War, and Norska. And man, what a game. That was a scrappy match. That was such a scrappy battle. And during the battle, we had a donation from Heineken. Any idea when the next DLC might be? I have no idea. Hopefully soon. Help us. Thank you for the 1675, Heineken. Zardar is playing great today, man. Zardar just going full Super Saiyan. So the Faction War bracket is going to be updated. Zardar Total War will advance on in today's Faction War. The High Elves eliminated, but a great run from Xiphos. Let's hear a round of applause for Xiphos. A salute to those who have fallen. And now we have Zardar versus Hadrius in the grand finals, best of 3. And here we go. I hear Anna running through the house as the tea kettle. Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right, so yeah, they already got the lobby, so I'll just join like this. Never mind. We'll just join. So Zardar, if you are watching, just join the game that Hadrius is in currently. Okay, we're good. So let's get the faction blocker up. This is best of 3. Let's load back in here. So get the faction blocker, screen blocker up. This is going to be Hadrius. And then it's going to be Zardar. All right, very good. And cool. So let's get the... Oh, why can I not load back in? Did my game crash? It may have crashed. So we'll just close it out the old-fashioned way here. GG indeed, Zyphos. So the game did crash. I might have to do a force quit here. So I'm going to have to restart this bad boy. Thankfully, it's not like the Screen of Doom where you actually get like trapped out of the game. So let's give it a second, let it refresh. In the meantime, we'll go back to the brackets. You guys can see Zardar and Hadrius in the finals. Zyphos, I did not change the map. Oh, you're saying from earlier? Nonetheless, Zyphos is a really good build. All right, so... And I don't think the map had too much of an effect on that battle, to be fair, though, Zyphos. I think it, like, the space, like, you didn't have, like, artillery. I guess your cav could have cycle charged a little bit more, but there was a Marauder Horseman, so, hard to say. And Famir as well with great weapons. Oh! Let's load this beast up! Restarting the game now. We'll take a quick moment. Just bear with us, guys, as we get the final lobby all set up. I'm sure Zardar and Hadrius are getting in there. I will give you the maps in just a second as soon as I load in. And let's do it to it. Man, that was a really scrappy game. Yes. Christodemo suggesting a terror-causing unit. Could have been useful. I don't know what you could have. I really like Zyphos' build, though. Like, I love the Silver Helms just to, like, roadblock everything. But yeah, it's hard. There's a lot of threats with Norsca, right? They come in with a Mammoth and Famir and, like, all kinds of pressure. It can be really, really hard. Oh my god, look at the name of that bot. Jesus. All right, we're back in. We have a donation from Kyle Sinet. I assume you get asked this a lot, so sorry for asking. If you had a chance to voice a Total War Warhammer character, who would you like to voice? Oh, man. I don't know. Probably... I don't know, dude. Because, like, aside... I don't know. Oh, man, that's really tough. It'd be really fun to do voice acting for, like, a Skaven. I'm just going to host it, actually. So, Turin, Fac War Finals. Then we'll do... Okay, so I'm going to host the game, actually, guys. It'll be easier in spectator mode. All right, so game is hosted. Let me minimize and coordinate with the players real quick. Let's join mine so I can set maps at Hadrius. All right, so I'm going to invite the players to this lobby. We'll get them all set up here. Extreme Tryharder is his name. Where art thou? The names and the names. So we got the Extreme Tryharder on one side. Okay, and then Hadrius should be able to find it. No problem. So in the meantime, we'll update the names here. So we just got to switch them real quick. So it's going to be Zardar on this side. Zardar TW. And on this side, we have Hadrius. Skaven versus Norsca. Looks like we're... which is really encouraging for the game, as we're having like a different faction win every faction war so far. Really, really good diversity here. So the first map is going to be... We'll do Castle Drakenhof. Map set. And they can just start doing their thing now. So let me remind him this is best of 3. All right, cool. So the players are going to do their picks and bans. I'm pretty sure they're not picks and bans. They're going to do their army picks. Pretty sure they're in chat right now, so that's good. Set the time to unlimited just in case it does go 60 minutes, which would be pretty absurd. I don't foresee that happening. But yeah, we'll do it. Yes, my friends. Yes, we rise. We rise from the ashes. And everything looks good. Not to jinx it, but the internet service providers have been doing well today. May the best player win, indeed, Agony Achilles. Typically for Faction Wars participation, it's usually people honestly just ask me. And obviously, if they have some accolades or tournament experience, it's pretty much required because it's a pretty high level of competition. So that's pretty much, yeah, just a lot of tournament experience. You know, we've done well in some tournaments, really good at one faction, you know, that kind of thing. But really, it's just people ask me. That's mostly it. The first time I won a tournament was by spamming vampire counts healing single entity cheese every game, says Aristodemus. Yeah. Used to be very strong. It still is strong, but not as punishing as it was before. Back when there was like no healing caps and invocation could be just, oh my god, it was nasty. Surthax coming. This is actually a fun matchup. I've always liked Norska versus Rats. I don't know how I would say it's favored. I think Norska has some good tools here for sure. They both do, actually. Like, Skin Wolves are good against Ogres, Hell Pits, Javelins are good against those things. Norscan Infantry have the advantage, but again, Skaven have the firepower advantage, can really nuke you. It really goes both ways, in my experience. Yeah, the Vampires did well. They won their first game against Wood Elves, and then they lost their second round match against Skaven. Hadrius was able to have a really, really good Skaven build against him. Random Nix played well, though. He's been saving his Doom rockets. Imagine if. Zardar says, should be epic. Should be indeed. Remember, guys, there's a prize for today. 150 for first, 75 for second, and then we're going to do the... Here
you go, reinforcements.
Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate it. My lovely wife bringing me a treat. Some bananas, all kinds of good stuff. Oh, man, that's really good, baby. That's delicious. Hot damn. Zyphos rooting for his challenger there. Good sportsmanship. Meme build tournament? Maybe. I mean, people already do that in my regular tournaments anyway, so. What we will be doing next week, we have a pretty busy schedule next week. Tomorrow I might take off, even though I say that and then I always end up streaming. But tomorrow I might take off, and then on next week we have a head-to-head campaign. We have a King of the Hill going on. I'm not sure which day yet, but we have a King of the Hill going on that is going to be terrible maps only. So it's going to be a King of the Hill with the worst maps in the game, like unfair maps, just everything. It's going to be absurd. And then there's going to be a 2v2 tournament as well. So there's going to be a lot of fun stuff going on next week. Lady Turin is the real MVP. That's very true. Yes. So Karak on Zula, I did actually. We had a content creator tournament a while back. It was like a good 4 or 5 months ago, and we did invite Legend of Total War to it. But I don't think he's interested in multiplayer. Yeah, because he didn't want to play. So that was a while back though. But you know, it's each their own. I completely understand. It's just like I don't play campaign that much. I get it. The bots are relentless, guys. They show no mercy. So yeah, you guys get to vote. The hero of the people. But we're going to do it different this time. I'm going to create a straw poll and put it in the comment section and description of the video afterwards. So more people can vote and watch the full tournament. And then after 24 hours, we'll pull the winner of that and send them the prize. And we'll be good. Falcon, what's up, man? Yeah, Malice, unfortunately, is just so janky. I mean, it's like, not that he's like a terrible lord. At least he has a mount and some good abilities. But just like when you compare him to Malekith and Marathi, it's just like, there's no comparison. It's just like a night and day. Those characters, like, without Soul Stealer, Dark Elves are so much better with Soul Stealer. Thank you for sponsoring A. Chavez. Sorry, just having a sip of water here, getting it all going. Thank you so much for becoming a member, man. Mr. Chavez. Hope you're staying safe in these dire times, these Nurgle-afflicted times. All right, guys, for the Extreme Memer, Zardar. Coming in hot, sweeping a lot of great games today. Let's look at his army here. He's got Marauders, he's got Berserkers in the secondary, Javelins to deal with Ogres, Hellpits, Wheels, all that sort of good stuff. Chariots in the back, a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire with a Burning Head to roast some rats, Spirit Leech to kill the Lords, and Wolfric. Now, pretty good positioning as well. You just have the tree line. And yeah, this is a pretty standard army. Berserkers beat the infantry, Javelins kill the monsters. Prosper. Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję. My lovely wife just keeping me going in these hard times. And now, guys, for the forces of the Skaven and Hadries, with an awesome build selection today. He's got Night Runners and Gutter Runner combo, which the reason why you see these two units together is because you don't need to have like poison on both of them per se. If you have like one Gutter Runner and they're together, it pretty much accomplishes the same thing for cheaper. We do have Clan Rats with Spears, Warp Grinders to stop the Norscan Horde, double Warp Grinder! You know, that's actually a really good answer against Norscan Berserker rushes. Magic damage, snares, beautiful stuff for sure. Oh my god. It almost happened! It almost happened! It almost happened, guys, but not today, I say. I got distracted by all the plentiful food being brought to me. Hey, you know what? At least we're getting good engagement in chat. We do have two Assassins, and it is also going to be Lord Skrull. So yeah, if we look at the Norscan army again, Berserkers, Marauders, Javelins, Dual Caster, Spirit Leech, and Burning Head, and Wolfric. And a Chariot as well. Don't worry, guys. I got it. I got it. A little bit of a delay here. Council Guard are in the front. It's going to be very good for holding. We have Lord Skrulk, double Assassin to try and goon things out, and that's pretty much it. Really, it's like a defensive posture build with Warp Grinders, mobile missile play, and the Night Runners will actually be really, really good against the against the Berserker. Sorry, guys. I got it. I got it. We're good. Take a deep breath, everyone. We survived together as one. Guys, that was a really close call, though. That was a really close call. Like, in the finals, man, oh man, that would have pissed me off. Like, if that had actually gone through. I'm checking chat more of the stream. Even though I try to focus on games, like when I'm casting, but man. All right, guys, so the battle's underway. The Norskins are surging forward here as the Marauders and Berserkers collapse in the formation. I'm really loving the Warp Grinder pick. I think that's so good. The one thing I would like to see in this army might be a Plague Furnace to like drain down the hordes of infantry, but nonetheless, it's going to be a scrap. So here comes the fight. Clan Rats with Spears are going to be engaging against Berserkers. That is going to be a pretty big massacre here. And it looks like a Rat Summon is going to be going down to the front right here to try and help out there. Berserkers are charging the Clan Rats. They're just kind of dancing about as preparing to be massacred here by these superior infantry. In the frontline fighting, we have Marauders engaged. It looks like the Council Guard have taken the fight there, and some Plague Monks have been summoned behind those guys. Berserkers have engaged here, but the Warp Grinders and Slingers certainly going to do some work. They are locked down. They're taking magic damage. But what's really good about what Zardar's doing is he's not like sending in everything in a big blob. So the Warp Grinders, their value is going to be minimized to just like 1 or 2 units, which is really, really smart. Over here, it looks like a Sea Fang's going down, going to be tearing through the Skaven formation, and there it goes! Sea Fang tearing through the Storm Vermin, the Warp Grinders. That is Value City right there. This Skaven position is probably going to get overwhelmed by Wolfric, no problem. Now the Javelins are throwing in as well. What are they going after? It looks like they're going after Lord Skrulk and basically the Council Guard now, which is fine. And now the second wave of Berserkers have been sent in here, which is happening. Yeah, we'll see it. We'll see how that goes. Berserkers on the far side fighting Clan Rats. Obviously a winning fight for Berserkers. And right here, man, this is Value City. These Berserkers actually beat down the Warp Grinders and then push into the secondary. And honestly, guys, it's looking like it's going very well for Zardar, as the entire Skaven line is buckling to the onslaught of the Berserkers. And the Warp Grinders, though in theory, are quite good against this. It seems like they're not executing terribly well. And the Council Guard are being javelined down. Skrulk is a little bit beat up. Hunter of Champions and the Assassins can, of course, put some damage onto Wolfric. But if there's Berserkers and other supporting units nearby, I don't see that going terribly well for him. And all the Javelins for Zardar this entire game have just been throwing happily. So it looks like there's going to be a Plague Monk summon. Plague Monks are going down on top of Wolfric, but I don't think Wolfric cares. He's just going to be able to just go deep and take out Skrulk if he wants to. You know, he's actually going to come back here, maybe and peel. We'll see. A little bit of kiting for the Skaven. This is a way they could certainly get back in the game if they can reroute their Warp Grinders, lock down these troops, use their Ninja Rats to kind of poke those guys down. That could certainly be very, very nice. And the Javelin's getting some beautiful crossfire for sure. Plague Monk summon, really nice by Hadri's, and Hadri's might be able to push his way back, guys. Skaven are coming back in this game as the Assassins push back Wulfric, and the counter push from the Skaven, the second wind, seems to be making a pretty big difference as the Berserkers are getting kited by Slingers now, which is what the Skaven really want to be happening. So I wonder if Wulfric's going to go for the kill. Man, Hadri's going in for the kill here. He's getting the Shaman Sorcerer. So this Deathcaster is going to be gone. No more Spirit Leeches. There is no way that guy's going to survive. He might get away from the rats, but he's going to break, if not shatter. The Skaven Assassin's doing a great pick here. And guys, just like that, the Skaven are back in the game here in the Grand Finals. Shaman Sorcerer, 680 HP, 2 Clan Eshin Assassins right on his tail, Lord Skrolk as well. And suddenly the Norskin's looking a little bit stretched out. Some of the Berserkers are falling back now, realizing that he's overextended, I think pulling back. Obviously he's getting kited here. This is the right play by Zardar. Bring back your army and just crush this Skaven pocket and then kind of replan everything. Wulfric, of course, is still going to be able to even wreck Skrolk with the 2 Assassins here. He doesn't care too much about that. Looks like another summon's going down. Fireball Caster is still here, or the Burning Head Caster. I think the Death Sorcerer is completely shattered, so no more Spirit Leeches for Skrolk, which is quite huge. And the Assassin's Trophy is down as well. So the Assassin's Trophy, of course, going to be mitigating his melee defense, and he will be taking a bit of damage there, so quite nice. Skaven are pushing back in. Warp Grinders will be coming back into action here, which will be quite nice for, I keep saying quite nice. It'll be very good for locking down the Marauders and the Berserkers, and Slingers still have a fair amount of ammunition as well. Not the Slingers, but the Gutter Runners and the Skirmisher Rats. Wulfric taking a lot of damage there, guys, really just getting punished by the Assassins. However, it looks like he was able to goon Skrolk, so it's probably worth the trade. Skrolk is down for the count. Looks like there's a couple Assassin Rats left. Warp Grinders and Slingers are coming in. And the Warp Grinders, if they could like lock down Wulfric and maybe get some spears on him and a bunch of Slinger fire, that could be really cost effective. But Wulfric still, even at half health, is still rocking, what, 5,000 HP or something like that? It's really, really good. Skrolk Daddy running for the hills. As far as his HP goes, he is very, very low. 309. I would imagine some of the Javelins might go for him. There is a Shaman Sorcerer Fire, like some people in chat did articulate, so Burning Heads could be an X factor here in the late game. Warp Grinder is locking down Wulfric and honestly punishes the Chariots, and also it's pretty good damage to the Berserkers. Skaven still have actually a lot of stuff hiding here in the trees. Oh, but a Burning Head's coming down. Firecaster getting it off here. Oh, nasty, nasty. Goes right through the Storm Vermin, but Hadri's is able to Matrix it. Although some of the Night Runners do unfortunately get caught, but for the most part, Hadri's with some very good reaction there is able to dodge that. So very evenly matched between these two players. Wulfric and company going to be diving in on the Skaven Slaves here, and it looks like the Firecaster, the Shaman Sorcerer Fire, is fighting, but I think the Assassins might be coming for blood, and if Wulfric does get away, the Shaman Sorcerer will be the sacrificial lamb, but the Assassin Goon Squad actually doing some really good damage against Wulfric. Wulfric needs to get some like bodies on the Assassins, even if it means pulling some of the Javelins, I think, and then from there he can isolate. But oh man, here comes the Assassin. But he's isolated. The Assassin has left his fellow buddy, perhaps seeking glory for himself. A little bit greedy because now Wulfric is going to come and just destroy this guy. The Assassin on his own is certainly heavily outmatched. And Wulfric is coming for him. The concealment bombs is popped, but Wulfric is like right in front of him, so the smoke is not going to hide anything. Slinger's doing a pretty good job slowing down Wulfric, or at least poking his HP a little bit, down to 4.8k. Very, very scrappy fight. Hadri's, though, running a little bit low on ammo on his Slingers, which is concerning. Warp Grinders are here. Warp Grinders are broken back here. We have a Skaven Assassin. We have both Skaven Assassins, which certainly means he's still in the game. Zardar pushing forward with a bit of a second wind. The Marauder Hunters with Javelins are going to be pressing in and just trying to pick off what they can. And you know what's kind of cool about the Marauder Hunters? They're not like terrible in combat. 26, 22, 28, and they do have Enrage as well. So they'll be able to grind it out. Granted, the Warp Grinders, even 1 or 2 Warp Grinder models, does trigger the entire effect. So that's very, very strong here. So here comes Zardar. What's going to be really interesting, too, about it being a best of 3 in this format is regardless of who wins or loses in the first game, we're going to get to see the players potentially switch builds or keep the same thing to see how they adapt to like what they just experienced, which is kind of one of the cool things about other RTS titles, is seeing like how, you know, in a best of 5 in like Warcraft 3 or StarCraft, how a Zerg and Protoss player, for example, will adapt. So the Javelin's coming in. The Assassin kind of thirsting here. I don't know if he's trying to bait the Warp Grinder or something. This Assassin is getting real ballsy. Going in for a shank on big old Wulfric, and he just gets knocked over by the Mammoth's hooves. Javelins are throwing in, and the Javelins are just taking apart the Skaven force. Seafang going down as well. And now it's pretty much just the Assassins versus the world. Now, the Assassins might be able to take out Wulfric. Maybe, probably not, but maybe. And the thing is, even if they do take him out, I don't know if they can beat all these infantry that are left. I think they would just get crumped. Like for Zardar, just send in the Marauder Hunters right now and just like charge with Wulfric, and that's game. Like that's game right there. They'll terror out for sure. They're not immune to psychology, these little assassins. Hunter of Champions is active. Looks like Wulfric going in for the Death Thrust. Going to be running into these guys. Terror routes will probably go down in a matter of seconds. They are in very, very bad shape leadership-wise. Looks like players just congratulating one another or saying good luck, have fun. And the terror route coming in. And guys, I think that's going to be a mass rout. It looks like the assassin is the last man standing here. He gets terror routed. And that is going to be game Zardar Total War taking game 1 in the grand finals in this best of 3 finals. Man, well played. Zardar going ham. But Hadri's build was awesome. I love the theory of it, the warp grinders, but I felt like they just didn't... The execution, I don't know, yeah. I think you really just need Natty Bubos to just sit on Wulfric the whole game. That's just a thought, though. So Zardar Total War, going to go up 1-0 here. I'm now perpetually traumatized about the screen blocker. But it must be here. Because, actually, no, it's spec mode. I don't have to use a screen blocker, yes. So the next map, let's go ahead and pick it. We will do... we will do the Oakenhammer. Map set. It is time. I don't have to use a screen blocker. I see all the Steam messages coming in from everyone like, screen blocker! Oh my god, there's like 30 messages. Oh my god. Arrow's like, don't let it happen again. Oh, that's so funny. Wulfric with 296 kills. Yeah, he went ham. I don't think Wulfric needs a price increase. I disagree with that. I think he just played really well. He played very, very well. And thank you guys again for joining today. Please do drop a like on the stream if you're enjoying it. 1,600 plus people. Yes. What's up, darling? Yes. One sec, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back. Players are doing their picks and bans here on the Oakenhammer. All right, the first boat was indeed quite impactful. Yeah, Zardar's first boat. I guess I didn't really focus on it too much, but his first Seafang did wreck the Council Guard and another group of Storm Vermin, which was pretty nasty. Wulfric should cost 200 toilet paper rolls. Oh my god. The Wookiee is lurking. Our own very little Nurgling is guarding her. Every time I go near her, Wookiee always pounces. He's a ferocious beast indeed. I love the story of that guy, and like I forget where, somewhere in the middle of the United States, he like hoarded like 18,000 bottles of like hand sanitizer or something and tried to like resell them at $70 a pop. And then Amazon took him down for price gouging, and like he just is now stuck with all of it. It's hilarious. I don't think we'll see Throg. He's a pretty big target for First Haven. Wulfric's just so good. Throg isn't like terrible, but Wulfric just like dominates. Sorry about the eating, guys. I'm just so hungry. That'll be it for now. Blocks for the block god. No! No more screen blockers. No more. No more. So if I were to play this matchup, I would have a front line of Skaven Slaves, 2 Clan Rats, a Plague Furnace, Ikit Kalana Doomwheel, 2 Jazales, a couple Rat Ogres, 1 Warp Grinder, and that would probably be it, more or less. And if I have enough for a help it, that would probably be the last thing. Because like Berserkers will die horribly to the Mortis Engine from the Plague Furnace. Yeah, and then the 2 Jazales can definitely pound Wulfric pretty hard. Ikit Claw on the Doomwheel can like ride into the back line and cause a lot of disruption. He also has a Howling Warp Gale for Manticores. That would be my 2 cents. I have played this matchup quite a bit, and that build usually worked pretty well. We don't post too many pictures for Wookiee of him, but we could. Slings are good, yeah. Gutter Runners, the Slingers were Hadri's some of his biggest performing units. Pretty good against Berserkers, but sometimes Norskin players do go with Marauders instead, and then the Slingers become a lot less effective. Assassins are there for the Skin Wolves, says Zero. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I guess it's pretty hard to deal with Skin Wolves aside from either missile fire, right? So the Assassins can get in there and shank them down. The map is set. Zardar, if Zardar wins this, guys, he is the champion of the March faction war. We'll go from there. No, Aristodemus, you're supposed to stop such things. No faction blocker today, my friends. It is not going to ruin one of my games. It almost did. It crept up on me in the grand finals, seeping its poisonous talons into my stream. But not today. Not today. All right, one sec, guys. Checking everything. Looks good. Professor Pone messages me, and he's like, do it. Leave the screen blocker up. Oh, my God. Looks like Zardar's ready. Now, do you guys think Zardar's going to switch his build? You know, it's kind of like a mind game thing, right? Like, what if Zardar just keeps the exact same build? And then, like, Hadri's, like, you know, tries to account for something else? Like, how does this... That's the thing. It goes both ways, right? Yeah, Ursidamos, please drop a link to Zardar's channel. We've mentioned it a couple times on stream. Zardar is a great content creator. He streams a lot, campaign, multiplayer stuff, an absolute beast. Not today, says the god of death. The god of screen blocking. Not today. Skaven versus Norska in the finals. We're going to have 3 different factions. Of course, in the very first faction war was won by Talaxlan Soothsayer and the Sons of Sigmar. And the second one was won by Felcon and the Old Ones, the Lizardmen. And the third one, either going to be won by Norska and or the Skaven, which is quite cool. It's really nice to see a couple different factions well represented, which is awesome. Now for the builds here of the Norskins. We got Wolfric, we got a Firecaster, but no Deathcaster this time, so he has opted to get Burning Head and Fireball. Frontline, no Berserker, so he basically just went all Marauders, and that's just what I was telling you guys. Sometimes they don't go Berserker, so the Slingers aren't as good. Although he does have Brutes of the Hound, it looks like, so he does have some, but just one, really. A couple Javelins, not as many. He has 3 Javelins as opposed to 4 or 5. A very heavy Skinwolf rush. Man, he's going to be throwing rubbers at his opponent all day here. 4 Skinwolves, really good against Skaven, good against Rat Ogres, Hell Pits, you name it. And it looks like the Beast of Tashnar. So a pretty similar build, but with some minor tweaks. Now for the Forces of Hadri's, yep, he's going in for it. He's got 2 Jazales. He does also have some Clan Rats, Lord Skrulk and an Assassin. A bunch of Clan Rats basically into the sunset. And it looks like 1 Warp Grinder and 2 Slingers. So pretty similar to what we were talking about. No Ogres, but obviously Ogres get wrecked by the Skin Wolves. But it does give you mass, which is nice. But yeah, the Sharpshooters against Wolfric, the Warp Lightning Cannon against Wolfric, or the Caster. Skin Wolves will be a little bit tricky to deal with. Granted, he does have a lot of Clan Rats to kind of Skaven Slaves to tar pit with. And okay, he does have... There you go. There are some Ogres as well as the Wheels of Doom. So a Doom Wheel as well. Solid Army by Hadri's, very different playstyle. So we'll see if this is the recipe for success he has been so looking for. That is a lot of Skin Wolves. Who let the Barbarians out? Let's hear it, guys, in chat. Skaven or Norska. Pledge your allegiance now and hope for them to win. So just 1 Ogre, I think. But yeah, it's a nice build by Hadri's. I like it better than his last one, for sure. The only thing that I don't like are the Sensor Bears. I feel like they just don't trade well. Like, I don't know. Sensor Bears are a weird unit. They're very squishy. Only 24 melee defense and 10 armor. They have physical resist, but even Marauders put a dent in them. Like, I'd probably cut the Plague Monks and get, like, I don't know, find a way to get more something, I don't know, something else. I just don't like the Plague Monk Sensor Bears. Although they can Contaminate Bomb, which is pretty good. So I guess, like, for example, if they can hit on something and or Skrulk, you can break the leadership of, like, Famir and things pretty quick. So we'll see how it goes. Rats! Rats! People just yelling rats. This would be a very strange stream to, like, walk into if you didn't, like, play this game and people are just, like, spamming rats. Like, on Twitch, you know, you get people spamming, like, all the typical Twitch speak, you know? Like, play of the game and all that stuff. But here it's just like, rats, rats. Yeah. Wolfric is definitely a choice target, but what's really nice for Zardar is he has this nice little tree here. So what Zardar will probably do is hide Wolfric in the trees and then send his whole army up and then bring in Wolfric as like a follow-up piece once his Skin Wolves are able to collapse. The Doom Wheel is also a very good answer against infantry builds, like very good at wrecking Berserkers as well as Marauders. So I like that quite a bit. And now the battle's underway. The Warp Lightning Cannon shooting into the wolves. It does take out a Skin Wolf, and Skin Wolves cannot be resurrected, so every shot you rip is quite valuable. Hadri's immediately summons Clan Rats to send them out as a sacrifice to the Horn Rat. So they go forward here. And the Jezzails, what are they going to be shooting? It looks like the target has been switched on to the Firecaster, and it does miss. If it does hit that caster, it's quite good, because it means he will not be able to cast spells for a moment. And it misses yet again. All right, that's pretty good. Now, in the meantime, Jezzails, what are they going to target? Wulfric is kind of offset a little bit, rotating away, but the Jezzails have come in now, and they are going after the caster, but Zardar is juking so well. I think going after Wulfric is probably safer, and or Skin Wolves. And it looks like the Skaven are going to be taking some Skaven slaves up the flank here and trying to halt the Norskin advance a little bit by sending in some Clan Rats, which of course will be disappearing relatively soon. With Skaven, it's very much about layers, dragging your opponent through the mud a little bit, because if you just have one infantry line, one spaghetti line, it's very easy for your opponent to collapse. And now it looks like the Skin Wolves are the target. Warp Lightning Cannon and Jezzails have not had too much success yet. Just good luck, have fun being said by both players here. Now the Jezzails will start to do some good damage. Wulfric starting to take a little bit of poke. Definitely good. Warp Lightning Cannon is shooting downtown as well. And it does hit the Shaman Sorcerer. That is, it could Zap Cannon as well, so it's going to nullify his casting for a quick moment. Here on the flank, we do have the Wheels of Doom kind of harassing and harrying the Norskin formation. Plague Monks are being summoned and sent into combat. Skaven Slave Slingers throw their dirty little pebbles here at the Marauders. But yeah, Zardar's doing a good job juking and mitigating some of the incoming fire, but really good switch fire here as well by Hadris. He's switching targets constantly to try and keep Zardar on his toes here and make sure he doesn't get any freebies. Here we have the Plague Monks engaging in the front versus Marauders, and we do also have the Wheels of Doom coming in. Let's run over these ones. So it should be a good fight. Looks like more Clan Rats being summoned. Hadri's being very aggressive with his summons. Oftentimes, a lot of people save one's magic to try and make sure you can cast the entire game, but in this case, I think he knows that it's very urgent that he wins the early game. So he's just basically using a lot of his summons. Now going after Wulfric. Wulfric is getting buttered up pretty good by the Jezzails, but now comes the pressure from Norska. You can see the Skin Wolves are coming in, the Beasts of Tashnar, all these troops are going to be pressing into the back here. But man, amazing flank play here. The Wheels of Doom able to terrify off Skin Wolves, break these Norskin infantry with a Plague Monk summon. And this whole flank is looking a little bit grim for Norska. A very awkward position they've been forced into. Now in the back, the Censor Bears are lurking, and if they're good at anything, they'll be very good at breaking down low leadership units. You can see here the Burning Head's coming in. Burning Head will go through some of the Clan Rats, but a little bit of friendly fire as well does hit the Warp Grinders, and it seems like the frontline fighting is truly underway now, but the Rod of Corruption plus the Warp Grinders going down will be very nasty. Now in the back, this is going to be a really interesting thing, and maybe this is why Hadri's brought these Censor Bears, and it's going to teach me a lesson, is that maybe the Censor Bears are pretty good against things like Skin Wolves, because they're lightly armored and low melee defense, and Censor Bears hit very hard. Nice Seafang right there, goes right into the face of the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, but another group of Sharpshooters is going balls deep here. And now you can see in the back, the Iked Zap Cannon is being attacked by a bunch of angry werewolves. And it doesn't look like there's any peel, really. The Skaven Slaves get terrified off by Wulfric, and suddenly the Zap Cannon's all by itself, which is a little bit scary, guys. But the balance of power is very Skaven favored as the entire Norskin frontline buckles under the Wheels of Doom. Nasty stuff. And the Warp Grinder is well back there. And Wulfric getting taken out. And just like we were talking about, Jezzails are just so good and so effective at bringing down these troops. The Censor Bearer is able to help break Wulfric. At the very least, they do contaminate him, and Ogre's coming in, Wulfric's chased off. That is going to be game 2 for the Skaven. I'm pretty sure there's no way. That frontline buckling with the Wheels of Doom and the summon play was so good. The Slingers on the weak side of the flank, and just kind of getting that Jezzail fire was so punishing. Wulfric is definitely going to go down. Who would have thought some mighty champion of the Chaos God dragged down by a bunch of Skaven pebbles? And of course, Sniper Fire. 419, negative 19 leadership, only going to be a matter of seconds before army losses. There still are a lot of Skin Wolves, but in this case, Hadri's really adapted well. He brought a much better build this time, and I think he's going to kind of bring a similar build in the next game, but we'll probably improve upon it because Zardar, or at least change something, because Zardar is going to adapt and bring something in the game 3. That is going to be better against this. Well played! Well played indeed, guys! And that is going to be game 2 for this game, and Hadri's is on the board. Fighting for the glory of the Horned Rat. Yes. That was Skaven textbook. Yes, it was indeed. All right, let's update it. Hadri's is on the board, and we're going to game 3. All right. And now, for the last map, let us go on to, we'll do River Amazon. River Amazon, where art thou? Just clicking on the maps to let them know that we're switching. Is it the River Amazon or is it River Amazon? I can't remember. Yeah. Hadri says, well, I got one victory, but that might be all I get. This map has a little bit more, it's still open field more or less, but it has some options for Norska to kind of work with in terms of line of sight. So we'll see how this goes. Round 3, here we go. That was really good play. That was really good play indeed. And we have a donation coming in from Mads Bo Anderson during the game. Thank you so much. He says, hey, Turin, awesome streams this week. Can I ask how your hand is doing? It's doing pretty good. No progress yet. But no, like, it's not getting worse either. So far, so good. We're trying, Mads. We're trying. And Xander, thank you for the $2. Horned Rats will. Yeah, man. Apparently so. You blessed them. The preemptive summons were really good. Yeah, it's really obnoxious to deal with, yeah. So they can bring the exact same builds. They can switch their builds. This is game 3. This is like watching a StarCraft 2 tournament or Warcraft 3. If you guys are looking for a great Warcraft 3 channel, make sure to check out Back to Warcraft. That's one of my favorite ones to watch. These guys are awesome. 2 German content creators, but they do cast in English. Old Man River. One more for the Horned Rat, guys. 150 euros. Or is it pounds or euros? I can't remember. On the line here. For first place, 75 per second. So they're both going to be winning something in these dire times. Be able to buy a lot of toilet paper. And of course, the Hero of the People vote will go on after. Not after the stream, but I'm going to put it in the video. I'll have a poll so I can prepare it. And then basically you guys can vote over the course of the next 24 hours after everyone gets to watch all the games back. Gives the opportunity to go rewatch the games and like kind of look at the players and, you know, decide from there. So Michael Buzza, the head-to-head with Sirtha Ek, that was my favorite. It was, I was playing Ungrim Iron Fist against Italian Spartacus who was playing Throg. And basically he got attacked by Sirtha Ek and I controlled Sirtha Ek to like end the campaign basically. Yeah, but it's I think it's episode 2. I can't remember, or 1. I don't remember how many. I think it was a 2 episode 1. Yeah, Warcraft 3 is still doing well, but like pretty much everyone just plays on the vanilla graphics now and it just went back to how it was. Yeah. I'm not sure what you mean, Alessandro Sella. So we do have the heir of Sirtha Ek here. We have Zardar, Sirtha Ek's champion, against Hadri's, the champion of the Horned Rat. A 1-1 series. Both games have been very good. I think Hadri's has found his groove as far as builds go. I would imagine he'll do something similar. But we'll find out here in just a moment. Skaven Firepower, very good. Very powerful. Put your hands up for Sirtha. Any recommendation for Warhammer 40k multiplayer YouTubers? Warhammer 40k? Oh, there's tons of them. Tabletop Tactics is really good. Winter's SEO is really fun. Mini Wargaming is a classic, but Tabletop Tactics is one of my favorite ones. Hands down. Tabletop Titans is really good. There's way more. I'm just like, my brain's all over the place focusing on this. But yeah, those ones are really good, man. Check out Tabletop Tactics. Those guys are just such good quality. You know, Xander, I would have done StarCraft commentary. I wish I had gotten on the StarCraft train, like when it first came out and started doing commentary then. Like Husky StarCraft, like, man, he went from like a channel with like 500 subscribers to like 1 point something million. Because StarCraft was like big, like a huge esport, right? Like filling stadiums. I really wish I had jumped on that train because I was playing back then. I was in college and I guess I wasn't really in a place to do it. I mean, I could have, but it didn't occur to me back then. It's just a shame. The Hound, well played to everyone. Thanks for another great faction war. Thank you, man. You know, my favorite character in Game of Thrones is the Hound. Like, hands down. Sandor Clegane's my favorite character. So props to you, man. Eat all the chicken you want. You deserve it. The map is set. The players are scheming. This map allows for a little bit more schemage. Hadri's needs to go short range firepower or full melee now. This map is terrible for artillery. It's not the best, but Jezzails are still always good. Yeah, Husky did disappear, but he actually has a new YouTube channel now, but he doesn't do StarCraft stuff anymore. Yeah, it's like, I think it's just kind of a generalist channel. Like covers just pop culture stuff and yeah. Yeah, there's a number of ways. We're trying to diversify the map so the players can have some different strategies and stuff, rather than just having them all be open field. Oh yeah, Xander, I would have loved it, man. I don't know if the thing is like in the day and age we live in, RTS games aren't like as popular, unfortunately. Turin, you've gotten the Warhammer train, and I'm pretty sure it's beginning to take off. I know. I hope so. I mean, I think there's a lot of potential. Extreme Tryharder says, I have no idea what to do. I ran out. he doesn't know. No P. Take your time. We don't want any pressure. No rush. You know what could be good? Norska can bring Feral Manticores, right? Like bring a couple of those bad boys. Just go after like the Lords and Doom Wheels and stuff. Braun was a fun character too. The Hound is by far my favorite though. He's so cool. Yeah, StarCraft 2 is still an awesome game for sure. I used to watch In Control a lot because he was a big 40k guy as well. Unfortunately, he passed away. Really sad stuff. I got to meet him. There was a Creative Assembly event like when Warhammer 2 first came out, and In Control was a really big fan of Warhammer, so he ended up coming. Creative Assembly invited him, and so I was at the event, and I got to talk to In Control about StarCraft because I used to watch him a lot. I was like a big fan, and he started telling me about the Death Guard because this was before 8th edition. It was like before the Death Guard really had their own army. But he was telling me about their lore and like the Death Guard army and stuff and the Nurgle Plague Marines, and I was like, oh man, that sounds cool. He actually like kind of got me into 40k. Yeah, long time ago. That was like, man, what, 17? I can't remember. So Zardar, coming up with a build here. He says he's run out of options. Falcon says, do it, Zardar. Yeah, In Control is the man. He was a really cool guy. He like, we ended up, after the event, he ended up going back to the airport, and I was as well, and we took a cab together, and he was like explaining to me 40k, and man, I was just like, oh man, this is gonna be something. Yeah, he's a great guy. Left a great legacy, that man. And now we go, my friends, into the grand finals. What would be the best way to effectively learn how to battle? Honestly, jumping into our multiplayer Discord and battling with some of the good players. That we have a practice section which has a lot of new players as well, and just like getting in there and talking to people, like explaining after the games what you've done wrong, what you did well. That's really helpful. Custodians are Grey Knights. Grey Knights. I like Grey Knights a lot. They're really cool. Hadri says, okay, I think I'm ready. Man, both players right now, like really making sure their builds are tight. I love it. Like you can tell they're both invested, right? Yeah. I know. They're really going deep in these builds here. Zardar, you could tell Zardar after that last game, he's like really having to go back to the drawing board. I don't think either of his first two builds would work against what Hadri's brought. I'm trying to think what you could change. Honestly, he could... yeah, the Doom Wheel's a little bit tricky to deal with, isn't it? Maybe just more of a pressure build, like something that can just slam through the Jezzails really quick. I think that could work. Like maybe a couple chariots and then still bring a bunch of javelins. Like the javelins, I think were decent. The Norscan front line... Also, you know, last game, Zardar had a much weaker front line. He had only like 4 Marauders, whereas the game before he had like 5 Berserkers. So maybe he goes back to his original build and brings the 5 Berserkers. I think that might be the way, because they don't break like quickly. Like Berserkers take forever to break, especially when they get enraged. Like a Doom Wheel won't break them off quick, whereas Marauders will like buckle like nothing. And then the Skaven just rampaged into his Javelin line. So I think honestly maybe Zardar goes back to his first build and then like maybe tweaks it a tiny bit to accommodate for what he saw. And then that could be the recipe for success. So let me minimize here, make sure there's no dreaded screen blocker. And do drop a like on the stream if you guys are enjoying it. It helps me out quite a bit. It's my full-time job. Yeah, Feral Manticore pick is really good too. I love that change by Zardar. So he's got Javelins, yep. Attaboy Zardar, look at him. Went right back to his first build here. 4 Berserkers, 4 Javelins, couple Marauders to swarm the flanks, Firecaster and Deathcaster with Wolfric. The only thing he changed is I think he cut some Marauder Horsemen and brought a Manticore. It's a really good build. I think Zardar made some really good adjustments. And now for the forces here. of Hadri's. Oh man, Hadri's coming in with the double Poison Wind Mortar, double Warp Grinder, Hell Pit Doom Wheel, Sensor Bears to break leadership, I guess, and Skaven Slaves into the Sunset with an Assassin, and Lord Skrulk. Man, great build by Hadri's too. Both players adapting really well. No Jezzails this time. My concern is how does he deal with Wulfric? I guess he brought a Hell Pit Abomination, but on this map, I guess the Jezzails aren't as effective. However, you can hide in the trees all you want. Those Poison Wind Mortars will flush you out like easy peasy. All it takes is one of their shots to hit you, and it does like 400 damage. It's crazy. They're really, really good units. I love the adjustments from both players. I think that's incredible. Sofa Muncher, 2 days. It's almost harvesting season. Thank you so much, Sofa Muncher, for the donation. It's happening. And here we are in the grand finals of the March Faction War. Our champions performing extremely well today, and in the final best of 3, game 3, Hadri's, Skaven, Zardar, Norska. It begins. Yeah, it's similar to the first game. He has mortars, warp grinders, but in the first game he didn't have a Hell Pit, nor did he have a Doom Wheel. He didn't have a lot of mass and terror. So he definitely adjusted in both games, which I think is really cool. The mortars will be very good against Berserkers for sure. They'll do some huge damage. That's a nice head you have on your shoulders. Are you guys making Mountain Blade references? Oh my god, I'm so excited for that. I will be covering Mountain Blade on the channel. 100%. Yes. The Manticore is a very good pick. I agree, Flying Taco. I think the Manticore is going to be effective at killing a number of things. Terror routing the Assassins, gooning Skrulk, going after the Mortar teams, you name it.
Do you need anything, babe?
I'm good, sweetheart. Thank you. Dziękuję. Lady Turin coming in to check in, make sure I'm still kicking here. Yeah, the mortars are really huge damage. So we'll see if the Berserkers can endure. Hadri's taking up the highest of hill positions. But, you know, what's a little bit scary, Norska does have some good covers. They do advance here. Final game of the day, my friends. Final game of the day. What do you guys want to see in Bannerlord? Do you guys want to see more like multiplayer or more like campaign and kind of single player stuff? 6 to 8 hits from the mortars and javelins are dead. Yeah, the javelins will go down really quick to the mortars. I'm curious about what he's going to target though with the mortars. Is he going to go after the Berserkers? And although Berserkers Doom Wheel will be very effective there. And also he must have a Plague Priest. Yeah, he's got Skrulk, so he's going to be able to summon rats to block up the Berserker charge. Here we go, guys. The battle's underway. Hadri's and his rats coming in strong. It is going to come down to the plays. I agree. I think both armies certainly have the capability of winning. Execution is all. Targeting is all. We will see. Wulfric, of course. Some mean pirate ships can certainly ravage these Plague Monk Sensor Bears. I think that's probably going to be his target of choice. We'll do both then. So be it. We'll cover both. Yeah, I'm really excited for Mountain Blade though, guys. Oh, man. So here they come, the Skaven turning around the bend. They're probably going to be squaring up their army like right down this line right here. And then just starting to drop some mortars on this Norscan army. The Norscan's doing the same thing, turning to face. The Javelins will be pretty good against the Wheel of Doom, as will the big old Mammoth. We'll see if he's able to kind of catch that. Skrulk Daddy is here as well. Big old Skrulkage running through the trees. Hadri's going to be doing the same thing he's been doing pretty much non-stop, just summoning rats and rats and rats and rats and sending more rats out, because the longer you can halt this Norscan advance, the more punishing those disgusting mortars are going to be. As a matter of fact, in my Queek campaign I'm playing right now, man, those mortars are just like the hardest of carries. They're so good. And here we go, guys. The Clan Rats advance, the Wheel of Doom blasting some of the Marauders as they do advance. The Poison Wind Mortars should be opening up here in just a moment against the Marauder Berserkers. Manticore flying in there basically just to kind of break that situation. But yeah, the Skaven just want to delay this as long as possible. I don't know why the mortars aren't shooting yet. They're most certainly in range. Hadri's needs to start shooting ASAP. And there he goes. The mortars are going to be raining in, and the firepower shall cometh. So here they go, blasting downward, shooting into the Marauder Berserkers, also hitting the Javelins. Man, those things are so good. Now, it doesn't do a ton of burst damage, but over the course of its damage over time effect, it really does Shrek a lot of these units. So we'll see if Hadri's is able to get his value out of these mortars. Looks like it. Oftentimes, a really effective way to play the mortars is to switch targets quite often to really spread and maximize the damage that they do. But the army, you know, for Zardar is a little bit, it's well spread, but it's still, man, hitting a lot of stuff. Very, very nasty. So the Mammoth's coming in, the Helped Abomination awaits, and now we have Skrulk Daddy and some Summon Rats who are going to be surging in to intercept this position. And where is that Manticore going to go? That's going to be a really important play. Plague Monks back here are tar-pitting Berserkers and actually taking them down to half health. Man, that is so good. We have the Warp Grinder as well, which is going to lock the Chariot in place. And now this is going to be the real big fight. Where's the Sea Fang going to go? We need to see a big Sea Fang. Maybe we're going to see it down the Plague Monks. In the meantime, the Warders are basically just switching onto the Marauder Hunters and doing huge damage. Oh, this is a nice pick here by Zardar. He is able to get the Doom Wheel in a very bad situation. He has the Manticore, he has Wulfric, and this Doom Wheel is getting wrecked. Nice play there. Brutal loss for Hadri's, and a Burning Head coming down the formation, roasting the Skaven lines and coming into even more Clan Rats. That was a really good Burning Head. Now the Berserkers are sallying forth. The Doom Wheel's at half health, and the Helped Abomination is going to try and fend off Wulfric to the best of its abilities. But this Manticore is doing a really good job kind of keeping this Doom Wheel at bay. Javelins from Norska going to be providing some supporting fire here, and it looks like the Helped and the Doom Wheel, the tides may have turned here, are going to be going after the Feral Manticore. I think Wulfric needs to bum rush back there. Liber Bubonicus going down as well. Now the Censor Bearers have been sent in the front line here as the Mortars continue to rain some heavy fire into these battle lines here. But the Berserkers, I think, really were the key. These guys, though they're probably losing most of their fights, they're still fighting. They're allowing the other Norscan elements to really keep punching. Over here, they break the flank, and the Feral Manticore is down for the count. The Doom Wheel, plus it looks like the Helped Abomination were able to break him. Wulfric is back in the middle, being attacked by an Assassin and Skrull. Certainly not a great situation for him, especially with Assassin's Trophy and Rival High Talisman. His melee attack is 0. Oh man, and Wulfric is isolated in the back lines. Norska, though, is pushing forward. The summons are starting to wear thin, and Wulfric needs to survive here. The Javelins are in really good shape. Many aspects of this battle are going very, very well for Norska. But again, the Skaven getting a couple really good isolations. Hadri's taking out that Manticore, and now we can see Wulfric being gooned out by the Seismic Snare as well. The Warp Grinders have locked him in place. Those Mammoth feet not wanting to walk on, I guess, unsteady ground. Foe Seeker, Scroll of Shielding is popped here. Wulfric needs to get away. Berserkers have piled in, which is very nice. But yeah, he needs to run, like 100%. Rat Summons being used by Hadri's to push back the Javelins. Should have quite some duration on that. But the Javelins are able to pepper in, and if Hadri's is, not Hadri's, but Zardar is able to stabilize, he does have a fair amount of Javelins around the battlefield that could cause some serious problems. Berserkers are all over the back line, which is huge. Now the Skaven Warders are going to get taken out most likely, at least one of them will, which is really big. Balance of power is in the favor of the Rats, but ever so slightly. It's still a very, very close game. We have a Deathcaster, we have Wulfric in good shape, and yeah, all it takes is Wulfric, a couple good goonings on these characters, and he can do well. So it looks like he's going to go after the Assassin here, the Shaman Sorcerer as well. This Assassin getting picked here could be quite strong, but he has to make sure he doesn't get caught by that Helped. That would just be so punishing. Javelins throwing in, Helped Abomination taking some steady damage, and there's some Berserkers back here as well that appear to be rallying in. Yeah, Wulfric needs to avoid that Helped. It's just such a bad fight for him. Spirit Leech going down, Javelins coming back in as well. These Javelins could help peel for Wulfric, and if he can get that Helped Abomination, that would certainly be a very good avenue back into this game. But clearly the build this time much better for Zardar. But the Doom Wheel's back. Doom Wheel is going to cause some problems as well. Javelins throwing in. And yeah, that's going to be a big collapse here. Wulfric might get pinned between the Doom Wheel and the Helped Abomination and the Assassin. But we'll see if he's able to get some good damage on the Wheels of Doom. Assassin's Trophy being used on him constantly to make his melee attack terrible at 19. Helped Abomination comes in for the rear charge. And it seems like the Skaven are taking over the battle as their Mortars are now back online. They didn't get fully chased off. There was no Hounds or no mobility to really punish those guys. And now Wulfric is on the run. He has a ton of Berserkers left. A fair amount here, but man, the Wheels of Doom is going to be so good. Oh, and here comes the Burning Head, going to be going right through those Censor Bears. Really nice play right there, getting rid of those very expensive elite troops. Zardar still not giving up here in the fourth quarter, but it would appear the Skaven hordes, the Liber Bubonicus, active. Wulfric going down, being taken out by the Assassin and the Wild Helped Abomination. But the Berserkers really doing an amazing job fighting, but I think that's going to be army losses, as Wulfric is going to be falling and shattering. And guys, our champion for the day is Hadri's, the champion of the Horned Rat, the Skaven taking the third faction war. There you have it. Well played. Really good execution by Hadri's. Great summon play. Really good Warp Grinder play. Good isolations. Wulfric getting isolated and beaten down a couple times. It's pretty rough for sure. But man, that was a really good game. I think Zardar's build was definitely a step in the right direction. Makes me think maybe cut the Chariot and get like another Manticore. I think that could have been really big for like the gooning fights. Skaven Blight is victorious. Hadri's with the 2-1 victory here in the grand finals, going to be winning our grand prize. And now, my friends, we will go on over to the bracket, make it official, as Hadri's will move on and be our grand champion. The Skaven. The first faction war was the Empire. Second was the Lizardmen. Third one was the Skaven. Well played across the board. Hadri's having a great run today, getting some very solid victories against the against the Beastmen, which was a tough one for Skaven. Was able to defeat Vampire Coast, another top-tier faction. Comes in, defeats the Lizards, and then defeats the Norskins in the Grand Finals. For the Horned Rat, indeed. The Horned Rat smiles on us. And thank you guys all so much. It's been an absolute blast. You guys are aces indeed. The Vermintide, it calls. That is going to wrap up our faction war for today, my friends. That is going to be it. Hadries is our grand champion. Let's have a big round of applause for all of our players. If we take a look here, a salute to those who have fallen and a salute to our victor. You'll be seeing some of these faces back, but of course we will be switching in some new people as well. He'll be able to buy so many toilet paper rolls now. Yes, he will. He indeed is going to be quite rich after that outstanding performance. But thank you guys all so much for joining. Thank you to the players for setting aside your afternoons to play. Special thanks to the mods for sitting here and slaying the foul Slanesh bots. A big thanks to Magic D, your boy Magic D, for coming in and sponsoring this tournament, guys. I'll be, of course, sending him the information regarding the players. But thank you, Magic D, so much for making this a special event. And yeah, man, we really appreciate it. That's huge. And lastly, but not least, thank you so much, guys, for your donations. We have donations coming in from... let's see, Sofa Muncher, Samuel Christensen, The Hound, Mads Bo Anderson. We have Xander. We have Kyle Sinet, Heineken, Abba and Preach for 100 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. Will Lorenz, and then Bunk coming in with the rock hard 300 today. Bunk from France. Hope you're doing well, there, man. Stay safe. Thank you so much for the very generous donation. Herbert Walker League. Make sure to check him out if you haven't. Alex Krebs, Mr. Jumpling, Old Liver Rivers, Samuel Christensen, Fluffy Rune, Oskirk, and then Garland Green. And I believe that is it today. And then, of course, we have a couple new members as well. Let's go to the viewer activity and pull that up if we can. Doesn't feel like appearing. Thank you guys for the new members as well today. We have Rise Elk and Azura, I believe, were the two new members. So thank you guys so much. All right, guys. That's it. Amazing performance. Magic D is pleased with Zyphos' performance. That is good. Skaven diss track coming soon. Ah, interesting. All right, guys, stay tuned. The next faction war will probably be a month from now. I'm going to keep it to once a month. It might be middle of the month. And as far as the third place goes, first and second is obviously Hadries and Zardar. And if you guys haven't seen Zardar, head on over to his channel. He's a great guy. Definitely deserves a look at. And on top of that, for the third place, or the third place prize, which is the $25, the Hero of the People, as soon as this video finishes rendering and processing, I'm going to be posting, what's it called? A straw poll. So you guys are going to be able to vote on that. The poll for the People's Champ is going to be afterwards. It's going to be on the video. So basically everyone who's watching it back can then vote. Yes. So stay tuned for that, guys. Don't worry. It'll be happening. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the donations. Thanks to the players for playing, the mods. Thank you, Magic D. I was about to say Wicked D. Magic D for sponsoring the tournament. And yes, we will be back with more content soon. Stay tuned. 2v2 tournaments, head-to-heads. King of the Hill with terrible maps, all kinds of fun stuff coming this week to get you guys through this quarantine. And Hadries is indeed the Great Horned Rat. Again, one last round of applause for our boy Hadries for the glorious victory, beating several really tough factions, really tough matchups, tough players, all that stuff. Brain's not working. I'm going to go eat. And thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate it. Well played, everyone. Cheers, guys.